Are you effing stupid?
You are watching the Vodka stream.
Hello, what is happening, everybody? How we doing? It is Friday. We made it. We made it through the week. Holy crap. Holy crap, did we make it through the week? Jeez. What a week it was. Right, guys? I mean, my God. Oh, just good, grand stuff. Got bourbon tonight. Figured today was, this vodka stream is going to be all, it's a bourbon type of vodka stream. So, I tell you what, I was like, not vodka today. We're going to go with some bourbon. So, cheers, you guys. And cheers. So, cheers, everybody. We're going to have an interesting, panel. Like I said, like even said on Film Junkee Live, it's going to be interesting to get everybody else's take on it. So we're going to have a good panel here. So cheers. Bourbon stream tonight. That's right. What's going on, Miss Jackson? Yeah, should be a good one. Should be a good one. Can't wait to DC. Yeah, I think it's frustrating. Everyone at this point. So getting the popcorn ready. Can't wait for the rain. What's going on, Nate Smith? Very interesting to see the different takes on the news of the week. Also, would you recommend seeing Avatar 2 even if I'm not? Yes. Go see it. I saw my first reaction. I didn't do a full review because I didn't feel like I needed to do a full review. And plus, I was just super busy today with work, so I didn't really have time to do it, So, yes, I highly recommend it. I highly recommend seeing it. IMAX 3D, though. IMAX 3D. See it in IMAX 3D. I would not recommend seeing it on a normal screen and not in 3D. I usually don't recommend 3D, but for Avatar, absolutely. The 3D is pretty mesmerizing. It's pretty spectacular. Special guest, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's going to be mainly just people with opinions, that's for sure. What's going on, Mr. Venom? Good to see you. We got Brendan right here. I'm feeling like this is going to be a candlelight. Yeah, I know, right? Oi, oi, oi. Blessing and hello. Good to see you, Clyde. All right. Ahoy, ahoy, Mr. Jason McKenzie. Good to see you. What an emotional roller coaster. Yes, it certainly has been. We got Mama Film Junkie here. Good to see you. Good to see you, Mom. And we got Miss Nighthawk here to see you. You got to call her Nighthawk. That's right. You can call me. What's the other one? I totally forgot. I'm trying to do a Step Brothers thing, but totally blanked on that. My bad. But yeah, Miss Nighthawk is here. Miss Stephanie. Steph. And then we got, we got Jed right here. We'll miss you, Superman Henry. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Hank Hills. Merry fucking Christmas, right? Right. Jeez. Rough week. Well, at least everyone's going to think more about the news from WB to the point where I think it's going to overshadow. I don't know if it's going to overshadow it. I mean, I don't think those box office projections. I don't think it's going to meet those box office projections. But word of mouth. I mean, the first Avatar didn't do like the biggest opening weekend, but word of mouth. So I think if anything, it could have a little word of mouth. Could have some legs. Could have some big blue legs. Damon. I'm so happy for Henry about Warhammer 4K. Yes, he did land a dream role. So at least there's that. Good for Cavill, WBD can screw themselves for all I care. I'm done with WBD screwing with the fan base. Now we have Rebel Moon and Warhammer. There you go. Positive. Look forward to that stuff right there. What's going on, Kat? Good to see you. We got Tony Movie Chappie D9, Neil Blomkamp fan. All right. What a week. DC Madness continues. Get those liquidations ready. Right. Yes, the Vodka Stream Lounge is open. What's going on, Lane? What is up, people? It takes one bad day to go full cultist mode. Thanks. Yes, and you definitely did, Lane. I know we exchanged words because I wasn't really liking what you said because I thought that was a little over the top. But hey, it's fine. It's fine. It's not over yet. Right. Good morning, MFer. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. We got Andrew right here. Rest in peace, Henry as Soups, but I am very optimistic about a much needed reboot. Okay. Nothing wrong with being a little optimistic. Nothing wrong at all. Yes, definitely a bourbon stream tonight. So hopefully you guys have a drinky drink. If you don't drink, well, sit back and relax. Cheers. Costa, good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Who else we got? We got Jose right here, Zaslav, and another Emmerich, and Gunn is another Snake like Johns. Wow. Okay. Hey, everyone. I laughed at Batgirl getting canceled. Are you still laughing now? We all got played. Oh, damn. It's crazy. That's something right there, Jose. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Yo, Legend, good to see you. All right. We got Danny right here. Cheers. We got Fatty Good. We got plenty of people joining in right now. The Red Trainer. Can't wait to speak about yes. All right. We got Quiet Line. What's going on, bud? Thank you for the $25 super chat. Thank you, sir. Cheers. Appreciate it. Happy Friday. Heartbroken from this week, but spreading positive vibes. There you go. It'll be all right. See, that's what I like right there. Okay. I mean, I get it when, emotions are running high. I mean, I was shocked. Obviously I was, it happened like 8 minutes before I did Film Junkee Live. I did not want to see Henry go at all. He will always be my favorite Superman, at least, right as of right now, and it sucks. It all freaking sucks. But, but I think like sometimes just kind of like step back because I was having some exchanges with people today on Twitter, and it was just kind of like, whoa, all right, whoa, let's take a step back. Sometimes don't hit send and be like, hold on, let me think about what I'm saying right here. So, that's just the way it is. To quote Peter Parker from Amazing Spider-Man 2, I don't know how to go on without him. That's good. I like that, Cortez. Joe Bad. Let's see. Gun plan is brilliant. Let's sabotage 2023 releases and go back to what Hamada did, expecting a box office and then save the DCU with his movies because people has short-term memory. I don't know if that's the plan. Not quite sure that is, but hey. Then what's going on, Eric Z? Good to see you. Thank you for the $5 super chat, Cameron. Sadly, both DC and Henry Cavill fans will look back on December 14th, 2022 as Doomsday. I like the pun intended. I know, right? Quite a shock. What's going on, Carrie? I'm still just heartbroken. I don't think I could support DC on film for at least 10 years. MCU only for me. All right. I mean, if you're going to do that, stick to the word. That's all I ask is like, all right, then that's let's not just like slam it while other people are excited for it. Let's not be those people, let's obviously, how history, things tend to go into a cycle. Let's not be the assholes that were discouraging us when it came to, what Snyder was doing, when they were like, not my Superman. And they were all about Christopher Reeve. Let's not do that for the new guy, I mean, some people did it for Pattinson. I didn't do it for Pattinson. Was Pattinson better than Batfleck? Not in my opinion. I still think Batfleck is the best cinematic Batman. But but Pattinson, top 3. All right, let's see. Kenneth, how you doing? Hey guys, Henry Cavill. I thank him for the time he gave us as Superman and hope Henry does well in the future roles. Yes, well, he landed a dream role, which is good, so that's good. I like that. So, okay. And then, hey, everybody. Henry Cavill's our Superman. Yeah. It'd be fine with a reboot if they didn't do so many people dirty. Henry deserved better. Like, if they did Zack Snyder Justice League 2 and 3, they could do whatever they want. Add trunks and make them say hope and optimism. I don't care. Well, Henry Cavill's Superman did say hope. He just say optimism. Just kidding. Yeah, no. That was one thing, with all the craziness. Somebody was like, "Oh, they're gonna put is the red chonies gonna be coming back? Is the red chonies coming back? What's going on, Clyde? Good to see you. All right, we are Venom. Let's see. Okay, who else we got here? DJ, what is up? What's up? We know what's down, right? Jeez. Let's see. Cavill gets fired. Gets a new job. Day later. True boss. Yeah, exactly. The porn bots are already here. My God. You know what's funny, guys? With all the Superman talk. So I don't know if you guys saw, like, Liz Wonder posted like a couple of weeks ago on her social media that she was doing like a collaboration with Reebok. And because they have a DC line that's coming out. So she was displaying on pictures like Wonder Woman shoes. Well, guess what I got? I got Superman eye tops. Look at this. What? I'm wearing some Superman eye tops. That's right. Superman eye tops. And it's got Shaq. Shaq helped with the design. Look at this. Yep, they sent me out some shoes. They wanted to collab as well. And it's not the only ones they sent out. They sent me out the whole freaking line and then some. That's right. So these things are, you know what these remind me of? Which I thought were like, oh, these are cool. They remind me of a little bit of the Power Laces, from Back to the Future 2. They kind of remind me of that design. But yeah, look at that. Look at that. So yeah, Reebok is going to be releasing a DC line. I mean, just in time. I know like half the audience out there is hating DC right now, but yeah. So, but yeah, these Superman shoes are freaking awesome, man. They're comfortable as hell and they look really cool. But yeah, they sent me the whole line. There's a Batman shoe. There's obviously a Wonder Woman. There's all kinds, and I got extras too. So they wanted me to do a giveaway. So look forward to that in the future, in the next few weeks, maybe into the new year. We'll be doing that. But I thought I'd show you guys the Superman shoe since, we're going to be talking about Superman tonight. But yeah, I guess Shaq had a hand in it right there. So there you go. Pretty damn cool. All right. So just thought I'd show you the shoes. You know what? I put them on. I feel like Zach Morris. Kind of do. So I thought, it is pretty cool. So, I know that's the thing. I have a couple of sizes, but I don't know. We'll figure all that out. That's the thing, is like sizes are going to be a thing. So that's why I got to figure all that out first, though. So pretty cool stuff. Not too shabby, but yeah, I feel like Zach Morris wearing these damn things. Look at that. Just pretty damn cool. I haven't worn high tops since elementary school. I don't even know. So, but yeah, there's I got a couple of there's a Harley Quinn shoe, there's a Joker shoe, there's all kinds of things. So we'll look forward to doing that. And I just thought I'd show you guys the Superman shoes, though. Got a couple other pairs of those too. So we'll see. But thought it was fitting to be rocking those shoes today, since it's we're going to be talking about Superman. And then one thing before we start inviting the guests in here, apparently there's an actual DC Studios logo that was released. I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, I guess it's legit. It just kind of came out of nowhere. Sorry, I didn't mean to get all dark right now, but yeah, there was like an actual DC logo that showed up. I don't know if you guys saw this. Let me go ahead and share the screen. And I know it was just kind of like, oh, okay, well, there it is right there. So this one showed up first, and I was like, okay. They just took the DC logo and just put Studios right in the middle of it. That probably took them about 6 seconds to do that. It's fine. All right. That's cool. Nothing wrong. I mean, that's where they wanted to go. All right. Fine. Cool. But then there was another version of the logo, which was better, I thought, because I was like, oh, wait, this is a little bit better right here. Then there was this one that actually shows the Justice League also within the logo, which, yes, that is better. But yeah, that's what they did. I don't know if it's like fully legit. It was just kind of floating around. I mean, I know they have to start, getting all that stuff out there, but there's a logo. I don't know how you guys are feeling about that. You know what? To be honest, when it comes to even like the DC logo, when it comes to the DC logo, when they changed it to the blue with the DC right in the middle, I didn't really like it that much. I've never really liked that much. And it's kind of funny too, because when I posted that on Twitter, when I posted the logo on Twitter, I had a lot of people, of course, like, saying it sucks. What an L, doing all this stuff, sending the shit emoji. I don't know how many times I got the shit emoji sent to me. I'm like, wow, really original, guys. Really original. I'm like, it's just a freaking logo. I'm like, all right, there it is. But I was just like, okay, that's the logo. But I was never too fond of the new logo when they changed it a few years ago. I like that logo that was in the late 2000s, early 2010s that had the DC and it had the little flap over, like that was in front of, I think it was in front of Man of Steel. It was definitely for like the Christopher Nolan trilogy, the Dark Knight trilogy. I like that logo. I don't know why they changed it from that. I thought that was a cool logo, but I think they wanted to like bring back like the nostalgia of the other DC logo and then kind of update it to be more minimal. I don't know. It's just like, I mean, I kind of get it. Yes. That's what I was talking about there, Carrie. That logo was the best logo. They should go back to that logo and then they could do something with studios. I mean, it's just funny because it's like, well, yeah, when people were saying that, I'm like, yeah, but look at Marvel Studios has the Marvel logo and then Studios with 2 lines. I mean, it's not like they, it's not like they did anything innovative either, but it's just, I don't know. I don't know if I'm not really like, I don't know if I'm like not really liking that whole thing, but it's just whatever they want to do. I don't really give a shit, but there's my, that's what I feel about the, about that logo right there. I was just kind of like, okay, that's fine. It's cool. Whatever they want. I just don't know if that's real, but I think the one that actually has the silhouettes of the DC of the Justice League, that's better. But I don't know if they're actually going to fit that. And then I'm kind of wondering, like, with these newer movies, are they going to open it up differently? And it's going to be interesting. Like I said, it's all new stuff that's happening right now. So, but that's the logo, folks. But yeah, that probably took about 6 seconds. All right, let's start getting some people in here, huh? Let's get some conversations going. All right, where are we at? Okay, so let's see here. All right, let's go ahead and send it there. Boop. Okay. And boop. All right. Let's see who else we got here. Sorry. Whoa, why are you making noise? What the hell was that? Jeez. I think there's a ghost in here. I honestly do. I think there might be a ghost in here. All of a sudden, there's just a random noise. All right, send it to him too. I sent it. Oh, yeah, sending the right one right there. Cool. All right, who else we got? Let's send it to him too. Why not? Let's see. Boop, boop, boop. Sorry. Like I said, it's probably going to be a packed panel tonight. So let's see who shows up. All right, where are we at here? One more. I'm looking. Where are you at? There you are. Okay, here we go. All right. Studio should be running down the side of the D. You could take that. I could take that so just wrong right now there. Oh, got a $5 super chat. Oh, no, I got a couple of super chats. Hold on a sec. Rock Films, the logo looks better, but honestly, who really cares anymore? The DCU team successfully ruined the hype before they even started. Well, yeah. This is all Nolan's fault, by the way. Yeah, EJ, I totally agree with Christopher Nolan. Yeah, that logo was the best. It really was. It was the best. I don't know why they changed it. I thought that was unique. It was different. It had it felt like I wanted to have that like as a magnet on my refrigerator or something. It just, But the new DC, I'm like, okay. I mean, I don't hate it, but I just think it's kind of it's very, very, very minimal. And I'm just like, okay. So, maybe they'll do it. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and, let's go ahead and invite my guests, some of these people in here. Make sure I got everything going. A couple. First off, we got Scott. What is happening, sir?
Hey.
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 Don't sound too excited now.
I'm never that excited. I wore this shirt specifically for you, though.
Oh, did you? Corporation.
Here we go.
Oh, Nakatomi. There you go.
Yeah.
Yes.
It says
Love
Nakatomi Corporation's annual Christmas party. Jingle all the yippee-ki-yay.
I love it. I love it.
And if you look, you got a little helicopter.
Yeah, kind of shows the whole movie a little bit.
It's the whole movie. And then
yes.
here's Hans Gruber falling. Yeah, it's the whole thing. I love it.
Yes. I know. I'll probably next week definitely I'll be wearing my it's not Christmas until Hans Gruber falls off the tower, that shirt that my mom got me, and I thought it was beautiful. All right, we got Mr. Jason right here. Real rap nerd. How's it going, sir?
What's going on, Dave? What's going on, Scott?
Hey, Jason.
Yeah.
Back it up a little bit. Jeez, I'm kind of close.
I was gonna say, if we're very much we're feeling you, Jason. You know,
Yeah. Getting intimate right here.
So intense.
Seriously. All right. How are you guys doing today?
Doing good. Let me get my camera right. That was crazy. Okay, there we go. All right. I'm not so in people's faces. All right.
It's okay.
In your face.
Okay. In your face.
Ooh,
How's you guys' evening going?
Going good. Going good.
Yeah.
I see you guys with beverages.
Oh yeah, of course.
What do you got? What are you drinking?
Moscow Mule.
Nice. Good. Refreshing. That drink is so refreshing because it's not too sweet. It's just overall refreshing. I love Moscow Mules. Love them. What about you, Scott?
Around this year, I drink those.
Yeah. Scott, you're just drinking beer, right?
I had beer. Just working my way through my Sam Adams variety pack.
Ooh,
which one you got right now?
The winter pack?
The winter pack. So this is the cold IPA. And it feels like, I already drank this on the Batman the Phantom Image stream, but I my second Old Fezziwig. So, there's only so long you have to drink anything that's got any sort of Christmas reference to it. So I thought I might as well hit it up now.
What's your favorite out of the bunch?
Well, there was a winter white lager that I really liked, and I like this Old Fezziwig. Like those are really good ones. But I will say the cold IPA, as a guy who's not big on IPAs, this cold IPA is like it's just the level of hoppiness without getting too hoppy, because that's my problem with IPAs. I can't.
Same here.
I can't take the hops. I'm not that big of a beer snob, but I definitely know what I like and what I don't like. It's kind of one of those deals.
Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, I don't like Guinness. I don't know why people like Guinness. It tastes like aspirin water. I don't like Guinness. I'm not a fan.
Dave. Here's the thing about Guinness. I liked Guinness, and then I had it in Dublin in my life. Literally in the Guinness factory. Straight from.
I'm sure it tastes better there.
Oh dear God, there is something about the water in Ireland that it was like it's so different. And so I enjoyed Guinness. I went to Dublin. I loved Guinness, and then I came back. I can't drink it.
Understand it
anymore.
Okay, and I'm sure I probably would like it if I was over there, but I don't like it. Anytime I've had it, I'm just never been a fan of it.
So I got so drunk off Guinness when I was in England. I've told you this story, haven't I, Dave?
I think you have. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that was the one. That was the first time I saw Memento. I had five Guinnesses on St. Patrick's Day. I was in Bath. I had kidney pie and 5 Guinnesses. I won a stupid hat that's hanging around here somewhere. And then I stumbled back to my hostel and watched Memento for the first time.
Nice.
And followed the whole thing perfectly.
Good. I was about to say, did you lose your memory too?
So Dave,
yeah.
when you had Guinness, how did you have it?
I just had it straight, but I've had the. I mean, it's also in an Irish car bomb, right?
Yes, it is an Irish car bomb is
Okay.
Guinness, Jameson, and Bailey's.
Okay, I will say that I've had an Irish car bomb. I didn't mind it there, and I also had a half and half, which I think it's half Guinness and half Newcastle, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know.
That's a black and tan. Yeah,
Black and tan or something like that. I don't know if it's Guinness. I don't know. Is that Guinness and
Guinness is in a
yeah?
Guinness is in a black.
They don't mix, right? They don't mix.
Right.
They actually lliterally just stand on top of each other.
Stand on top of each other. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And I didn't mind it then either. So I don't know. Maybe it's just a certain mood, certain thing. But if I were to just, and it has that little fucking it's got the little ball in it where
you have to have it on draft. I mean, even if you're going to drink it in America, you have to have it on draft. I'm there with you because, like I said, I've tried drinking out of a bottle, and I've tried it since I had it in Dublin. It just isn't the same.
Not the
So
same.
you tried it with the can. You tried a can though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Can,
I've tried
right.
a can. Yeah,
It's kind of the best way you can get it. The bottle version sucks. Like
I don't think I've had it in the bottle. I think I only had it in the can. So
okay, all right.
But
it's acquired taste, so I can see how.
No, it really is. Absolutely.
Yeah.
You're drinking your lunch is basically what you're doing.
There it is. All right, we got somebody else joining right now.
Now you want to get nuts? Come on, let's get nuts.
Garza is here. Watch out.
What's going on, man? It's been like a year, right?
A little bit. Yeah, it's been. I don't know if it's been that long. Maybe I don't know.
No, it hasn't been that.
Yeah,
Literally,
it
a
hasn't been
couple
that
months,
long.
I think.
Yeah. How's it
Well,
going,
I think
dude?
maybe a couple months. No, probably.
I think the last time you popped in was his unboxing.
Because my box.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah,
You're in your car. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah.
I mean, I had to do it outside. Yeah.
Yeah.
The establishment I was at.
Ah,
Yeah. What's up, man?
oh no, not much, man.
Man,
Just chilling.
Yeah, I feel like obviously I haven't really been voicing my opinion a lot when it comes to like a bunch of news and TV and DC and all that shit because I don't know, I just haven't really.
Yeah, you've
given
kind
a
of fallen
fuck.
off, but
Yeah. Well, because I mean, obviously, with Zach's
busy.
World and all that. Yeah, it was just and also busy, obviously.
exactly.
But you know what?
People still have that. Lane still is your biggest supporter with the.
Oh yeah. Hey, you know what? You know who was right though?
Huh.
Right. That.
Uh-oh.
All right. 13 years later, we could watch a movie. Sorry, did I mess up?
Yeah, it kind of like froze up a little bit. Say that
I
again.
would say, James Cameron. 13 years later, bro, delivered.
Yes, absolutely. I don't know. I mean, Scott, you probably didn't see Avatar yet. I don't think you tweeted about her. Did you see it?
No, I still haven't seen the first one.
Oh, that's right. Okay, yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Jason, did you see it?
No, I haven't seen it yet.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's fucking.
It's a spectacle. It's a fucking spectacle.
Bro, for it being 3 hours, let's put it this way: like it doesn't feel like 3 hours.
Flies right by.
Yeah, I mean, you're just like, dude, like at first you're kind of like, okay, like there's so much story, and then you realize, oh man, I mean that it really was. I think we do probably. I just give me a little bit.
He's got to drink a little bit more.
Yeah, I got to drink a little bit more.
It's the foreplay. You got to warm it up a little bit.
Exactly. Can't just go right into it.
But I watched it in 3D. Dave, did you watch it in 3D?
IMAX 3D. That's the only way to watch
okay.
it.
Well, mine wasn't IMAX. It was just regular 3D. But sorry.
Still good though.
Yeah, I guess.
Still probably good. No, but I mean, yeah. I mean, it's
but,
just you watch that thing. I mean, it's just like it's amazing. Like. I mean, it's a long story. I get that. And maybe it drags a little bit, sure. But at the same time, they're trying to establish a lot. But man, like when you get to the halfway point and it starts going and then it goes into that final act is gripping. I was telling people this yesterday. I said, that final act is what Kevin Feige has a wet dream about. Okay. There's no way. Like it really is like that final act. It was like, okay, James Cameron's all, you want to see what a final act is like in one of these big, huge blockbuster movies?
Yeah. I'm
going to show you. Okay. Yeah.
Well,
I've been talking shit about Marvel and all this stuff.
Yeah.
This is how it's done. And it was like, holy shit. He pulled it off. Like he did
something. Yeah. He did something where I was kind of like, in my head, I'm thinking as a film fan and all that, you know, with the tropes and all that. Like, I get tropes, I get why they're important to certain aspects. I was watching one moment, and in my head, I was like, oh, God damn it. And as soon as I said that, literally just fucking flipped on 180. And I was like, oh my God, that's so fucking legit. Like,
Yeah.
Okay. Which I'm pretty sure you know what I'm talking about.
Yep.
Because it was just like, because you know, like you feel it. You're like, it's like building up to this moment, and then it happens, and you're like, God damn it, I knew that was going to happen. And it's like, nope, never mind. It doesn't happen. So
I had there was a couple of cheer moments. Like, I mean, you know, my theater wasn't like completely sold out, but I saw it at 3:00. So I mean, everybody's like looking at that block or at the box office, obviously, because everybody's like, oh my God. But again, just James Cameron, regardless how everybody feels about him, I mean, he just kind of came in and goes, hey, you know, you forgot about this? Well, I'm going to show you everything. And you really don't even need to watch the first one. Like, I didn't rewatch the first one to do a recap. I was like, I remember obviously the story, you know, and then it's just, you know, there's a little bit of like a refresh, but it's not like a whole like rewind. It just, you know, some narration and you know, what's happening and blah, blah, blah. But then it just goes right into the story. And again, the VFX, like, Jesus
Dude,
Christ.
I couldn't tell what was fake or not. Like,
no, I'm going like, all right, most of this was shot in a soundstage
underwater
in water and a bunch of mocap suits. And I'm going, it looks like these actors are wearing prosthetics and they're on location. What the fuck?
And it's weird because you have human actors that are with, you know, at the same time, you're like, fuck. The light bounces off of them. Like, everything is in sync. The water, like everything about the film.
Nothing's
you're just like,
jerky. Nothing's the lighting is fine. I'm sitting there trying to be like, oh yeah, maybe no. I was literally trying to be I wanted to be such a dick about like the CGI because I was like, man, you know what? I want to see if there's any shots unfinished. 5 years, bro. 5 years it took you to make this fucking film. I want to see some kind of flaw in the CGI, and I was like, no, no. It was
a friend of mine who saw it. He said that he was watching it. He just was in awe trying to figure out how the fuck they even did this. That's what he said to me legitimately. He was like, how did they do this? I can't fathom how this movie was even created. And him just saying that made me want to go see it because I love seeing movies where you're just like, what?
Yeah, there's never a bad shot in the film, like, at all. Like, which is weird to think of. Like, if you really think of all the shots that were in there and you think of what he created, this is an entirely fake world. So it's like, you know, most of it is CGI, yet it doesn't look CGI. And then you're like, well, okay, they're interacting with these practical sets, but then they're not. It is the weirdest thing. But it's crazy because it's like, well, this movie did some amazing things. It only had one film before it, and I mean, yeah, sure, they can continue it, but this movie stands on its own as well. You get what I mean? Like, he knew what he was doing. He created it to where, all right, well, I'll just keep this one solid, but which obviously apparently people can't watch movies now unless the next movie contains something. You know, it's weird. It's weird, like, how people think that way. Scott, I know you feel that way, right? Like, if the movie that you're watching right now doesn't at least give you some kind of indication of the next movie coming out, like, why bother, right? Scott, you agree or no?
No, not at all. And more so now than ever. I mean, seriously.
Well, no, because I saw Mark Hughes put up a brilliant post. He was like, are you telling me that you're never going to watch Man of Steel ever again now? Because it doesn't make sense. Like, you know, the continuation of that world isn't going to continue. Like, you're just never Man of Steel. Hey, the world's not continuing. Or you're not going to watch The Dark Knight or Batman. You know what I mean? Like, it's weird to think of like, hey, they didn't continue these movies, so I'm never going to watch them again. That's a weird entitlement.
Yeah, I mean, well, even you know, Steven even said something too, and like when he talked about how, like, when people, I mean, obviously, when it comes to the recent news, and you know, well, I guess we'll just like kind of start getting into it here. It's just the fact that it's like, all right, I mean, the timing's weird, sure,
Very.
It is
Very.
like weird timing, but at the same time, we kind of go like, well, in a business sense, I guess they have to do that. And then of course, we find out today that Cavill is going to be joining this, Amazon series and everything. But then of course we're all thinking like, all right, well, there's 4 movies next year. We just, why are we supposed to get hype for it? But then at the same time, it's like, well, do we need them to like actually go anywhere? Are they going to be somewhat changed, tweaked to maybe go somewhere? I mean, there's so many questions. There is so many questions.
Well, I mean, you could look at Aquaman. Aquaman makes one fucking reference to Steppenwolf. Other than that, you have no idea it's in the DCU, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you wouldn't know it's in any other world except Aquaman's world. That's it, right? Mm-hmm. Even the suits and all that stuff look different. So, like, other than that one line of Steppenwolf,
Dafoe's hair.
Yeah, exactly. All of that is different to where, okay, well, I mean, dude, it technically is separated from Zack's world, like Zack's own DC world. Do you get what I mean? So,
yeah,
I looked at it like, well, I get why everybody wants to be upset and Henry and all that and what The Rock did and all this bullshit that's that. Listen, I just watched Black Adam today.
That was your first time?
Yeah, that was my first time.
What'd you think?
It was all right. Like, it was whatever. Like,
it is kind of one of those, right?
Yeah,
it's
like,
one of the, all right.
It felt empty because there was no it's weird to say, but there's no depth to it. And I don't want to compare it, but I have to kind of like, if you think of like Man of Steel and how they introduce Zod and you get to feel Zod's like reasoning for everything he's doing, for Black Adam and the quote unquote king, like, or whatever, his descendant and all that, to finally like get all that stuff. You're just kind of like, like, come on, man. Like, I don't really.
It's paper thin, honestly.
Yeah, it's really just, and then also it's The Rock. Like, that's all I'm seeing. I'm not seeing Black Adam, bro. I don't.
It's a little difficult to like look past that. I mean,
so what do you think about him unfollowing the fucking the Instagram shit?
You guys heard about this, right? Did you hear about?
No, this is news.
Oh,
so basically, he unfollowed on Instagram the Black Adam Instagram and the Warner Brothers Discovery Instagram. That was the word on the street today, that he unfollowed all that and everything. So yeah, that was the major thing.
I think his ego is hurt pretty much. I think he came in there thinking he could strong arm his way into controlling the universe. Not realizing it's not how the film industry works anymore. I think like we've seen this discussed. The days of the movie star are not as prevalent as they used to be. You got The Rock, one of the biggest people in the world, who did a comic book movie and it didn't even make $400 million.
Yeah.
And that's just a hard pill to swallow.
Didn't his Jumanji films make more?
Oh yeah. Well, the first one made $1 billion, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Almost all of his recent movies made more, which is crazy.
Yeah.
Like, that's insane to think of. Like, this, at the end of the day, right? This is still a superhero movie.
Yeah.
Right. Like, if regardless of whatever character it is, I mean, that's a big deal, and it's The Rock. So you add those two combined, and then you add the whole, basically everybody gets released that, hey, Superman's going to be in it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it should have done something, but
it's just the wrong choices WB has made. Yeah. I've always said this: the regimen has screwed up time and time again. Like. Yeah. You remember the whole bullshit, when they gave Zack the boot and we got Justice League, right? Yeah. And this whole terms of like, we're steering into the right direction, right? They had Aquaman release, made $1 billion, right? From that point on, had they made better decisions, we wouldn't even be here. They wouldn't even have had to go on this route. But Walter Hamada was so set on dismissing the Snyderverse that he chose obscure characters over the main Justice League members. Like, there's no reason why a Shazam movie, a Suicide Squad movie, a Birds of Prey movie should have came before a Flash film, a Green Lantern film. It is what it is. Like, people don't want to see that. And I always say they fumbled miserably, time and time again. Like,
no. It started at BVS.
Yeah, of course.
Domino.
That's the first chop of the legs, because they shouldn't have cut 30 minutes out of it. and even just jumping ship to act like BVS was they made $877 million was the first like fuck up. That's a no. I don't know in what world that amount of money is a failure.
Right.
Well, I think it was partly like also the reviews too, because I always chalked it up as like, all right, because I always thought like, especially when you look at Spider-Man, it's like, okay, when it came to Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man 3, that movie made a shit ton, but there was a lot of backlash of like, oh, what the fuck was that story and blah blah blah, and they were gonna do a Spider-Man 4, and then they said nope. Swipe it. You're done, Raimi. People are not liking what you were doing, and blah blah blah. Even though he was forced into.
I'm about to say that's obvious.
Yeah, yeah,
for throwing Venom into that movie.
Exactly. He didn't want to have Venom in there and fuck that whole thing up because the Sandman story was good. The Sandman story was really good. I thought that was like he was totally. Thomas, what's his name, was great, and
Thomas Hayden Church.
Yeah, there you go. I was like Churchill. No, there you go.
no, Thomas Hayden Church.
Yeah, and and so it was great. But then all of a sudden it's like, all right, reboot, and then they bring in the newer ones with Andrew, and the first one goes over well, and then the second one. Still made money, but then at the same time, people are like, "What the hell? I don't know." Blah, blah, blah. And then they just like wipe it, just done. So it's almost like you have to like consider two factors, and I think that's what's happening with these suits that are up in these freaking big huge offices that are trying to make these decisions. Is they're looking at both of that. They want to be praised and they want to make the money. And when one of them is like lacking, they start getting nervous and they just start doing that. So they start calling the shots and then they start changing shit. And then that just fucks everything up when it's like, hey, you can't fucking please everybody. And, as long as if you're making your money, I mean, first off, just make your money. But,
exactly.
Of course, if good reviews are coming in, the money comes also with that. But it's just like, I don't know. It's just,
I mean, look at Venom. Venom got trashed the first movie. Like people were calling it.
Sony finally realized, hey, maybe if it's making money, who gives a shit what people are saying?
And by the way, I want to say that I think I talked about it like a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago, of like just rebooting Justice League and all that. Like, because I was like, you can't have like a new Batman, but then keep Wonder Woman, but then maybe have a new different other actors. You know what I mean? Like, I was just like, I'd rather just rip the Band-Aid off and just start I don't. You know what I mean? Like these characters, like if Zack's not going to be involved, why do I want those characters to continue in fucking bullshit films? That was what I thought. That was how I felt. And I know a lot of people aren't necessarily happy because Henry Cavill's done and all that, but I mean, I know people are like, oh well, Brainiac was going to be the villain. I was like, bro, in my head, I'm like, dude, we already had a fucking invasion of
But this could have been a little bit different. I mean,
I know it could have been, but
when that came out today, I love it how, of course, there's going to be some scoopsy daisies out there that try to claim that they scooped it. I'm like, really? You scooped that Brainiac was going to be the villain of a Superman movie?
Yeah.
Good for you. Wait a minute. Zack wanted to have that at one point. Tim Burton was going to have that at one point. I think Superman Returns sequel is going to that too.
Yeah.
It's Brainy fucking Yak.
It's Brainiac. I mean, it's ultimate. It that requires no guesswork when you start going through Superman's rogues gallery. His big three are Lex, Zod, and Brainiac.
Exactly. And we've already had two of them.
And we've already had two of them.
Yeah.
So really, you're gonna go with the third. Even though I know at one point, Metallo is gonna be in.
But Metallo has to be like Metallo can't be the main villain. I always think Metallo is always like
he's always
incorporated with one of the other ones, Well,
because traditionally you get Lex who has to create Metallo.
Yeah, exactly. And then of course you have Bizarro, but that also requires, it's like, yeah. So I mean, it's just funny how that was coming out today, and people were like, "Oh my god, that would have been so awesome." I'm like, how is this even shocking to you guys? It's like, hello. I mean, obviously it would have been. I mean, like that was always going to be the point. I mean, I think even Zack
it was still just a one source says. I'm like,
yeah. There's a lot of
one person could guess that Brainiac would be. Garza, I'm glad that you said what you said, and mark this down, people, that those words actually came out of my mouth.
Yeah.
But
I agree, by the way, too.
Well, I
What
think
you
we
said,
all
Garza.
agree. Yeah, we're all agreeing.
It's
but
too much
no,
baggage, man.
here's the point that, well, and the weird thing is that that's why, if you'll notice, I haven't really tweeted anything, because I've been sitting and stewing, and I've been thinking about this news. I think the only thing for me made what happened Wednesday night not just, well, of course, because I mean, just last week, Dave, I think I was even saying, if they want to go the hard reboot, I'd understand, and I would come in, and I would just kind of go, yeah, sure. I guess it's just weird that the fuckery that happened that led to Henry announcing his return back in October, after basically at least what the Hollywood Reporter characterized today as a handshake deal. Well, that just sucks balls. Yeah. And then to get this a couple of months later, I think what happened for me personally, that when I heard the news, even though I was like, if a hard reboot is happening, I would completely get it. But then there was that part of me that for 2 months I was kind of building myself up for at least one more Henry movie.
Yeah.
And then to find out I'm not even going to get that before the reboot, like the reboot cometh. And basically we're looking at 2024 is the reboot. These 4 coming out next year, at least 3 of them that we can confirm are going to be DCEU continuity, are it. It's the timing. I think what it boils down to is it's the timing, and then the fact that we get the announcement, we get so excited that Henry's going to get another shot, then the rug almost quite literally gets pulled out from underneath him. I think that's where my emotions kind of get stirred up. And then that gets a little soothed today with the whole Warhammer announcement, because I'm like, good for Henry. Like it's like good for you.
We needed to hear that.
You love that I mean, I know we know it's like, good, you gotta land on your feet.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, I know nothing. I know nothing about Warhammer, and I'm about to find out a lot about Warhammer.
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna watch the shit out of that just to support Henry. Because once again, it's the idea about me trying to put my energy in something that I feel like supports what I want to support, because I'm getting tired of the reactions on social media.
Oh, Jesus.
Fuck yeah.
And I mean,
Ooh,
and I'm not even directing my attention in one area. I mean, just like blanket, like you over there, you over there, you right here. It's hard for me when I can look at people's reactions, be they performative or honest, and yet it feels like that I could just strip the name off of the social media account and then just read the reaction. No, I'm not going to try again, Siri. And I can read the reaction, and I feel like it's just cut and paste. It's like there's like 3. It's like I could boil down everyone's reaction to about 3 or 4 rather generic responses, and then everything that I'm reading is unoriginal in a way that I feel like you're either in this category, or you're in this category, and you're this in category, and it's in a category. But it's another thing for like me to feel like the tweet was just cut and pasted and just recycled.
There's a bot.
I'm tired. I'm just tired. There's been so much emotional investment in this iteration universe since 2013, and I started joking about it today, but it's like, you know what? I need a year or two where all I'm going to do is sit down, probably with you, Dave, and just watch my fucking cartoons and just like,
why not?
Just detox,
Bro, you know a good way to detox
for a
is,
while.
This is what I think actually happened to me, and this is no bullshit. I'm being as fucking honest really about it as I can, because I started watching it in January, I think maybe January or February, sometime around that time. But that's when I started watching Attack on Titan. And I was like, oh my, this fucking show, like Attack on Titan, you think you're watching some just show about these whatever, and then all of a sudden it just dives into this big ass fucking mythos, and you just, I mean, just episode after episode, you're just like, God damn, this is a great fucking show. And then I got into Demon Slayer, and then I started getting into all these like anime, like for whatever reason, I was just like, and all this shit, just the craziness that anime does. I was like, fucking superheroes, like it kind of it did what you're talking about, Scott, just detoxed me, where I was like, I kind of got away from it, and I was able to come back to it with like a clear mind, which is why I was like, I don't really give a fuck about all this bitching and bullshit and bickering for no fucking reason. Like, it's not going to change anything. Like me, you know what I mean? Like, if I'm
what are you talking about? There's a hashtag fire James Gunn. It's gonna happen.
Yeah, exactly. Because they just literally hired him. Why not?
They just literally hired him. I know, it's crazy.
You know what I mean? Like it took me like, and I say that as it was something that I had never really been into until this year. And then all of a sudden I got sucked in, and I was like, wow, okay. It was just such a difference in everything that I had been into, to where I started watching all these legit anime shows, and I was like, fuck. And obviously I watch it with subtitles. I'm not gonna watch it fucking dubbed, but I would say it's not necessarily the same as what you're talking about, but dude, it's pretty legit.
I'll have to check it. I started, when it came to the Titans stuff, I watched a little bit of that, and I was like, oh, this is interesting, but then I didn't dive into it. I should probably revisit that for sure. But
it's crazy, y'all, too. Just to add in, I'm like between limbo, both Scott and Garza, because I'm like, I feel like I'm at a point where I feel the same exhaustion that you feel, Scott, honestly, because that whole Henry's back, now he's not, and also with Garza, I was looking forward to the reboot, because I'm like, this is the only way you can kind of move forward, and I get it, you want to restart everything, and it's just like, now I'm finding myself, I think starting next year, I'm gonna detox, as you say, and kind of focus on just other stuff, because I know the shit is just exhausting. Being a DC fan since forever, but being so invested in Man of Steel since 2013, and just seeing the constant shift in me trying to stay positive throughout it all, still trying to show support where I want to show support, but it's just to a point where it's like, okay, it's time to back off a little bit. This is a bit much, man. So I'm taking your route, honestly.
And I was reminded, and I was reminded today, let's be honest, DC movies have literally been fucked around with since there have been DC movies. I mean,
yeah.
If you haven't read about the Salkinds and the original and the Donner between Superman 1 and Superman 2, I mean, dude, sit back. I mean, that wasn't the studio, that was the producers. Let's just sit back and learn some history about how much they've been fucking around people since literally day one. And it just, I mean, it happened to Donner between Superman 1 and Superman 2. Think about what happened to Burton in the 90s with the Batman movies. I mean, it's like the only one who got away like completely unscathed was Nolan. Like that's almost what makes those movies kind of special. Was the only way he got really screwed around with was the fact that Heath Ledger died after Dark. And Heath Ledger's Joker was supposed to be involved in Rises. But other than that, there wasn't the studio fuckery that happened on the Dark Knight trilogy.
and that's why Man of Steel was so different, and it actually feel like it. You don't feel any kind of studio notes realistic.
There wasn't. That's why there's not a cut. That's why there's
I
not
know.
a cut.
That's
Yeah.
As I'm saying. Like
But
Man of
before
Steel,
we
because
continue, we got to invite some other people in right now. We got.
Throw a knife at Steven.
You know what, Steven? You're supposed to return those glasses after the movie.
I am here to talk about Avatar: The Shape of Water.
Your audio's fucked up.
You sound like you're underwater.
You.
Just so happens.
Just gonna go ahead and let you know.
Oh,
Might as well
man.
fix it
He
right
had this
now.
He had this great intro and the
Oh,
audio,
man.
of course. The audio.
Fucking
Oh,
hell. Is it like it used to be? It's like-
man.
Well, I'll just take this shit off.
You sound like a robot from an 80s sci-fi movie. I'm just gonna say
But yeah, you're good now. You're
the
good
only
now,
way
bud.
to win is not
Then
to
we
The
also
audio's
play.
good
got,
again?
That is the sexiest thing I have ever seen.
and we got Casey.
Hey, is my audio good?
Your audio's
Huh?
good. You got video. You're
Yeah.
you're still sexy, Casey. It's okay.
I love how
Is-
Garza
is
like
my-
took off. Is all Steven's here.
Is mine good now, or is
Yes,
it still
no,
You're
it's
good.
fine.
You're good now. You
Okay,
wanna-
Yeah, you're
take me out.
good
Let me
now.
come back
You're
in. Let me
Yeah,
come.
you want
Let me come back in. Yeah, let's do it again.
Let's do it again.
Let's go. We'll do it live.
Steven,
Do it live. Do you really? He really wants to do it. This fucking guy. He really wants to make that entrance. He had it planned. He had it planned, guys. We got to let him do the entrance. But I know I saw Steven backstage. I'm like, is he wearing his 3D glasses? He totally is. Oh, we lost Garza too. Jeez, man. Everybody.
We
just,
should play the AMC ad before he comes in.
Please, God, no. Please.
What the Nicole Kidman one?
Oh my God,
Yep.
please
I
no.
hate that. That happened to
feel
me
like-
yesterday. Oh,
I feel like he's gonna do a theatrical or something.
yeah.
So
I go to the
play
movies late just so I can miss that if possible.
I
Like,
hate that thing because it's like finally it's gonna start, and then all of a sudden you get that stupid.
you guys
ad.
don't
It's-
appreciate cinema.
Oh jeez.
I'll
I
be
wanna
that.
get to the
I'll be
cinema. I
that.
want to get to the cinema. That's the thing. All right. Steven is back. Here we go. Steven.
Yes, the Avatar: The Shape of Water, vodka streams go.
Shape
yeah.
of Water, huh?
Yeah, The Shape of Water.
Directed by Guillermo del Toro.
All right, take me out. I'm gonna come back in one more time. I'll get it right this time. No.
There you guys are. Hey, we're all here now.
hey, yeah, you know, because Steven joined, my internet started fucking up. No bullshit.
Yeah.
That's what he does.
So thanks a lot, Steven. Hey, you like Avatar though? Because I got to go here, but I got to ask you, did you like Avatar?
Oh yeah, it was great.
Yeah. Yeah, we were talking about it yesterday.
No. Is that a serious? That's a legit answer because it sounded sarcastic.
No. It's legitimately like it's amazing.
Oh, okay.
The VFX are invisible. In terms of like the only thing that ever even like made me question like how did they do that was a couple moments where there's like human actors on screen where I'm like I know that tech doesn't actually exist, so they whatever, but otherwise like it's obvious like if there's Navi on screen there's CGI, but like there's no uncanny valley, none of that. And I guess I had to call my theater to make sure I saw the HFR version because I saw multiple people say like, oh, the high frame rate screwed me up and it was distracting, and I didn't even. There's a couple moments that I kind of noticed a little bit, but I was questioning whether I even saw a high frame rate version because it all looked great to me.
There you go. Uh-oh. You okay,
it
Garza?
Well,
Garza's still messed up?
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
I love you guys.
We love you too.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah. I gotta go though because my internet's
Okay.
gonna fuck up.
All
Okay.
right.
So and I got my
Alright.
daughter behind me. She's the one playing.
Yeah.
So
There you go.
you guys have a great evening. Thank you. Avatar rocked. I wish I had tattoos like that one guy, but
Everywhere
that
but the
guy,
nipples.
whoa.
yeah, no.
All right. Thanks,
And
Garza.
I guess maybe fuck DC. I guess I don't know. I'm just kidding. But
All right, man. Appreciate you joining. There he is. Now that there's 5 of us, we can get a little bit more romantic. I know Casey's going to love this. Oh,
Ooh.
look at that. Oh,
Nice.
Steve's got to adjust his frame.
There we go.
Exactly. So, but anyways, all right. So No, I think we're all good. I think all our internets were good. I know, yeah. Garza was a little glitchy right there, but it happens.
No,
But to see Clark,
never.
I know he's never glitchy. What are you talking about?
Garza's internet and my audio are like the best part of every show.
Oh man, you had such a good entrance, and I saw you I saw you in the backstage. I'm like, he's wearing his 3D glasses, this motherfucker. and then she started talking. I was like, shit. That damn microphone.
That's weird. No, literally all I did is I just tapped down my gain, just like the tiniest bit. I don't know what.
But then it kind of worked, the way of the water. It sounded like you're underwater.
Yeah. Shape of water.
Which I'm surprised I didn't pee. I didn't pee that whole time, and I drank like AMC had this specialty like Avatar drink that was essentially Sprite and vodka. And the guy hooked it up. He was like vodka. And I was like, sweet. But then it had like,
I mean, the trick it was like it's real easy to make it through if you you just pee like right before, and then you just don't drink anything for like the first 30 minutes to an hour, and then you start sipping, and then yeah, and you're great. Like,
no, I sucked that thing down in the first 20 minutes. It's like, and then they put this sparkly stuff in there.
You looked out for real.
Yeah, I know, right?
There was a moment where people must have looked up ahead of time, like when to pee or something, because there was a scene. It was the spirit tree scene where like 20 people in the theater got up to like go to the bathroom, and I was like, okay, I guess. There was
a couple moments where I was like, this should be a good time, and I felt it, but then I was like, no, I could do this. And then as soon as that final act started, like when things started kicking in gear, I'm like, all right. I'm like, bladder, we're in it till the end, because there's no way I'm fucking leaving right now. And we just lost Scott. There's just no way of that I was leaving. There's no way, because that final
especially
act,
in that final act where there's all the water and splashing and like what.
That's what I said in my first reaction. I'm like, I don't know how I did this, because like 96% of this freaking movie is either in or around water. It's like, Jesus Christ. Yeah. So I was very surprised I didn't have to, but I mean, that's just, to me, that shows that, I was very much engaged in the movie. Because
but did you have a waterfall to inspire you? That's the question.
Oh man. I mean, Scott, like we were just saying, there's like 96% of the movies in or around water.
No, I would never have guessed that at all.
Right?
No.
Yeah.
It's not like it's in the title
at all, or even when you watch the trailers. No, but I mean, I was just so surprised that my bladder was like, but I was just saying, like, I think it was just because I was so into what was happening on the screen. My bladder was like, all right, I got you, don't worry, we'll wait. I mean, trust me, when I was done, I freaking, when it went the final frame and I saw directed by James Cameron, I darted for the freaking bathroom.
So you missed the post-credits scene?
I know, right? Yeah, isn't it right, Steven? Like, I even said this at the beginning. I mean, that final act, that is Kevin Feige's wet dream that he's not accomplished yet.
It's people.
I hate to compare it to Marvel, but we have to, right?
We talked about it enough times in the Vodka stream leading up to this movie, but like James Cameron knows what he's doing, and that it was just flexing, and that was why I was the conversation about the high frame rate. I don't think people realize the amount of flexing that was going on in that third act, because it's dark, it's in water, it's all CGI, it's raining, and it's in 3D. And like you look at like the first movie, and you got the 3D, but it's bright, and you've got these aerial shots of ships and everything, and it's like panning shots, and yeah, sure, there's hand-to-hand combat, but it's a lot of like wide shots and stuff, because with the 3D, you can't have these like whipping fast choreography shots, except now in The Way of Water, that's where he uses the high frame rate, and so the fact that final act is like visually intelligible at all is like, that's why it's awesome.
Yeah, it's, I mean, and then just the drama that's happening too. Like, I'm not going to say what's all involved, but I mean, I when you think about, how is this character and how is that character gonna, and there's a lot of things, and you're like, oh, okay. James Cameron's like, I got you. I'm gonna figure something out.
I love someone pointed this out on Twitter, but marketing not only didn't spoil the movie, but
No.
couldn't spoil the movie. I mean, there were shots from the like final 5 minutes and like lots of shots from the final 5 minutes and trailers and stuff, but it doesn't.
You had no idea
because it's not a story that hinges on these big reveals. There's no like there's nothing. There's no. I could tell you the biggest spoilers from the movie, and you're not going to be like, oh, now there's no reason to see it anymore. Like it's still. It's it's still a thrilling experience, and like that's what separates cinema from these other. It's like the trailer bait stuff.
the goat. He's the goat. I mean, he is. I mean, and just to utilize CGI the way that he does. I mean, I know some people are like, all right, who's like a visual director that's currently right now? Obviously, we think of Denai. I mean, but he's very much practical, and obviously you see his shots; they're beautiful. Dune's beautiful.
Denny.
Dennis.
I am going to take my copy of Dune and hit you over the head, sir.
That thing is huge. That's gonna hurt. It's gonna leave a welt, man. Look at that thing. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but
filming's wrapped on part 2. I cannot wait.
Oh, I know. That's right. It did get wrapped. So, but see, I mean, that's what's so great about the different kind of filmmakers out there. But it's just the fact that, when I walked out and I was driving home, I'm like, God damn. Basically, all that was on a soundstage with a bunch of green screens around them, mocap suits, and water.
And that's when Cameron said that thing a week or two ago about where he was like, "Oh, if someone else is going to do it, I'd have to train them how to do it." And there's so much snark over like, "Oh, just anyone can point a camera." And I'm like, "No, you don't." No. Especially after watching the movie,
yeah,
like,
no.
Reed
could do that.
Because like remember the and I guess I know that there are people who complain about the high frame rate, so I'm maybe unique in this, but the reason that it works and it's the same thing they did with The Hobbit, right? But the Hobbit movies look terrible in the 48 frames per second bad. 3D, and it's because Peter Jackson just shot it like a normal movie, and so it looks like a normal movie with soap opera effect. The way that this movie is shot, not just like the filming technique, but the incorporation of the technology and everything is inherent in the visual aesthetic and the story and all of that. And so yeah, if someone else is going to direct it, literally you have to train them to do a different type of shot composition and camera moves and all sorts of stuff, just to make it like intelligible. And it's just funny when people seem to think that this is like, I don't know, like Pokemon Snap or something. You just
well, I mean, but what I keep on telling people, and I've even told people like on Twitter and stuff like that. I mean, if you're gonna see it, please see it in the best. It's an experience. I mean, we've talked about this before too. Like even with the first, I saw it in the same theater that I saw the first one, which is crazy.
Yeah,
saw it in the same freaking theater, and obviously this one was better. I thought it was better than the first one because first one is like everybody's like Dancing with the Wolves, Ferngully, yes, understandably. This one is like, oh, and then they're taking it in a different level, and the world expands, and then now he's got a family, and it's just like, whoa.
I'm not gonna say it's like the most complex or original story ever, because that's just not what Cameron does. Cameron does simple stories, and he does them well. There's basic character archetypes, basic story tropes, but I think this movie personally really exposes how bad faith a lot of the like, oh, there's no story, or it's like all of those complaints, because you get some of that for this too, and it just doesn't stand up. I can understand saying that for the first one, because sure, it's iterative of Pocahontas and all this other stuff that all the stuff we've seen. I don't really mind that so much, but like this is I don't know how you can take this and compare it to like any other Cameron movie that people love, like Aliens or
haven't seen The Abyss, have you, Steven? You still have not.
No, I'm waiting because the Blu-ray is coming in March, so I'm going to see it in March.
Neither has KC though, so you're all right.
I have.
Hey, yeah, you did have. You have.
Yeah, that was what, Steven, True Lies. Like there's a movie that I love. I love True Lies, and there's nothing complicated about that movie.
Look at the story of the first Avatar compared to like Aliens, or even this one compared to Aliens. There's a lot of those same tropes and a lot of the same character development tools and everything. And it's just like a video game with a boss level at the end. right? And it's not even a criticism against aliens. It's just that you don't. There's been this move, and I don't know what it is. Maybe like I don't want to blame the Coen brothers or writers like that because it's not a diss against them. But there's this like focus on the script and dialogue and stuff that is all really important. I'm not going to say like scripts don't matter, but like this is a visual medium. If the story can be told and work just as good or pretty good in audio form or in like from reading the script, then there is something you aren't capitalizing on the visual medium as much as you could or arguably should be in a visual story. And you know, this story doesn't work if you take away the people would read the book and it'd be fine, but like you see this because it's made to see on the big screen. And so it's just funny that people can't differentiate that, and they'll go to an IMAX theater and see this put up, and they'll be like, "Yeah, but the script." It's like, bitch, you were in an IMAX theater to watch this. Like, if it's all about the script, then just like get a PDF of the script and do that.
Did you get the Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning exclusive?
I did, yeah.
Oh.
Which
okay. Now, no, don't cock tease me, Dave.
Oh,
you know I love Mission Impossible. What do you?
Well, it's the same thing that's been going around.
It's on even thinking about it. I mean,
it's the same behind the scenes reel that was on.
Yeah.
Twitter,
it's nothing.
Well, I haven't seen that either. That's the thing.
Okay. That's what it is. It's basically just showing that big, huge fucking jump, but you're watching it on a big, huge IMAX screen, and it's just like, there's guys behind me going, "What the fuck? He's crazy."
Looks good, but it was really funny to me though because it's the first look and it's an IMAX exclusive, but it's behind the scenes footage, and it's like I don't know, it was cool, so I can't take away from it, but it's almost like the worst of both worlds in terms of like designing a big reveal. I mean, it's hard to dumb down what it was, but it's like you do something more like a more cinematic trailer, or like, because this leaked on Twitter initially and it got pulled.
Yeah, it did. It got pulled. I did see it online, but it was cool seeing it on an IMAX screen and seeing that jump and all the different angles, and I was like, oh my god, it was just like absolutely insane. And how they prepped for it a little bit. It's like a 6-minute little thing, but I was like, I totally forgot about it too, and then it goes, "We have an IMAX exclusive for Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1." I was like, "Oh, damn!" I'm sipping my blue Avatar drink that left sparkly stuff in my digestive system. It was weird. Anyways, but yeah, I thought that was cool. It wasn't in 3D though, although I did see the Ant-Man trailer in 3D. That was pretty insane. I mean, I'm not, it's whatever the trailer, but seeing it in 3D, I was like, wow, that's kind of insane to see that whole thing in 3D. And it was like good 3D. And I'm not really big on 3D, but sometimes with certain things, I guess it really does kind of work.
It looks like it's like the Marvel movie template, but without any of the template stuff taken out. It's you watch it, and it's just like the most like, I don't know. It looks like you said, it looked cool in 3D, but like I couldn't tell you a single thing about that trailer other than like, oh, lots of Marvel.
It's
stuff.
A bunch of looking. It's a bunch of reacting. If you watch that trailer, it is a bunch of reacting. It's a bunch of like just them looking at shit.
You did what? Why did you do that? Don't do that. Like,
I mean, it starts off with like, "Hey, I'm Scott Lang," and hey, aren't you Spider-Man?
No, but that Oppenheimer trailer though.
I didn't see that. I didn't get to see that. I didn't get to see that.
There's just this moment where they're like, Einstein is in it, and they're like, what happens if it doesn't stop? And he's like, oh, it destroys the atmosphere then. And he's like, but it's safe. Like, how do you know it's safe? And he's like, well, we're 99% sure.
Like, who plays Einstein in the movie?
I forgot.
He's looking. Clickety click.
I am looking.
I had no idea that there was that. Yeah, I didn't even think about.
Did you see the Barbie trailer?
Oh yeah. I didn't see the Barbie trailer during the screening, but I saw it when I woke up today.
I saw the when I woke up.
I love the homage to
2001: A Space Odyssey. I know. Yeah.
I was like, okay. I was like, good. All right, you have my attention. This movie's gonna be ridiculous. I don't know. It's gonna be ridiculous, and obviously Margot Robbie. Like, Jesus Christ. You know, I mean, she does her little, her signature move down the glasses, wink kind of thing. So like, all right.
Conti is Einstein.
Tom what?
Conti.
Jeez, that's quite a name. All right. But yeah, anyway,
is it going to be one of those like I recognize this guy kind of guy, Steven?
Yeah. Oh
Or-
yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I know that. Yeah, I've seen this guy. He's one of
Okay.
those. He's one of those guys.
He's prisoner in Dark Knight Rises.
Yes. Yes.
Or like this. I don't know if you'll remember this, but this will tell you I know that guy somehow is in Paddington 2. He is Judge Gerald Biggleswade. So if you remember Paddington 2, I remember I was watching like a week ago. The judge comes on, you're like, that's like one of those. I know him from something. He's been in stuff, but
been in stuff.
Yeah,
I know. I hate it. I mean, yeah,
Prisoner.
you always, yeah, prisoner. But you know what? To try to bring it back to DC, somebody just tagged me in something that was just brought to people's attention. And it's Dwayne, it's Dwayne Johnson.
What now?
Dwayne Johnson responding to Brandon Davis about the whole unfollowing of Black Adam in Warner Brothers, and he said 100% not true. Never followed either account on IG. Dun dun dun. The plot thickens. Who do we? Oh shit! Sorry. Let's get back to it.
This is another part of the I'm tired. Like every time now, it's just getting to the point that it's like it's this back and forth. It was cute. It was entertaining at first, and now I'm tired.
But I'm with you because there's times where I don't want to react to things right away unless it's with a joke. And that's me. I just want to react with a joke. And when I saw people posting about Dwayne Johnson doing that, I was like, I'm not even going to comment on that because that's been burned before. But then I was like, oh yeah, I can make the joke of the social media following hierarchy has changed. So I did that. And of course, I was like, oh yeah, people, okay, cool. I had the joke. But then I'm like, did that really happen? Because we've heard that before where it's like, people think that because all of a sudden people are looking on, oh, who's he following? Oh, he's not following Warner Brothers. He's not following so obviously he unfollowed them. So it's always like one of those things. Yeah, I'm with you, Scott, where it's just like you just don't know what, and you just almost have to wait all the time, and it just gets fucking annoying.
Well, I mean, that's even what happened, when people would go, Steb Bob and Pud 333, they always loved it when they'd be like, is there going to be emergency podcast? I said, just wait. Because, you just wait a day, and suddenly there's more context, there's more information. Yes. Or you just see everything that's been rolling out, because, Tim and I have not had an opportunity to do a Squadcast episode yet, and it feels like this is one of those things that's like, enough's happened, there needs to be an episode. Like it feels like that. I almost felt like tonight was going to be like my. Steve and I are supposed to have a fight tonight. That's what he told me. So we plan these things. Sorry,
that's why I put you to. It's why you left so you could be placed right next to him.
Yeah, it's like professional wrestling. We got to have the.
Got to build it up.
I
thought Garza was going to stay for a bit, and he was going to put up like a different kind of fight. But maybe he'll join later. I don't know. But yeah,
because like I said, I'm still processing. It's. I think for me, because you get when I talked about those categories, and Steven, now that you're here, I legitimately I'm gonna be interested in your perspective. But for me right now, it's like you get the category of the people who are like, fuck it, I'm over it, everything's the world is ending, it's trash. And I'm not calling out anyone, even in the chat, because I've seen that sentiment in the chat, and I get it. It's, there's that part of me that's just like, fucking A, man, because I was invested. I've been invested since 2013. I literally started a podcast because I loved Man of Steel so much, and was excited for what was coming. But then there's also the people who kind of want to take of a, like, hey, the reboot needed to happen, and in those words that even come out of my mouth, and it's like, and so there's usually some variation of I'm enthusiastic about the future, or I'm going to give this one a chance, or people who come like me where it's like, you like, I don't have enthusiasm right now. It's more of a, I'll have to see what happens. I'm gonna have to, it's like there's no, for me, there's like no automatic goodwill that I'm investing into it. I now it's just going to be a show me, there's going to be that. And then you get the people who want to take some sort of moral high ground, like this is anything to take a moral high ground about, and be like, no, if you're a real DC fan, you should be excited for this. And I'm looking at all these reactions going, people.
Bullshit, man. I hate that response.
I'm tired of all the responses. It's like, you know what? Yeah. We're all people, and we're all allowed to feel however it is that we're feeling. I just wish people would take a little bit more self-control in how they're expressing themselves.
I 100% agree.
And really, and no matter what camp you fall in, I'm really tired, and I've been guilty of this over the past few years, only because mainly I've been saying, guys, let's just behave well, but telling other people how they should feel right now, I'm really getting tired of that myself. And which is funny, because what am I doing right now? I'm not sure if I'm not telling you how to feel right now. I think I'm just saying I'm just getting tired of the way people are acting.
Well, I mean,
that has nothing to do with the way that you're feeling, because you're legitimate. It's like, feel however you want. I get it. I don't really know how I feel right now, which is why I've taken such a quiet, I'm just not going to say anything about, because I'm still trying to figure that part out, because there's logic in my brain, there's business in my brain, there's emotion in my brain. I guess I'm just tired of people being mean one way or the other.
Like, when it comes to Twitter, it's like, hey, sometimes maybe leave it into the drafts,
Mm-hmm.
And and I was like, I started pushing back on some people today because it was getting kind of frustrating. I mean, like you said, Scott, there's some people where it almost seems like it's a cut and paste, and they're like, James Gunn's gonna nail Superman and blah blah blah. And I'm like, is he? Okay. I'm like, that just seems a little strange to me, and whatever the hell. And then I got the people that I saw people say that now James Gunn is the most hated Warner Brothers exec ever. And I'm going, you guys remember what happened with Snyder and Toby and all that shit, right? Oh, that's not as bad as this. Okay. And then I had people saying like, oh yeah, you should, tweeting at James Gunn, you should apologize and say you're
what happened is
and all this stuff. And I'm like, you're really going to say that you want him to admit he was greedy? You're an adult. You actually said this. You actually thought this, put it and sent it to another adult to admit that he's greedy and wrong. Wow. And I'm just like, what the fuck? And then of course the whole thing got pushed back on me. It's like, what, he should admit that. A leader would admit that. I'm like, I'm in reality. I don't know where you're at. Whatever planet.
That's the part for me, man.
Like, yeah, I'm like, dude, he's not
the
gonna
delusion.
Nobody would do that. And then it was just like, what? Like, I don't even, you're acting on your emotions right now. And you're thinking that because you don't like the decision that was made, so you're telling the guy tweeting at him and saying he should apologize and say, I was being greedy and selfish. And but like, what the fuck? No, that's not how this works.
No.
I'm going to be hyperbolic.
But say Steven. I want to hear Steven.
Yeah. So the first thing I'll say is I recognize this is hyperbolic, and so this may seem like it's targeted at people like Scott and stuff who are disappointed, but it's not. But I think that the reactions to this reveal just how much in Fantasyland a lot of people were living about the actual situation of where things were. And I realize I've been on like this could bring everything back train on the Vodka stream before, and so like I'm probably a hypocrite here as well. But like I'm relieved in a big way that this is all just kind of over. And starting over, even though it's not like I don't necessarily have the most faith in it, I also was not under the illusion that what existed was the same thing that got me invested in the franchise in the first place. And the best case scenario to me was that maybe an okay movie with Henry Cavill was going to come out to continue that story. But like now Henry is the Zack Snyder box set is a start stop collection that is untouched and untarnished. And yeah, sure,
9.5 hours.
He's got the there's the Superman pop up in Shazam without the head, and then there's the Peacemaker thing, and then there's Black Adam. But like, practically speaking, Henry's time with DC stopped with Zack Snyder's Justice League, and I'm thankful that they didn't have the chance to butcher him. It was hard enough to wash the taste of him with the screwed up face in the theatrical cut out of my mouth. So something that egregious was going to happen again, but like now it won't, and now that can just exist on its own without anything. And I'm not saying that like the flat, like, because I've said, and I've been passionate in the past, but like, even no matter what Flash does about changing continuity, it doesn't change the Snyder cut.
No.
But so it's not like, you can retcons and stuff. Even if they retconned it, you can go watch BVS. BVS has not changed just because continuity has changed. Man of Steel has not changed because continuity has changed. Those movies still exist as they always existed, and you can watch them as they always existed. But the amount of baggage necessary to get anything close to a proper continuation of what we had before, like there was like, one member of the Justice League being recast is going to throw the whole thing out of balance, and more than one of them likely were going to be gone. The original story was not going to be finished. Like the people that are mad that this got cut, or that what's happening is happening, we're going to be mad anyway. Like, and this is the thing we've been talking about since Justice League came out, and the fans turned on. Like there was a brief like thank you HBO Max campaign, and then Ann Sarnoff dropped that article that like was just gaslighting everybody, and they reacted like they wanted, because at that point, once the fans were like eternally antagonistic towards Warner Brothers, so what, you're going to boycott everything, and then when they try to give you an olive branch, you swat it down and say how dare you. You make Zack Snyder the CEO of Warner Brothers, and you restore the Snyderverse exactly as he planned, or you can shove it. So why? Like, I have gripes with James Gunn, but he's not a moron. He's not a fucking idiot.
He's the worst person ever. He's
smart enough to know that he was never going to make any of those fans happy with what he did with Henry Cavill. They were either going to boycott it, or they were going to harass him on Twitter for ruining Zack's vision. Fuck it, start fresh. Why would they have any incentive to want to even walk an inch down that road? Like, what the fuck have the fans done that make them say like, ooh, we really want to continue? No, they don't want that. Every incentive is in the reboot, and it hurts. It sucks, but like it was dead. It was on life support, and James Gunn pulled the plug. He didn't kill it. Joss Whedon killed it. Kevin Sujihara killed it. Walter Hamada killed it. Ann Sarnoff killed it. Toby Emmerich killed it. Like there are so many people. Jeff Johns killed it. Like there are so many people that had so many knives in the back of this franchise, and James Gunn said, you know what? Let me give you a merciful, yeah. Like, and then he's like, you know what? And like, there's a certain point where like, are you giving life-saving surgery or mutilating a dead body? Like, how do you at what point? Like, how do you draw the line there? And when the fans, like, they were never they were never going to. He could have brought back Zack and then said like, Zack, do whatever you want, and that's the only thing he does as CEO. Just gets cucked by Zack Snyder. And then the fans aren't going to be happy with him then either. Like, there is absolutely the only. Maybe it doesn't even seem like a winning move, but the only option he had to be successful is just to say, fuck it, I'm going to do my own thing, because there's no winning down the other.
He met with Affleck, and Affleck was like, I got my own studio with my little buddy. So no. And then that was probably like, and like you said, you have one person that gets taken out of it, and it happens to be Batman. You're just like, fuck it. Now it's like, let's just, and I'm sure like Peter and James were kind of like, hey, we should just reboot this thing, but maybe we could salvage something. Let's see what happens. You
could restore the Snyderverse exactly as it is in the whiteboards, or exactly as Zack Snyder wants it, or whatever. Like, you could do that and make it work as intended. Pretend there's bring back Ray Fisher. Everything works. No complaints. And you're going to piss off a chunk of the fans that are anti-Snyderverse. And yeah, sure, I hate catering them. To the fact of the matter is, half the people are going to hate it. You you could continue and try to kind of pivot away from that, and you have some of those people are going to hate it because they always hated it, and a good chunk of the Snyder fans are going to hate it, and that's guaranteed. Or you could just scrap it all, something that you know everyone is going to hate, like to some degree, but it gives you a chance to deliver something that people can unite over. And maybe it'll succeed or fail, but it's the only option they were presented with that has a chance of getting a majority of people on board with it. And like, I know these people are going to be like disagreeing with that and say like, oh, they could have pulled a rabbit out of a hat, and sure they could have, but like they could have brought back Christopher Nolan to, you know, to direct something, and like they could have just, you know, done all the amazing miracles. But every time they would even say, like look at the number of people who, when Henry Cavill came back, were like, oh, what a traitor, how dare it, John Williams theme and yellow Superman suit.
They were turning on Cavill so badly.
And then those exact same people, when Gunn is like, you know what? Fuck it. They're like, how? They're like, there was going to be a Brainiac movie. And it's like, and you would have boycotted it. Like what? Like what?
Yeah.
Oh, they took a Brainiac movie away from it. No, you took a Brainiac movie away from you. The one.
What do you want? What do you want?
It's not that simple.
What do you want?
The people that lost their minds over Ben Affleck, or the ones that lost their minds over Ben Affleck being Batman and killing people, the ones that lost their minds over Henry Cavill snapping Zod's neck, they killed Brainiac. The people who freaked out about every single thing that Zack Snyder didn't personally shoot with his own camera.
Oh man, you talking?
I
literally said on Twitter, I'm like, let's not point fingers here. Like everybody who was a Zack anti and everybody who was a quote unquote cultist were all at the table of ruining this shit.
It's fucked. The whatever you manage to like stitch back together and fix from this corpse, no matter how beautiful it is, like the Snyder cut is amazing that it happened, and amazing that it happened at a time where like it can exist on, like, I know there's a lot of fandom drama over that, but it's like mostly untarnished by all this bullshit. And maybe that could have happened with like a Restore the Snyderverse thing too. I don't want to say like, oh, I would have sucked, because it wouldn't. I would have loved it. And like if I had the opportunity, I'd, you know, if I was the one making the call, I think it would be the wrong call to make, but I would maybe just say fuck it, do it anyway, knowing that like, you know, that's like the worst business decision I've ever made. But there was no universe in which like this ends with everybody singing Kumbaya and being happy, and most of them are going to blame James Gunn. The people that hate Zack are going to blame James Gunn for not fixing it when he had the chance, and the people that hate James Gunn are going to hate James Gunn because they hate James Gunn. Like, it's so. Why listen? Like, why should he listen to them? Like, if you're going to call him a pedophile, regardless of if he restores the Snyderverse or reboots it, then he's just going to do whatever's best chance for him. Unfortunately, there's a lot of people like, so now I'll get back. A lot of people like Scott, who are like awesome fans, who were excited about all of this stuff, who didn't participate in all of this bullshit, who wasn't this like zealot about the James Gunn stuff. A lot of people like us, the way we talk about this stuff here, that are also burned by this in a lot of different ways too. And so I don't mean to say it's only all this toxic bullshit that ruined it. There's a lot of people caught in the middle that are being burned also. But there's just it's impossible even to look at it and not say like, I get it, James Gunn. Like, why even bother pretending that anybody's going to be happy what you do with Henry Cavill?
Well, and Stephen, to your point, that's the part of me that hurts, is because it's like, I get it. It doesn't still mean that it sucks, but I get it. And I it's almost like, and being a child of the 80s and the 90s, you think I would be used to this by now. But how many fucking TV shows did I watch in the 90s that lasted one season, ended on cliffhangers, and then just got non-renewed? I'm sorry, people. You want to bitch about Netflix? This is not new. I watched it. I watched all those Fox Friday night shows that weren't the X-Files. And this happened over and over and over again. I'm so used to this. I am so tired of not getting an ending.
Yeah, and the ending stuff.
I mean, I'm so, it's like, I thought I would grow out of that, and it's like, no, I still want a fucking ending. And that's for me just this sense of, am I going to get one with those movies coming out next year? Like, will they actually put a bow on it? Am I going to get am I going to get a bow? I'm not saying I have to get a bow. I'm not saying that I'm expecting a bow. But would I like a bow?
Sure.
Yes. I mean, I like it when something ends. It's actually why me personally, and Dave, we'll have to talk about this someday. It's why I actually, as much as there are cool moments in that final season of Justice League Unlimited, I actually don't like the fact that the creators were made to make that season. Because they intended the second season of Unlimited that ends on the episode epilogue to be the end of the animated the actual epilogue, because the last scene of that episode mirrors the first scene in On Leather Wings. So the idea was the universe was going to start and end on the same moment.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
So I like things having, I don't want things to keep on going. I actually want things to,
it's nice when they
end. Because I want a story to end, which is why Garza was joking about it, and I'm kind of with them. It's like, that's why I'm really loving movies that are just standalones. Like it's like, just give me a movie that's a movie. Or it's why I stopped really reading monthly comic books, where now I'm more like into like one shots and miniseries, because I want something that's got a beginning, a middle, and an end, and I just want it to be over with.
And that's what we talked about.
Hold on. Before you start, Steven, we got some people joining in right now. We'll get it right.
Man. Shit. What's up, guys?
He's been backstage for.
I was falling asleep.
I know he's starting to fall asleep, but then we also got
Ray.
All right, we got the whole group here.
Okay, so Steven, what was Steven about to say? I'm really curious.
Well, I was going to say that's what we talked about when No Time to Die came out. How it was so great to have a story that ended.
Oh yeah.
And
I think we could talk spoilers at this point, but it's like,
I still haven't seen it, but go ahead.
Well, let's just say, Ray, it's got a good ending to Daniel Craig's
I know he
Bond.
does. I know that.
Okay.
I know that.
Yeah. But the point was that you can now watch the Craig movies, and they're
as a bookend.
It's a
like
story.
Bookended, yeah, right.
Yeah.
And I realize, like, even though the Snyder Cut is not the ending, it is the conclusion of a lot of arcs in a way that is an ending of a lot of things. And this move kind of cements it as the official, really, I mean, and it's the closest thing to an ending the DC, like that era of the DCEU has. Whereas if the franchise continues on, regardless of whether they embrace it as canon or not, the general perception of that franchise would have extended with it. It would only be like the percentage of people that were really familiar with the behind the scenes process. And so you would have this, like, you know, they'd continue on 5 years down the road, whatever, and then end with Crisis. And like when you say Zack Snyder's DCEU, they're not going to know where you're talking about starting and ending. And this solidifies that stretch of movies as, you know, you have Nolan did his thing, you had Raimi did his thing, you had Snyder did his thing, and those now all exist as like independent. Like, imagine if someone else had made like a handful of like really bad Christian Bale Batman movies after that. And then you're going to talk about like, oh, Christian Bale's Batman, and it's going to be like, oh, it got really shitty at the end. You're like, no, I'm talking about the Nolan ones. He only did the and like, and so this, in a way, like for the legacy of Snyder, it's best that you just cut that off and don't, you know, you're gonna, because you bring back Henry Cavill as Superman for a shared universe. You're gonna have how many movies of him where his character arc like is not allowed to ever conclude? It's just existing in this midpoint of stasis, in the same way that Tony Stark just became like, he was, I'm not saying he wasn't cool to see show up in Civil War and all these other ones, but his character arc really like suspended throughout the whole middle section of the MCU there until they killed him off in Endgame.
It's the perpetual Act 2 problem.
Yeah.
You know, I think, because that's the thing when you talk about like TV shows, any kind of continuous storytelling, is that you get like a first season to be like an Act 1, and then the rest of the show stays in Act 2 until you get to like the final season, and then you get Act 3 where the story is actually allowed to wrap up. And that's actually why having like a limited series or something feels a little bit more complete, because, you know, you're not tap dancing. You know, going back to my example of shows that you just don't know when they're going to end, if they're actually going to get an ending and not just get like chopped off at the knees.
And as a viewer, that's frustrating. But like also, there's no way to even like if you don't know if a show is going to get 3 seasons or 7 seasons, how do you do any sort of character arc planning? Like how do you make those characters do like anything? And that was like one of the things that was always Ray joined, so it's time for me to make a comment about the CW. It's what always bothered me about like the Arrowverse and why I eventually ditched on Arrow. Like, and it wasn't even, there was a lot of different things that I'll say that are really negative about that show, but frankly, I didn't really end up leaving because I was like, fuck this show. I kind of left because I was like, oh, network TV is just not a storytelling medium that works for me. Because if you're into Green Arrow, you're not going to get a Green Arrow arc out of Arrow. Because every episode they need people to turn it on, and they need to see Oliver and Felicity fighting. They need to see Oliver shirtless doing the salmon ladder. They need to see, they need to see like all these specific characters doing all these specific things to maintain this like level of stasis for the brand. You know, like The Simpsons. Bart Simpson has been 7 years old or however old he is for 40 years.
Because like with network TV, like largely they service an ensemble cast. So you're never really going to be in a position, and the DCCW certainly ran into this, where it's never going to be all about the lead character. That was one of when I talk to people about The Flash, that's like one of their biggest problems, has been one of their biggest problems with that show. Arrow certainly as well, but The Flash definitely, they hated the fact that Barry had a team Flash. They wanted him to solve things on his own, and it's like, that's not how network TV operates. Network TV is predicated on an ensemble cast for a show to last that long, and that's just the way that it works. So I totally get it if you say that network television doesn't work for you as far as that formula, because in many ways a lot of people have outgrown it in terms of the way that it works.
That's why I love British TV so much, because it's like you might get 3 episodes, you might get 4 episodes, you might get like Sherlock, 3 90-minute movies. That's a season. You're done. Thank you very much. Luther is getting a freaking movie on Netflix. I'm like, good, because the way they ended season 5, it's like, I need an ending.
Yeah, and that's why, I can list plenty of complaints about things that like I really disliked about Arrow, but the biggest thing that made me say like, oh, you know what, I don't need to watch this, because I realized that like my FOMO disappeared. I think for a long time, especially as the Arrowverse started getting all these crossover stuff, I was like, ooh, I need to follow all these shows so that I know what's going on, until I realized like, oh, I can just stop watching and then start watching again, and I didn't miss anything. because they bring everyone back to ground zero every.
And that's how the show ended. The show ended like literally everyone critical that was dead, other than Oliver, came back to life. It's literally how the show ended. So,
yeah, it reminds me of that's why I said Californication. I love that show, but they had a season 7, and I think they didn't think they were going to get a season 7, because if you watch it all the way from 1 to 6, it is a nice, full, contained story. And the way that season 6 ends, it's like, wow, perfect. And then it's like, wait, there's another. And then you watch season 7, you go, oh man, they had no idea what the fuck to do to continue this. That's why I tell people, you don't have to watch that last season.
Well, it's also like I'm thinking about other creators who I enjoy, like Eric Kripke. He went into Supernatural with a 5-season arc, and he left after the season 5. He was like, nope, that was the story I was going to tell. And that show goes on for 14 seasons. Jesus. But he left after season 5 because he went, no, that's the story I wanted to tell.
And you see that happen. We're like, and I wish that Carter Bays and Craig Thomas had done that with How I Met Your Mother, because they came into it with an idea that was only going to be 6 seasons long, and CBS talked them into stretching it out to 9, and it didn't. That's why the ending was unsatisfying for
Larry David did the same thing too with Seinfeld. Larry David was there just for a couple of seasons. He said, "No, this is as much as I wanted to tell. I'm moving on. The show is going to continue." But
I think it was like 5 seasons he was there.
I believe so. Yeah,
something like that. Because I've been rewatching, and it's funny though, because when it comes to season 9 of of Seinfeld, it has some of the most memorable episodes because it's got some of the most outrageous shit. And it's like, oh man, I was like, this was season 9. This is the last season that this episode is, because anytime I watched Seinfeld before, it was always just random rerun. And I didn't know exactly which season it was. I just watched it because I liked the show. But now that I've been rewatching on Netflix in order, I'm like, this episode was the last season? That's crazy because this is like a memorable episode. Oh, this one too. Oh, that one too. It's like, it is kind of crazy how like you could see the Larry David episodes when they finally ended, because you could kind of tell because it got a little crazier, I guess you could say, you know, and there's a lot of things where I watch it now and I go like, what the fuck? That doesn't even make sense. Like when I rewatch it now, I'm like, a lot of this doesn't even make sense. I mean, I like the jokes, but man, this doesn't make sense. But
yeah. But to bring the point back to the DCEU, something that I tweeted.
We're talking Seinfeld now, Steven.
Seinfeld.
We can talk Seinfeld, but we got to talk Avatar. Seinfeld.
They're ready now.
But if you the number of people now that are saying, oh, so The Flash and Aquaman 2 are just pointless movies now, which. First of all, show some respect to Shazam 2 in there as well.
And Blue Beetle.
Skipping over that one.
Matter.
Yeah, and Blue Beetle.
I'm still going to see it.
And people are saying, so these are just pointless now. And like, I get it. I understand. But also, if that is true, or if it is true that people think that, truly, or if it is true that those movies are actually pointless, then something has gone wrong. Like that is like cinema is broken.
Marvel Studios
messed that up for everybody.
And the response that people gave me when I pointed that out on Twitter is people were like, "Oh, it's like a TV show where you don't get the finale." It's like, why even? Or if you know that it was canceled before the final season finished, then why would you even watch it? Which like that? Yeah, that's my point. And like as Ray would say, it's the cinematic television. If look at Nolan's trilogy, take out any one of those movies. Maybe after The Dark Knight, maybe you could say like I would have liked one more, but you're not sitting there thinking, oh, there's unresolved character arcs. There's each like Batman Begins, The Dark Knight, and The Dark Knight Rises could have all existed almost as independent movies, even without the ones before or after it, and all been great. Sure. I mean, even Man of Steel, BVS, like you don't like Man of Steel helps BVS, but you don't have to like, and even Zack Snyder's Justice League. They work independently. They work together. They work like even if BVS had been the end of the story, that the rising dirt at the end of there, sure, there's an unfinished. There's something more, but the story ends. It's not like you can't just go and watch Ant-Man Quantumania without having seen anything before it and then not see anything after it and be like, oh, that was a fulfilling experience. Like
you're right. And I think it depends on the storyteller too. But I think that's why like when it comes to Zack. I mean, Man of Steel, obviously, they didn't know if they were going to do a sequel, but he put little Easter eggs and whatever. And then it's like, all right, we have the sequel. We're going to have Batman in it, and we're going to do all this stuff. So we do a recap. And I love the fact that, even when Zack Snyder's Justice League, you do a recap of like, oh, even if somebody didn't see the prior movies, they're like, all right, it's starting off with Superman is dying and what is going on,
I watched Justice League with my stepdad and my mom. And they haven't seen BVS or Man of Steel. And off bat, they was like, they asked a question like, Superman dying? I'm like, yeah, he's dying. So from that point on, they were already into the story as it is. So I mean,
and going back to Avatar, same thing. It's like you didn't need to see the first one. They do a good enough, like James Cameron did a well enough recap of the first one, and then look at
the way it ends too. There is set up for a third one. I'm excited for a third one, but there's no post credit. There's nothing. The third one, like this is not a commercial for the next movie, and like that's what so many of these franchise movies. I'm not even going to specifically criticize Marvel for it because they're not the only ones that. A lot of other. I mean, this is why DC ended up failing. This is why, the web movies didn't end up panning out. Is because these movies all exist to try to sell the next one. You got the post-credit scene. You've got all of the Easter eggs and the character setups that have nothing to do with, this is a problem that started with Iron Man 2. People hated it then, but now it's like they expect it, where you're like, oh, here's a character that has nothing to do with anything. We just have to have him in here so that you get excited for the next Avengers movie. And it's like it tears this stuff down. So it's not,
Well,
it's
I
all
also
only.
I also think that people are having kind of short I feel like there's a lot of short memories happening right now with respect to the emotional reaction to this, because I swear that the people that are sitting there acting like the 4 movies next year don't mean anything are the same people that were begging for connective tissue with everything after after Justice League.
They were not
essentially.
going to
And they're the
watch the
same ones
movies
that were going
anyway.
to boycott them anyway.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying is like, you know,
Or they were going to claim they boycotted them at least. But like,
in many ways, I feel like the logic that you're applying to Zack's movies, which I agree with, I feel like it also fits for Aquaman. It also fits for Shazam, right? Like I don't see anything like we've talked about this, about how there wasn't any plan from the previous regime to even try to turn it into cinematic television. So why are you expecting that all of a sudden from the 4 movies next year? Like, what has changed your mind? Like, why have you flip-flopped on that other than being a hypocrite? I mean,
well, and this is why James Gunn said, fuck it.
I mean, you know, what's funny too is like, anytime like even on Film Junkie Live and whenever the fuck drink, I'd always say like, but guys, I mean, that red button is there. Like the red button is the reboot button has always been there. And it's always like, and I'd always say like, yeah, when things go, you know, and it's always like, you know, it hover around that red button. And it's like when things
Blame
are
Affleck.
Yes,
He's
and
the
then all
one
of a sudden it's
doing
like, and like what, like again, going back to what Steven said, it's like you don't have all the pieces, and you have that big piece that is Batman. It's like, okay, yeah, recast him or just go. There it is. That's
There's no point in recasting just Affleck because there's Ezra Miller, there's Ray Fisher, there's other problems, and
Yeah.
it's just like as much as I wanted.
How long?
As much as as much as I wanted them to continue, it was like
there are a
if
million ways that could have limped forward, and
yes,
all of them are limping forward.
right.
exactly.
Yeah.
And it's not like there was just one problem, and if they fix that, they can move forward. It was just, you know, too many problems, and one major one was Affleck and his commitment. And even Gunn said recently that, you know, Batman will be a big, you know, part in the 10-year plan.
Mhm.
Ben Affleck's not gonna commit a 10-year plan.
No.
That's never gonna happen.
No.
So he was out. And
Right.
if he's out, then there's no other person that you can, you know, bring in and just keep continuing with Cavill. So Cavill had to be out.
Yeah.
Patty Jenkins was out.
sucks.
So
So
it's just
did anybody make that connection that he met with Ben first and said, and probably Ben said, no, I cannot commit to 10 years. And then that's when he said, okay, well,
because Ben never was going to commit to Ben was going to commit to 4 movies.
Maybe.
And then they talked him into
he didn't commit to 10 years under Snyder.
No,
Right.
he was supposed to
Right.
get a nice little fucking send off.
People love quoting it all the time because what he says was that Zack Snyder's story for Batman sold him on the idea, and so people use it as like a, oh look,
The gold
Ben
standard.
Affleck loved the idea, the pitch for Batman. But what they don't include from that is what sold him for it was the arc, which includes the death.
Yep.
So he was told you're going to be an older version of Batman. You're going to be at the end of your career, and your arc is that you sacrifice yourself to save Superman, to prove that Superman is to establish him as the symbol of hope. And Zack
He read the Wikipedia.
and Ben said, "Yeah, sure, I'll do that." And then, like, is it any surprise that the Justice League reshoots affected him so badly in his personal life, but also in his relationship with Batman? Because all of a sudden, that limited engagement that he signed up for got taken away. He's like, okay, now my death is taken out, which means like, what am I supposed to do with my movie? And like, all of that gets turned upside down. And he's like, now I'm stuck in the middle of this contract for this character for that I didn't want to do, except for this version of it that I agreed to do. And like, fans used to harp on that all the time, and now they're like, no, bring him back. And it's like, well, for what? To do the thing that, and like, I'm not saying the thing like the role. I'm saying the thing that was so bad for his health was the fact that original role was
Changed.
abandoned in the middle.
Changed. Yeah.
And so him coming back for Flash, for example, he even mentioned this when he said it, because that was supposed to bring closure to the character. And so now they're saying, well, they could bring him back for more, and then the Batfleck movie. And it's like, sure, in 2017 he wanted to do that, but I guess 2022, like I'm there.
Bingo.
I get
That's
it. There's a
what
million,
people
and
forget.
I've done it, and we
Forget
can. There's so many different ways. Like, sure, hypothetically, we could get to like restore the Snyderverse one day, and I would love that. But like, also, you can just breathe a sigh of relief, like it's done. Like you don't need to.
Yep.
Like it's
And
just.
Gunn has
but
his
the-
slate
You know
ready
what?
now,
You know
so
what?
he
It-
probably
but
pitched
This
the
died in
projects as well.
2017. We got a special.
Yes.
A special prize in
the-
2021 when the Snyder Cut came out, and it's like that was awesome, and it's not done because I've got it on my shelf. I can watch it whenever, but like
Exactly.
I'm not saying move on from this. When I say move on, I'm not saying like everybody needs to quit caring about this. I'm just saying let it go. The franchise
Right.
doesn't want to be what you want it to be.
This is the
let it-
equivalent. Here's where I come down. This is the equivalent of I'm thinking Old Yeller. Let's just take the dog out the back. Let's
him out
take
of
the
its
dog
nursery.
out back. Let's take the rabbit. Let's take the rabid dog out back
And shoot him.
and shoot it.
Yeah.
And then what we're getting is, and I'm going to extend the metaphor even further. And we're getting a new puppy, but damn, a new puppy's a lot of work. And I'm
Gotta train it.
And Gunn is talking about this whole film and television and animation and gaming and how it's all going to be connected. And I'm going to be honest, and that's when I go, I do not yet know if I have it in me for all that bandwidth. Like that, I think that's the thing where I'm like, it's not like I'm saying fuck the new universe for whatever reasons. I'm looking at what the way they're advertising it and me going, I don't know if I have the time and attention for all of that. I'm hoping.
Imagine
I'm
if it was
hoping
connected to the
for-
Snyderverse, and you had
But
to,
I think
and you
we-
had to like draw a line somewhere at one because I reached that with Star Wars, and maybe that's part of why I'm a little more cavalier about this because I already went through this because Justice League and then The Last Jedi came out back to back, and that was at a moment where I realized like, you know what, I can't care about these things this much. Like it's not okay to have those movies come out back to back and have me feel like, well, what am I even like
I like that Star Wars movie, man.
But
Which
like,
one?
but it wasn't just the movie. The movie wouldn't have bothered me so much as much as there was my approach to the entire. I was reading every single comic. I think Battlefront was out at the time. So anything that was canon, I had consumed 100% of new canon material at one point, and then like The Last Jedi came out, and I cut that down by about half because I realized it didn't actually matter. It was all this ancillary stuff that they used FOMO to make me consume that I didn't need to be consuming. And then like the Rise of Skywalker came out, and that was like, oh no, really, I enjoyed a lot of the comics and stuff, but like if the only reason I'm reading it is to keep up with the movies, I don't need to read them at all because it's an Easter egg book. It's not actually the stuff that the backstory that was filling in the stuff. It was all nobody gave a shit. Like no, like it wasn't actually. And if it did matter, it was like some weird, it was like stupid DLC level shit of like the Emperor's speech in Fortnite, or like this
right,
character's
yeah.
backstory. This character is going to have no development in the movie because their backstory is in the like what. And it's like, you know what, like there's no at that point. It's just why. And I realize people are still invested in Star Wars. So I'm not saying like nobody should care, but it just for me it lost that connection, and I realized like, wow, there's this. Look at all of this content that like. How do you so I got to that point with the DCU where I'm like, you know what, I'll enjoy what I enjoy, but like whatever. But the second you kind of detach from that, if like my nightmare is that like they continued the Snyderverse as like Zack's version of it, but blew it up into connecting comics and games and movies and shows and had all this stuff. And I'm like, what is this, like just too much? Like I remember having the 6-movie Star Wars box set on my shelf and being like, that's a story. That's an entire story right there that I can like look at on my shelf and I can consume it in a week. I don't need to be like, reading just like a fraction of this story that I like. And it's And there's plenty that I've been going through Batman v Superman 1 minute at a time, and it's take a drink for my podcast.
What's the point what's the point of making that, Steven?
There's plenty.
There's no gonna be
because there's still more territory to explore. Like we're talking about stuff almost every week on the podcast that is like stuff we didn't notice about the movie before, and like we're going.
But what's the point? Henry Cavill no longer Superman.
And it's like so fulfilling. I would much rather.
I want to stop us for a second here because once again, I know Casey that you're just giving shit because that's what you do, but because I'm also acknowledging that no, this is hitting people and they're not being performative. They're like this is honest to goodness their emotional reaction. They are invested, and I don't want to mock that. Once again, it's not.
Don't mock it.
And Ray, hold on, because I've been watching your activity on Twitter as well. I've been watching you, man. And it's the thing where it's like,
put them side by side, Dave.
Don't worry, it's fine. I'll talk to him later. But you know. I have his number, but but for me, it's just I want to give certain people the benefit of the doubt that this is what you're feeling, and I don't want you because I know what it's like to be mocked for the way that I feel. But once again, then there's a point. It's like for me, I'm glad I waited until today to get to talk about this because honest to goodness, my reaction to the Henry Cavill news from Wednesday night really has been tempered by the fact that you know, he left Witcher, and as you indicated, Ray, now we're really starting to buy into some of those stories we're hearing about why he was leaving The Witcher, and the fact that now he's got this deal with Amazon to do Warhammer. That makes me feel a little bit better. Like I said, I said this earlier. It's like, okay,
it was about that.
It was. He's going to get that, and I've said this for weeks now. Guys, don't sleep on Amazon. They put out some really good content.
Amazon has deeper pockets than any of the studios.
Anybody else?
Any of the studios. So let's certainly don't sleep on that. No, Scott, I get what you're saying, and I've gone through this thing where it's like, okay, I'm not telling anybody how to feel about this. Feel however you want about it. But I personally am exhausted with the negativity. I am exhausted with the hyperbole with respect to that. So for me, I don't feel like I'm going to tell anybody. I'm not going to tell you or anybody else how to feel, but I don't need to see it myself. And so I will control that on my own level as far as that goes. For me, when I was at work when this happened, and I just hear a little backstory for me in terms of the production ridiculousness I had to go through. Yeah. I was in the middle of recording. I spent over 3.5 hours recording a double episode of the Hexagon.
I saw your Twitter. I saw
that tweet.
Yeah,
dude, it happened 8 minutes before I went live.
Right, but
you delayed Film Junkie Live. I was in book club. I left book club because of I got the notification about this.
It was literally a case where I ran out of time and I had to stop it and go and I was like, I've got one more to read. I can do that tomorrow. It's not going to be a problem. Cool. And then 7:00 at night at work, it was one of those moments where like coworkers were talking to me and having a conversation. And then I saw Dave say, I saw your tweet. He releases that right before. And I'm like, no, what happened? And so then I go and I look and I'm like, and I was frozen. I was legitimately frozen for 10 minutes. Like I said nothing to no one because I was just reading and processing the thread and was just like, and that's a little bit after that. I was like, okay, I need a minute. Like I'm all right, but I need a minute. And then like 20 minutes later, after I finally could gather my thoughts because it was a shock. I mean, it was an anvil. Seriously, it was an Acme anvil. Like,
we were all Wile E. Coyote, like
it was, and that's why I can't tell people how to feel about this because it is, and because but the reason that I'm okay with it, and a lot of what Steven said is why it's what I reasoned afterwards is like, this died 5 years ago.
Yep.
It really did. And if people want to point fingers at anyone, it's not really James Gunn, or it's not James Gunn or Peter Safran, and it's not even David Zaslav at Warner Brothers Discovery. No, the real culprits are the people that started the knee jerk in the first place, that started the bullshit 5 years ago, that set us on this path for this to happen. Because, you know, we've talked endlessly about how the situation would be different if they had just stuck to their original plan and not knee jerk.
Oh, it would have been done by now.
Exactly. Right. And so that doesn't go away, guys. Like, that's,
and there were many chances to turn back also.
Yeah.
Like there was you could have said, oh, we screwed up and we'll fix it. And then like after Aquaman, you still could have gone back to it. And then obviously with any time in there, they waited until the end of 2019 to finally relent on the Snyder cut. And there was a brief moment towards the end of that, like during that time, where it was possible. But every single time you had someone from the studio pull some political bullshit.
Yep.
And then it doesn't help that the fans that had the passion to like get the attention to it in the first place just turned into a just relentlessly negative.
And to be clear,
nobody wanted to do them any favors.
I was just going to say, to be clear,
it was done after 2021. It was done. There was no chance left.
Neither of those scenarios you just said have ended either. Political bullshit is still happening in that studio, and toxicity is still happening among those corners of the fandom. That's actually, it's gotten worse, to be honest with you, over the last, certainly over the last week. Like, I can't even 100% read Boris Kitt anymore and not think, what the hell are you writing that for?
Yeah.
You know, what purpose is there to tell us today that they were going to do Man of Steel 2 with Brainiac? What was the purpose for that? What was the logical purpose?
It was a scoop, Ray. It was a scoop because we would have never guessed that Brainiac was going to be the villain of the fucking sequel.
No, fuck you.
Who would have guessed? My God, I would have thought there was going to be, Jesus Christ.
Well, it's like you said, Dave. He might still be the villain of the next Superman movie. It might still happen.
It probably will be.
Yeah, fellas, I gotta head out. I gotta wake up in the morning with my daughter's ballet.
Oh yeah, man.
Oh,
I'm on the East Coast, so it's 1 o'clock in the morning right now. So I'm holding on by a thread here.
Man, I appreciate it, man. Thanks for joining.
Oh yeah. I definitely want to talk. Before I got out here, though, I am the horror. Y'all picked on me last time, so let me say it correctly. The horror guy.
Yes.
What's your favorite horror movie of the year? Yeah, I had to put the R. What's your favorite of each person? Favorite horror movie this year?
I haven't seen any this year yet, so I can't answer this year.
This year,
I'm sorry. I apologize.
X.
X.
See, I haven't seen X yet. What was the last one that just came out? What was the last one that came out that was horror? Oh yeah, Barbarian. That's up there because I dug that crazy fucking movie.
Loved it.
Barbarian's up there for me now, for sure.
Okay.
I liked how it went from like one movie and then all of a sudden it went to another. I remember I was by myself in the theater going, what the fuck? This is the same movie? All of a sudden it just transitioned to like, oh, we're now with this character that we didn't know who it was, and then all of a sudden it just came, together. So I really dug Barbarian. Anybody else?
Next.
For me, it would probably be either Men or Black Phone.
Men was fuck.
I haven't seen Black Phone.
Actually, I'll just pick Crimes of the Future. Based on your reaction, Dave.
I know I couldn't watch.
I just remember that.
I'm not good with the whole. I like innovative movies, but when it's body horror, I just get like I couldn't watch Bones and All. I was like,
that's one that's.
Yeah, exactly.
Holy shit.
I just like cannibalism. I can't do it. Body horror gets. I can, but then at the same time, I'm like, fuck. I like a good horror where it's like a little, it's psychological, it's a little supernatural, but when it's all just body horror porn and stuff like that, I just go, I can't, so There you go.
I actually haven't seen any horror movies, but
You're not a big horror. He's not a big. You're not a big horror fan.
I'm not a big horror fan. I
get it. I get it.
But Crimes of the Future's on Hulu now, and it's Cronenberg, so I'm gonna try to check it out. And Black Phone's on Peacock.
Black Phone's good. I think you'll like it.
I think I'm gonna dig Black Phone.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Black Phone's really good.
It's more of a thriller than it is like a straight up horror.
See, those are my favorite, but that's my favorite.
Exactly.
It's a thriller with a little bit of horror, like just sprinkled on top. You'll have a couple little whoa, that's about it. But other than that, it's a thriller. Yeah. So, all right.
What about you?
Right.
Anything for you?
I don't really watch horror. I was gonna say if I could twist the Northmen into that category somehow. I mean,
there's no way. That's not revenge. No.
Well, not even mild.
No.
I'm not saying it's scary, but I'm saying in terms of genre tropes, it's got some. But
no, it doesn't.
No.
Don't try to.
But Google does categorize Prey.
You start talking about Avatar,
which I would disagree with that even more. But according to Google, it counts. So I'll just say Prey.
Oh,
yeah,
Prey was good. Prey
Prey, fantastic.
That works too. I mean, Predator, the shit that he was doing with is out of a nightmare. So that works too.
But I also like Smile. I like Smile. Smile was unique and pretty
That was so disappointing to me.
Really? I thought I was like, where else was it gonna go?
Did you
exactly? I was expecting that they would go somewhere, and
did you
think
that
saying the marketing was better than the movie?
I was just about to ask.
Marketing was
overhype it.
The marketing was on par with the movie.
Because
there was nothing.
Because I'll tell you, what was that, Dave? Remember, was it World Series?
Yeah, it was a baseball game.
Yeah, people were sitting behind the stand.
That woman was just sitting there, and I'm like, I don't know how she has the control to do that.
I wanted to react to Cara Zor-El in the chat. Yes, Smile is streaming on Paramount Plus.
There you go.
Yeah, so there.
Oh, that's okay. Wow, okay, they've all hit streaming. All right.
Oh no, trust me. That's all this week has been me catching up on every movie that I missed from like August to October because they're all on a streaming service now. So I've been like watching movie after movie going, I didn't see you in theaters. I didn't see you in theaters. I didn't see you in theaters. And I've been watching.
It doesn't matter. Black Adam is going to beat all of them anyway.
I was just about to say it came out today on HBO Max. It came out on HBO Max.
And no push from Dwayne Johnson at all.
He's done with that.
But you saw that coming, right?
Yeah.
Nobody's picking Nope.
Nope.
It's not really that horror.
I did see Nope.
It's sci-fi horror, so it's up there.
It's got horror elements. Yeah, I did see that.
No,
my favorite is Smile. I can't lie. Smile is my favorite.
The barn scene is the only thing. Wow. The barn scene's
great.
That was the only thing. I was like, what's going on?
All right, Jason. Appreciate it, man. You got
all right, fellas. Till next time. That's it. That's it.
All right, Jason.
All right, take it easy.
Good combo. All right, peace.
Take it easy.
Talk to you soon. Everybody
follow. We're gonna get symmetry now because we're gonna be 3-3.
Nice.
Is it gonna be like that?
Ooh,
yep, yeah, we are. Yeah.
We get a little wider.
I have to be. I got to be honest. Like coming into this, this is way more rationality than I was. Like, not that I thought there wasn't.
That's usually how it happens.
Rational discussion, but like, but you know how Twitter, it just the last 24 to 48 hours has just been like, oh my god, like.
Well, a lot of us like to be obtuse, and me. Particularly like to
Ben, you like to be sassy.
I like to be
smart ass
because
I know. I saw Ben started casting the new
I saw you. I was watching you.
Stop. Relax.
The minute I saw Dave responded, "Ooh, I got you, bitch."
Okay, okay. See, like I wasn't even talking about any because I've seen Ben's stuff. I wasn't even talking about him, but I did see I didn't respond, because Dave did it for me. But I'm just like, what? Why are you tweeting, James? Why? Wait.
I know his people.
Ben is like 10 minutes later. He was starting to recast, and
he was already starting to recast.
The thing, but
he started recasting before this happened.
Yeah.
So
I don't even know who the dude was whose picture you posted yesterday. Said he came up.
I've seen so many faces.
When I saw that,
I just don't want to see
all that. That is not Batman. Get the fuck out of here.
I have never been more more
the minute I
excited
saw they
to tune
responded, I was like,
out.
okay, now I gotta cast somebody else.
Oh, dude, I was
I've
like,
never
oh, yeah.
been-
When it comes to Batman, and I'm seeing this guy smile like, I'm fresh out of college, and I'm like, nope. Who the fuck's this guy?
Yep.
No,
I've
no,
never
get outta
been more
here.
happy to just tune out of DC stuff than when people start fan casting new actors. I'm like, you know
oh
what?
my god!
I
yeah.
am so happy.
Yeah. Mhm.
I'm like, let's
fan-
go. Let's
the-
so happy to not even look at it.
I was gonna say, Steve, for you, Steven, like this actually timed out well for you because you could just bask in the glow of James Cameron
oh
and
man,
not even
Oh my
worry
God,
about
that movie,
anything
bro.
else.
The movie was so
oh
good.
yeah,
That
I saw
movie's
the
so-
news right before because I saw like an afternoon showing, and so I had just seen
Oh my god! Oh my god! Just kidding.
um
Be fucking
the
happy.
yeah. So I saw the news and I was like, poor Henry. I remember one of the first things I thought about is on the Vodka stream when I said, if this doesn't pan out, who
Who
looks
would look bad? Yeah, we were talking about.
And but yeah, then I went and I saw Avatar and I was like, yeah, fuck all those movies.
No, by the way, I want to call out. I
I can't believe
pronounce his name.
they
Casey, I need your help with it. But Raul
Coley.
Coley. I love the fact that he called it like that night. He was
The
like,
Warhammer?
"Hey, the Warhammer thing," and I'm like, dude,
Don't you think you might have known? Because that doesn't just pop up.
Oh no,
He
they
says
already,
he
it was
didn't-
already a done
He must
deal.
have known
It was
something.
already-
Yeah.
He says he didn't know, and
Cavill
that,
has been
Sure.
talking about it
but
a lot
which is
though.
yeah, but which is really funny though, because a lot of people I think that he kind of manifested it, and if he's not involved in it now, it's going to be so awkward accidentally.
But he's also become like one of Mike Flanagan's like
Go-to
guys. So
Yeah.
I love it today. He was like,
Fred,
everyone's
he
been
was
saying
in-
after my Warhammer thing that I need I need to buy a lottery ticket. Said, but instead I'm excited to watch Mike Flanagan's Dark Tower series on Amazon. I'm like, yes, bitch, make that
Yes.
happen.
Yeah.
Yes, that needs to happen. And I'm like, and
He
who are you
was
playing?
amazing. Yeah, he was amazing in Midnight Mass.
Yeah.
Oh, he was
Yeah.
fabulous in
Yeah.
Midnight Mass.
Everybody was.
the cop.
That
detective,
shit-
or
that
whatever.
show was
He was
so
sheriff.
awesome.
Fucking
Yeah,
sheriff.
it
There
was
you go.
sheriff. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, he was great.
so now the question is just how astronomical is the Warhammer 40K budget going to be? Because it's chump change for Jeff Bezos.
Yeah.
That's the
Like
thing.
that's the
I
fun
mean,
part about Amazon is like you
They
don't
have-
it's going to look better than Netflix. It's going to look better.
How
than
many
HBO Max.
people
It's going to
Cavill's
look better
already
than
calling
Disney+.
it.
I didn't know
Cavill's
about
already calling it
Warhammer.
cinematic universe.
He's calling
did.
it that.
He did.
But how many
categorize.
people that really know are aware of this game?
They're
Like
not-
Warcraft,
I'm not-
everybody knows.
I know a lot of
Forever,
people that are
but I
not.
don't know
Ben,
it.
you're right.
I
Yeah.
have
There's a lot of
avoided
people that
it
aren't
because I
aware of
was
it.
aware of how vast seems like a petty word to try to describe it. But so I went to I watched like some primer videos on YouTube to be like, I'll finally dip my toe just because I knew people that did the game, and like just seeing some of these sets and the factions and stuff, and like, holy fuck, this I don't know how they can fit it all in one show. Like they're gonna
Yeah.
need to have like a shared universe of shows to do
Yep.
this in full. I can like it's like Game of Thrones, but if every single whereas in
Kingdom
Game of
was at
Thrones
war with each
other.
whereas in Game of Thrones all the houses are
We're at war
Yeah,
with each
sure.
other.
humans and at war with each other, but also like are united with in Westeros and stuff. But imagine every single faction was its own Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
And with its own like it's that level of like, and there's like so many factions, and so yeah, it's gonna be, and like hopefully they pull it off, but yeah, it's a
Right.
huge thing.
Oh my
So-
God!
so
Because
even talking about
Zora,
Cavill,
Zora said that Avatar looked beautiful, but the story was kind of vanilla.
Oh my god! I mean,
Nah,
Nobody would even say that if it wasn't for the fact that somebody had like said it or primed it as
Yeah.
a thing.
I agree.
I mean,
wholeheartedly.
is it true about like can you say that subjectively about the first movie? Yes, but who really
Yes.
cares?
it's Dances with
You know,
Wolves. It's Gully.
like,
We
it's-
get it.
Yeah.
Why does
Have
this
I seen
apply
that
only
movie
to
100
Avatar?
times?
My
Yes,
favorite
I
was
have, but whatever.
Mine was Halo with Smurfs. That was what I like to call it.
Fern Gully.
Alexa, I
Anyone
never-
bring Fern Gully? Pocahontas.
Pocahontas.
Right.
Yes.
It was all of those. It was all, and like I said,
Right.
and I know this, and I never watched it. Like I said, I still have not seen. So it's interesting that you guys are saying that without me have seen the first movie, I could probably go into The Way of Water and be fine.
Yeah.
You haven't seen
Wait,
the first
wait,
one?
wait. You haven't
Recap.
seen the first one?
We've
No, he hasn't.
discussed this before. I haven't seen it.
It's
And
always
I-
shocking
Maybe
to me
he
when
wasn't
you.
here. Maybe he wasn't here.
How did you miss all the re-releases?
Maybe I wasn't here.
That's
I
the
wasn't
thing.
here.
Like that's the kind of thing you would do.
Well,
There have been a lot
I
of
was-
re-releases.
and the fact that I missed this last IMAX 3D re-release, like if I was going to catch it, that would have been like my. That would have been my
I'd
window
never
to catch
seen
it.
it in theaters, and I don't know if I'd ever even seen it all the way through, even at home. But that was the first time I saw it in theaters was during the re-release. I was like, I have to see it.
Oh wow, okay.
Okay.
Who saw it original? Who saw it
Damn,
opening
man,
weekend?
I
Who saw the
did.
first
I
one
did.
opening weekend? I did.
Yeah,
That's right,
yeah. Many.
When
I saw it like 3
this one
times
in the
after
same
that.
theater, yeah.
We couldn't. We had to go to a 10 a.m. Sunday morning show, and that was sold out.
Yeah.
That's how ridiculous it was to be able to find time to see that movie on opening weekend. It was insane.
Yeah.
See, I'm kind of wondering, like, is this going to have the same word of mouth? I mean, obviously, there's the projections was saying, oh yeah, it could open up worldwide for like $500 million, but then like Thursday and Friday has kind of been lower than it was projected, so who knows? But at the same time, the first Avatar did not open like with stellar numbers.
It had legs. That was the thing.
It had big time legs.
And it got an A cinema score, and it has a 90%. It's got his third highest audience score of his filmography. Check out my article on screenrant.com.
Which is top 2, by the way? I'm curious.
I think T2 is number 1.
That makes sense.
And
Yeah.
Aliens is number 2.
Yeah, they're not surprised at all.
The guy knows how to make a fucking sequel, and Avatar: The Way of the Water is better than
Even though I'm one of those people, I'm one of those.
You think it's better than the first one?
I think it's better than the first.
Oh yeah, it's definitely
wow.
better than the first one.
Yeah,
I think technically it is.
The first one,
Like I mean, cinematically, the cinematic language of the movie is definitely better than the first one.
Yeah,
but
I think the story is too. To be honest,
it would actually be very disappointing if it's not better than the first one, because the first one is not, exceptional cinema or anything like that. So it has to be better than the first.
Yeah, no, I think
you probably
like
are remembering
to watch the first one again.
Yes, because if you rewatch it, it doesn't hold up that much, but it's still good.
No,
Casey, to your point,
I
though,
remember
I think
getting
what's
emotional
happening
when
is
the
fact
Awa
that-
answered and like all the animals started responding.
See,
the third act is amazing.
And honestly, for me, Ben, it wasn't so much the emotional nature of the story; it was the immersiveness of the visuals.
Yes.
In 3D, in IMAX 3D.
That's
That's what it was.
Yes, and I got
like
both.
that's the reason I have. To Steven's point, if I don't catch one of these re-releases, I feel like, what's the point of me watching this movie if I'm not?
Forget the re-release.
It's designed for. It's designed for
even if you don't watch the first one, the first 3 minutes of the movie explains everything you need to know to enjoy this movie.
But like, I mean, if you have the time, like, it's a good watch on like, Disney Plus. It's just you're missing. Like you'll know when you watch it, but it's not like it's only worth watching if it's on the big screen.
Yes.
Yeah.
But the second one really exposed for me that I didn't realize, like, 'cause I think the first one is it didn't feel lacking at the time, but the improvements in the performance capture allow them, like the things that the technical improvements allowed them to do is the number of different Na'vi characters I was able to tell apart and track and have emotional arcs, whereas the original was good, but if you really think about it, there's just Jake and Neytiri that really kind of have anything going on. There's there's other characters too, but
you don't remember their names. You don't remember their names?
No, you don't remember their names, but also you don't remember, like,
they're all
they're just bit characters.
I don't.
Whereas like in this movie, the majority of the characters, vast majority of the characters are Na'vi, and you can tell them. I don't remember all their names because it's a new IP that I'm not. But like, there was like a dozen character arcs among the Na'vi characters that you can actually, they're not all the same, but that's something that you physically you technically can't do that with the technology of the first one, because you can't. Not only is it harder to differentiate the look of the characters, but the performance capture doesn't allow the actors to really differentiate them the way that this does. Like, I was really surprised the more I watched it, the more I was like, wow. The improvement of VFX. Then this is what Cameron understands. The improvement in VFX allowed him the technical ability to tell a more character focused story, to be more story focused with the visuals. When the VFX aren't good, the spectacle on its own has to suffice, because you're taking. But this is a case where, to me, the story is better and enhanced because of the reliance on the VFX.
How was the actual 3D?
Right, fucking crazy. There was one moment where I got startled because of things that were just floating. Like,
was it the rain?
I literally went like, "What the?" Oh,
the first scene where it started raining, I literally did.
There's like sometimes where the 3D, like if it's something floating in the atmosphere or rain or something like that, it startles you because it's just like, whoa, what
was this also filmed in 3D?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's
there's some shots that aren't though. There's some.
But he used a 3D IMAX, a 3D IMAX camera, but he would record. Actually, a friend just sent me an interview with Cameron that is awesome. But so they would shoot all of the mocap like during the day, and then after everybody went home, he would go get the virtual camera, and then he would actually shoot the movie off of that. So you'd get all the performance capture for reference, and then when all the actors are home, he's replaying the virtual shots and setting up the frames. He said you can do a close up, you can do a far shot, you can pan around, you can do it for a helicopter shot from half a mile away. You've got the data, and you've got it's almost like shooting in the volume, but like better, because you're actually working with the performance capture and all the different takes in performance capture. You can cycle through takes, and you can cycle through. Sometimes you can even blend them under the right circumstances. But you don't have to rely on whatever your shot is when they do the performance capture, which is pretty awesome.
Yeah, it's just go see it. Go see it. But coming back to good old DC and Cavill and all that stuff, I was gonna like throw this question out there and everything, because one of the things that when it comes to all this, and obviously, okay, so when it came to Dwayne Johnson and this whole mess, when it comes to Black Adam, and Black Adam just being fit right here through this crazy transitional period where I mean obviously we've mentioned the whole thing of like James Gunn has not mentioned Black Adam, Dwayne Johnson has not mentioned James Gunn. It's just a kind of weird thing. But then of course we talk about the whole Garcia's situation, and then you have Cavill kind of caught in the middle of this whole thing. Do we think like when it comes to this whole situation of like, all right, Cavill came back, put on the suit, saw the freaking cameo. We were all excited. There was cheers in my movie theater. There was cheers in many movie theaters and everything like that. And it was all great. And then, of course, he announces that following Monday, I'm back and blah, blah, blah. And then all of a sudden we get to this point now where it's like, sorry, it's not happening. I mean, it's just, do we think like, it was just like that kind of power struggle of what was happening during the whole thing, because from what I've gathered with my information that I've received is the fact that Hiram Garcia was up for the DC Studios job. So it was almost like a power move of like, we got to get Henry in there because that's going to affect. We all kind of agreeing.
Well, The Rock made it clear from the beginning that Superman was a chess piece for him. Because he was teasing. Go back to
Zaslav said it too. Zaslav had, like, even go back to that investor call a couple months ago. Zaslav said, like, the importance on Superman being the linchpin was set in stone months ago as far as the future of this.
No, but specifically Henry Cavill, because he was just him being in the universe meant that its entire company can be in.
How long The Rock had been using him as a. Like, it's not just. I mean, as I always said, that the hierarchy of change quote. I don't know if people always attribute it directly to referring to Superman, but it's about Superman. Yeah. And it's not saying that it's not about whether or not the Black Adam is going to beat him or be better than him or whatever. But the whole point was that Superman and Black Adam were a package deal from The Rock, because making him playing heel to Superman was the way to give him leverage in the universe. And so it wasn't until Comic-Con that he really said Henry Cavill specifically, but he was posting fan art and he was hyping up that confrontation forever. And then we know behind the scenes he's the one that hammered Henry through. So it was something that Henry wanted also. So he was participating, but he 100% got chewed up and spit out as a pawn.
Because people also forget that the day he posted that Instagram video, the official Twitter accounts of Warner Brothers and DC and the Superman account all were playing along. So it wasn't like Henry went rogue when he posted that Instagram video. That day, it was a coordinated affair on that day. But you're right, Steven, in that Henry got fucked.
Yeah,
that's the end result.
If I'm Henry Cavill, I seriously considered looking for new representation.
The management fucked him over.
I know a lot of promises were made to him, but as
that's
we talked about,
the biggest mistake.
But as we talked about, I think most of them were by Dwayne Johnson personally. But
yes,
but you go back to when we talked about this before, when I said if this doesn't pan out, who looks bad? He knew he was making a handshake deal. So it's not like he signed a contract and then it turned out the contract wasn't what he wanted. He knew there was he knew that he was bargaining on the Rock.
It was a gamble.
But not just but he knew that there was a chance that it would fall through, and so to him committing was participating in the Rock's scheme to put pressure on WB to kind of steamroll through this, and it didn't work. Right. And he knew that if it didn't work, that was a chance, and then if it didn't work, then he'd have to go into something else. And he knew that Warhammer was lined up at the time too.
Yeah,
which
you don't make an announcement like this, and this has been in.
His girlfriend is involved in that, so he knew.
Right. But you look at the whole, and the THR, that was part of their thing today, where they were basically asserting that he was a pawn in a scheme by The Rock and $7 to grab control of the DCEU. And I keep going back to Dave, what your source told you about Hiram being up for it. It was as though they were, it's funny to me how, because there was that part of the THR piece, and then there was the other part about the Brainiac and the Man of Steel 2, and it was all the people that 2 months ago said The Rock is just going to turn the DCEU into his personal plaything are now saying James Gunn has stolen this incredible plan from The Rock. By The Rock from us, and it's like you as clickbaity as that story still is, and as clickbaity as THR has been for the last 7 days, you can still look at that and go, that kind of tracks with everything that's happened since. And the idea that because people are still not wrapping I feel like people are still not wrapping their brains around the timing about how bad the timing was in all of this. Yes. You push all your chips into the center because for a week you had control of DC,
right?
And then you lost control.
Pushing the chips all into the center is an important metaphor, because we're talking $7. We're talking the Shazam verse. We're talking about Black Adam, which there are two separate things. We're talking about Henry Cavill, and we're talking about Hiram Garcia getting his foot in the door there. And on the other side,
and also on the side of not rebooting.
Well, exactly. And on the other side is Safran and Gunn. And so what you do is like Black Adam just came out, not just to prop up Black Adam, but that every single person on that team is going to say, okay, it's Henry, do you want this or not? You're either never going to be Superman again, guaranteed, or you'll keep that, or you'll give it one more shot. And you and so that's why, yes, he's 1,000,000% a pawn in this, but he's also, they told him, hey Henry, you do this and it might not work. I don't, who knows how confident they were, but it's now or never.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Hey, by
Henry's
the way,
not
hold on,
done.
Dave, before you get started, I wanted to address something in the chat. Logan
Mm-hmm.
Burns asked a question about, isn't there such a thing as spoken word contracts? And I wanted to bring up that rules can differ from state to state, but a written contract is necessary if the terms of the contract will take longer than 1 year to carry out.
So they
So-
give
Did
you
you
a
guys
break
see that
before
whole
that.
thing that Cavill got paid like a $250,000
$250,000, yeah.
for
Yeah.
each cameo for not
Just
because
for
obviously
10
we talked.
seconds.
Okay, so that was another thing that came out today too. That
So
was like
the two
the
cameos
Flash-
combined, he made half of what he'd make for one
yeah.
episode of Witcher.
Yeah,
Damn.
right. But it's like, okay, so then we got the Flash thing. It's like, okay, we all assumed like, okay, Cavill, if he's not going to be the future Superman, he's not going to be this Flash cameo that he shot. But then they were saying Wonder Woman, and then of course something came out from Flash Film News, which I trust them because I think they're more in touch with the production than anybody else who has like a source. And they say like no, because and I think it's a little bit different because if they were to, and then God, again with the whole the way that people are emotional at this point, Ben Affleck's gonna get deleted from the Flash. I'm like, he's pretty pivotal. Okay, stop it, stop it. Yeah, so it's like I hate that when I see that. It's like, okay, stop it. But I think there's when it comes to Wonder Woman, it's a different kind of cameo. It's not like a hey, this is the end of the movie, and they just fit it in like they did, of course, with Black Adam. So it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, I could see them obviously getting rid of that. I don't know if it was anything totally significant when it came to the Flash, but I think Wonder Woman, it's not the end, it's somewhere else.
My understanding is they both had multiple appearances, and this is the appearance at the end. That would have set up for more,
so you wipe that out,
right?
But then again, I mean, are you guys still gonna? You can still see the Flash, right?
Yes.
I'm
gonna watch all 4 of these movies. I'm gonna watch all 4 of these movies.
No, I'm going. They're DC movies. I'm going to go watch them.
I saw you kind of do like
No. I literally had an itch. I was literally scratching my back.
Bad timing.
These are the last movies with the cast that we like. I think no one's boycotting this now.
Yeah,
but
everyone's gonna watch.
Are you implying that we're gonna love the next one?
Oh,
and
it'll
we
be
just
right.
like this
Like-
one?
Like this,
It'll be
is
You
gonna
don't
be
have to
the
love it, but
shelf.
you'll watch it.
Like these movies are going to be the end of this shelf. Once these movies go,
Exactly.
this shelf stops.
So we're all right. So just to get this out of the way. So we are all. So everybody here, not necessarily me, because clearly I'm asking this question. Everybody here is convinced that this is hard reboot.
Oh yeah,
100%.
I'm not that convinced.
No. There's gonna be some stuff that hang.
I asked James Gunn
like,
that.
what would hang? Because, wait. Because Steven said some stuff may hang.
Okay.
What do you consider that could hang outside of Peacemaker?
Huh? Well, no. I mean, it's gonna
His
be
wife, Margot,
Yeah. No.
His
yeah.
wife's gonna be Wonder Woman.
Zachary
So-
Levi.
She's gonna be Wonder Woman.
Yeah. No. I think that I think they are gonna treat Flash as more of a flashpoint, but it's not going to be like a way where the movie sets everything up. It's going to be like it happened in where stuff is just different afterwards. And meaning the Justice League and everything is largely recast, or maybe they'll have more movies that explain that away. But there's going to be elements that maintain, and I'm getting that strictly for unless Gunn changed his mind. His tweet said we're going to keep stuff and get rid of other stuff.
Yes, no, right. You're right. That
he did say that.
His thread did say that. Yes, we're going to keep
either
what works
he changed
and
his
what
mind.
doesn't.
Either he changed his mind after letting Cavill go and talking to Ben. Either he changed his mind, or he's not hard rebooting. And for me, hard reboot means not a single person needs to be continuing.
Yeah.
Everyone needs to go. So that's hard reboot.
But I'm seeing a lot of like, oh, if you're gonna reboot Justice League, you have to reboot Peacemaker, and it's like that's just
exactly.
He's gonna do whatever the fuck he wants, and he's gonna make the canon work out.
No, I'm gonna argue that's not being petty. I'm gonna argue if you're gonna classify it as a hard reboot.
No, that's not what I mean. That's not what I mean. I mean, as far as the people that are saying you have to hard reboot, a lot of them are. I've seen people say that they don't want gun playing favorites. That's their problem. I would have a problem with that too. If
it's not just about favorites, though, it's about having those continuities still lingering around.
Yeah, because for me, the reason I asked this question is because the thing that I think that not necessarily. I mean, Steven makes a good point, but my point is. It's difficult for me to believe, even if Gunn and Safran really don't want a hard reboot, it's difficult for me to believe that they could convince Zaslav and everybody else that a hard reboot is still going to happen if any of those 4 movies makes bank, whether it's The Flash, whether it's Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom, which already is a sequel to $1 billion film. Part of me is thinking, okay, maybe he wants to hard reboot in a sense, but you still got to see what those 4 movies do, don't you?
Well, maybe that's why he's referring to what works.
That's where I get to that point where it's like, no, let's just, if we're gonna take the dog out and shoot it, let's just
go all the way. Go all the way.
Why though?
But again, he said
we want more Margot Robbie. Sorry,
he said his slate is ready, right? So they must have had the conversation already. And
yes, no, they have.
One possibility is that they might think that Flash will, hit $1 billion and stuff like that.
This is James Gunn, and this is DC, and this is cinematically, like the multiverse is out there. Like you're going to see stuff pop. Like they're not going to draw this hard line where they're like, none of that stuff will ever be referenced.
At least in the beginning.
But going back to what you said, one of the things that you phrased it perfectly, like everything that you said was perfect. But one of the things that you left out was, hold on, one of the things that you left, because I agree with everything that he said about James Gunn taking this direction with this universe. But one of the things that you left out is you cannot leave anything that is associated with the previous universe, because then there's going to be that comparison of, well, you're going to keep this character, but so-and-so did it better, or you are not being true to the character. So you're going to continue to be in the mud if you're going to continue to use these characters in moving forward. So either you do a fucking full reboot and start from scratch, or he could keep Margot.
He could keep Margot and reboot her character.
I mean, but like this is literally like this isn't even that crazy, because this is literally what they're doing with all the Daredevil stuff at the MCU. I'm not even saying
that is true.
That's what they could do.
I'm a fan of that stuff, so it's not even defending it. I'm just saying.
Ben, would you say, are you, because people said, and I didn't 100% agree with this, but maybe there's more credence to it, but people were saying that was the case about Viola Davis, how different of an Amanda Waller she is,
his wife, and Harley Quinn. Those 3, like I feel
and
like
John
he
Cena.
has, and John Cena, and whoever the fuck was in the Suicide Squad.
Well, it's just, I to me, like, all right, I hear what you're saying in terms of like the comparison's always going to be there, and then the mud's always going to be there, right? I mean, who cares about the mud more than the fans? Because I think
what's the point of doing it?
The normies don't give a shit about normies.
Exactly.
Well, no, but
yesterday when I was at work, day before, E.T. This was big enough news that like E.T. and Inside Edition like led off with it. It's like, what the hell? Like they're putting this next to Harry and Meghan and like all the other stuff and all that. Like it was that big of a deal. And they all kept saying the same thing: Superman fired. But at any rate, at the end of like the segment that E.T. did, the host, Nichelle Turner, literally said, the last thing she said was, "I just need them to get this all sorted out because we just want to see more movies." And that's how the normies feel at the end of the day. They're just like, when's the next movie coming out, right? So I think that when it comes to the mud that you're talking about, this is going to sound terrible, but it's easier to push aside somebody that hasn't had his own movie, and by Warner Brothers' fault, hasn't had his own movie in however long, compared to the guy who had the highest grossing movie in DC history in Aquaman, and compared to the success that you had with the only actress to play Wonder Woman cinematically ever. It's a weird thing where like no one, like, yes, Linda Carter, but that's television. Gal Gadot is the only one that has played Wonder Woman cinematically. Are you ready to cut that potential loose? Gunn and Safran might be. I do not know for certain, unless until he comes out with a tweet tomorrow and tells us who the new Wonder Woman is and who everybody else is, right?
Well,
which he could totally do. He could totally do
those characters because they're related through Justice League, but also you've got. I think there's a few other layers too, though, where like you got Affleck probably going to not be willing to be around for long, even if he's willing to stay around any longer. And that inherently makes it a little bit weird for Superman because recasting one of them changes that dynamic so much.
Yeah.
But
yes,
also, speaking of Henry being kind of like caught up as this pawn, when you're signing on for Henry, you're not just signing on for Henry. Like part of letting him go as Superman is saying
Cutting the company.
like is saying like
Nobody's
$7
safe.
like you guys like $7 can't like we
there's no more Black Adam in this universe.
That I will agree with. That ain't happening.
Yeah.
That it's over with that one movie and that's it.
That's
They're
it.
not-
Yeah.
Gunn came close to responding to something Black Adam related. So someone asked on Instagram, why did they bring back Henry and Black Adam if you just didn't want to use him?
I saw
And he
this,
basically said that all of that happened before I came in.
Well,
He
he
did
didn't
say
just
that.
say that decision.
It-
He basically said all of the Black Adam decisions were
Adam.
made before I came in. He wasn't just
Yeah.
pointing to
Yeah.
Superman.
Yeah.
He basically threw all of Black.
All
It
of
was
it.
it was
Yeah.
it was I don't want to say classy, but like it wasn't dirty. But he specified all of Black Adam
Yeah.
was
Like
before-
all Black
before
Adam
me.
failures are nobody to blame but the Rock and his team. Like
Until
everything
Gunn and
from-
Safran came in, they basically were trying to continue this universe and salvaging the same cast and trying to build from there. DeLuca was on board with another Justice League movie with the same
DeLuca and
cast,
Abby,
and
yes,
they
absolutely, yep.
tried to do
but that
the
was
Superman
all,
movie with Andy Muschietti, the more Reeves type movie that would be, and all of that just suddenly dropped when Gunn.
But wasn't
Gunn
that
came
with the promise that Black Adam was going to deliver some box office success? Because
I don't think Superman
feel-
had to do with that.
I think they were going to go forward with Man of Steel 2 regardless of what Black Adam was going to do.
Black
And
Adam was never promised the Snyderverse movie or the Superman movie that you need to watch. It wasn't like that at all. It was
But
just
wait,
a random
you
solo
mean to
movie.
tell me that if Black Adam would have made, let's just let's just
Can't even
hypothetically
imagine
here,
that.
let's say that
And
movie would have made $1 billion.
let's not lie. You're gonna go all hyperbolic then. Is what you do.
Let's say that it would have made $1 billion. Do you think that The Rock wouldn't pull his weight around to say, "I made $1 billion. I will definitely shape whatever it is this into the Rockverse or an amalgamation or whatever."
Absolutely.
He
but-
would have.
but
the
I don't
reality-
think
Zaslav
so-
appointed Gunn.
But you can't
Right.
just change the box office there and change nothing else.
No, I get
this
that, but-
version of Black Adam was never going to make $1 billion.
I agree
So the
100%.
version of Black Adam that would have made $1 billion isn't just. You're not just changing the box office. You're talking about the production process. You're talking
Right.
you're talking about the
The
cultural-
momentum.
Like you're talking about
Yes.
all these other external factors
Correct.
that all lead up to box office. Which
That's
is
what I said at the beginning, that
So
it
we're
was
not-
failing from the
so-
beginning.
because you can't just say
Yes.
like, oh, if this version made $1 billion, like, well, I don't want that because I don't want this version to like this like validating of this. But that's not that was never gonna happen. This like
Well, that's what his selling
So-
point was. If I make $1
Well, no.
billion, I'm running the show.
Oh sure, but I'm saying in order for it to make $1 billion, it would have needed to be a different movie.
Oh yeah, but he was. I'm sure. he
In
was
which case we
confident that he
can't,
was.
but we can't judge like if they were able to put together that movie that made $1 billion. Then well, sure, it's an entirely different situation with The Rock taking over because we're not talking about this like, ooh, do you really want that to be what every single DC movie is
Yeah.
like? And whereas like, well, I can't guarantee it'd be, but I'd be a lot more amenable to it because we're not talking about this being what it is. We're talking about
Right.
something very different that lands differently.
Yeah. No, but I think it's just
We had a nice little break right there.
I was about to say there was like
that was the first. Like, what? You letting me talk?
No, but I mean, like, God, it just sucks because Henry got caught up in this whole situation. Where, like, he wanted to come back, and he did come back, and then everything that he said was great. He's like, oh, I got to pick the costume and everything. And
the Horowitz thing, just the Horowitz thing that's hurt.
Yeah,
the Horowitz,
and I don't think it's Cavill's fault.
Well, no,
at all.
but that
Like,
was
I think he played along.
But no, but the Horowitz thing was all a part of the.
Yes,
it
was.
That was all of that was all the chips. I mean, that was booked ahead of time. Yeah, so
I'm sure the Garcias put that together. It was all.
Yeah. No, the
representation was like they were. I mean, there was a power struggle that was happening over here, and then that's the thing is this was before there was even a DC head. That's the thing. Like, people were grasping for it.
Exactly.
So there was so much. There was just people going like, "Oh, we got to grasp for it."
Even DeLuca was involved. So
DeLuca was greenlighted.
Garcias had Superman, so they were like, "Oh, we got this."
And this is why this is why the whole just people are ignoring that context when it comes to pointing fingers and being upset about it. It's like you can't just push that aside. This is why this is why
timing is very key here.
I agree with damn near everything Steven has said tonight, which is a first. But like, it's all subjective, of course. But like, the biggest thing that I agree with you on is like it's a Kobayashi Maru. Like, say that that different Black Adam movie had happened, right? And all those different scenarios had occurred, and we were talking about a DCEU that is under control of $7, Hiram Garcia, and The Rock. The conversation would be, "Oh my God, The Rock is going to destroy DC. Oh my God, The Rock is ruining DC." There's no way that there's no way we all win.
Projects that we like.
Well, no, see, but that's the thing, right? And
but imagine if he greenlit the entire original Snyder slate, and they were all like Black Adam.
See, but that's
there's your Snyderverse, guys.
Right? No, that's a legitimate point that Steven just made. It's a legitimate point, and that's another thing that helps me process this disappointment. Because I feel like some people think I'm not disappointed that Cavill isn't going to be Superman again. I am disappointed in that, but one of the things that helps me process it is from the beginning. Like with all the Snyder Cut stuff, with all the Zack Snyder stuff, we have talked about championing creative freedom.
Mm-hmm.
And if we're really going to champion creative freedom, then that means
might as well do it for everybody.
That it has to go for everybody. It must. Yep. You can't just have it for Snyder
and also
not for Gunn.
Now,
and also, I would have been more disappointed if it was someone else who's currently the head. Like, it's James Gunn we are talking about. We know that whatever his slate is will be, bomb. And
it will be good.
It will be amazing. We know that. So that's something that is.
I think that's the thing, though, is that I'm not assuming that. Like, I'm not assuming it's going to be good. I'm not assuming it's going to be bad. I think that's the point.
I'm just talking about in terms of cohesion, and the characters and how
I'm
plan
curious
will
and a little
be,
bit excited to see what he'll do.
Yes,
but I don't think that's the same as, I'm not sure I'll like it though.
Right.
He's someone who I'm very curious and excited to see what he produces, because
I at least have some faith.
You can be
that
hopeful
he would
too.
know.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I have faith that he'll make it interesting.
Yeah.
It may not
as
be
opposed to Hiram.
It may not be. Whereas Hiram,
I wouldn't trust Hiram.
It's so vanilla.
As somebody that liked Black Adam, no, I did not want them that in control. I did not want everything to be that in that regard, and I enjoyed Black Adam.
We disagree on Black Adam feeling this way, but maybe we'll agree the more focus grouped feeling movie, like you just get that where everything is just like, oh, the audience said there needed to be a joke here, and
the worst part is
more
Dwayne will be
there,
involved.
and like just
right. And Casey, like okay, so because I agree with Scott. Scott's right. I'm not making assumptions either, and that's part of where the stuff that Scott has seen me post on Twitter is coming from, because I'm sick of the assumptions. Yeah. And either way, I don't want to assume that this is going to be like, because the anti-Snyder cult is assuming that James Gunn is going to finally save the DC universe, and then the Snyder cult is going to be convinced that he's going to destroy it. And I'm like, both of you shut up.
I think that the
James Gunn's
I'm
box
not
office
saying-
has never been great.
Okay, but and I
So
think
that's also something to consider.
For
But that doesn't mean that he's gonna be directing every single movie.
No,
Or
just for
writing.
directing. I'm
But
just
here-
I'm just
but I
talking
will
about the
say this.
I
characters,
don't
the
think-
stories.
But I will say
Right, but
this.
it doesn't mean
I
that he's
will
gonna be
agree-
writing and
I will-
directing.
I will totally agree with people who say not a good look. I'm not gonna say like that. I'm not gonna say it's good or it's bad. I'm gonna say, but it's not a great look. The same night that you find out that Henry's not going to be Superman, that you find out the new Superman movie is being written by James, or James is also.
Yeah, you're
Did you
right
see
about
the Greg
boss.
Silverman tweet?
But
I'm
it give you
probably-
what was the
context.
Greg Silverman tweet?
But it give you
Yes, I did
context.
see the Greg Silverman tweet.
Yeah,
I
he-
actually saw
I
that.
had-
I had that shared with me, and I was like,
Yes.
yeah, Greg, I kind of.
What
He
was it?
basically was
you
saying
on
that
But the-
James Gunn shouldn't be writing movies. He should be like giving
Which
his ideas.
I don't know
and
if I
being-
entirely.
But wait.
I don't
wait,
entirely agree with
I-
that.
I
the
don't-
context,
give you
the context that it's missing though is that James was writing this since before he got the job.
Yes.
Fucking shit.
So he
No,
didn't
no,
give
no,
himself the
no,
job.
but like I said, Steven, I'm talking.
Steven, be careful what you say.
But I
Yeah,
said,
we
So
gotta
far,
say
you're in a
that.
perfect streak.
but like
Yeah.
I said,
This was
I
rare
said,
form
but
tonight.
I qualified my statement with optics. Like this doesn't. It didn't look great, which is also why when people are like, why would he announce this now? It's like, but there was that Deadline article that was the headline.
Okay,
Was
but you
that
know what that is,
James-
Scott? Though that's PR.
No,
So,
I
so
but I told
Sarnoff
you,
and
I
Hamada
told
would have
you in
let
our
us
Squadcast-
like twist in the wind, and then Boris Kate would have torn us all limb from limb. With it.
But I also told you in the Squadcast chat. No, this was coordinated damage control, because you got Henry Cavill's Instagram post. Now I got the timeline all screwed up because I saw the tweets from James Gunn and then the Deadline story before Brent shared the Instagram post. So I'm off about the order of release, about what came first, the chicken or the egg. But they all got released like within this tight.
The
this
meeting happened
tight-
one day before.
Wait,
So they were ready.
Deadline is from $7, and
Yeah. and
and
HR.
Henry spoke for himself, and Gunn
Right.
like the meeting happened, and then everyone went, "All right, break."
Our
Let's
parts.
get coordinated.
No, probably yeah, but that's also like okay, so it, okay, back to the Silverman thing for a second. Because Steven was saying he doesn't totally agree with it, and I don't totally agree with that
I don't
perspective either because I just don't buy. I've never bought that James Gunn would commit to 4 years of not being a creative at all.
He's also
under
he's a
this. I've never
Yeah.
bought that.
He's also a co-CEO, so he's not. This isn't a monolithic thing. He's there partly for the creative process, and this is not like. I agree. He shouldn't be right. I hope he's not like if he gets credit on every single script.
Yeah,
like, I
don't
want
write
James-
everything. No,
I don't want
Because-
James Gunn running a writer's room.
Because
Right.
that's actually it. If I'm going to go, if I'm going to go to my dark place, he writes one movie, it's a 10-year plan, this or that. But I also remember our complaints about when Jeff Johns was running things and all the movies that were being developed or were coming out were adapting elements that he created the comics, so that he was getting all the royalty checks from all the concepts that
So-
he
but also-
so that's
But
why it's a
also,
good
if you're-
thing that
if you write comics, then you make movies about characters that are in those comics.
You won.
Like obviously you're like I would go to my own stories because those are the stories
Yep.
that I wanted to see written. So there are
Right,
probably
yep.
also similar stories that I'd want to see made. So it's you can't.
right, but that's why I'm glad that James Gunn is a filmmaker and not a comic
Well,
writer.
He's a
And
writer
that's not me
first. though.
defending. That's not me defending Jeff Johns either. I'm just saying.
Oh no!
No, I get things.
Get
Sure,
him!
you're not.
Get him!
Ben,
Get him!
Sure,
Ben.
you're not.
No, I'm just saying.
Hey,
There
check
is
this month.
there is a difference. There is a line of demarcation between James Gunn and Jeff Johns as far as creatives and as far as like and not only that, but I keep coming back to the PR aspect of this, which we've never had. We've never had this. with DC. We've never had this type of piece. We've never had this type of PR. We've never had this level of PR. And the fact that James
we've never
Gunn,
had this kind of like. There's many firsts. Every administration of DC that has experienced issues, not just going back to the Snyder days, but even before that, has been caused by issues that have changed now. And maybe this isn't the answer, but it's at least a new strategy.
Right. Exactly.
They've got someone managing the PR. Right. They've got someone running the DC property. They've got.
And my point is, I think my point though is that it's new. That doesn't mean it's going to result in better movies.
No,
like
I mean that's never. It's
a refreshing exercise right now in our social media experience, especially after the last, almost 10 years. But I guess once again, because I'm not making any assumptions. I'm not making any assumptions that this stuff's going to be good. I'm not making any assumptions that this stuff is going to be bad. I'm just so tired that it's like
What are you talking about? We're having fun, Scott.
Scott, are James Gunn and Peter Safran taking a massive risk? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, they are.
Mm-hmm.
They're taking a massive risk here. I am on the again agreeing with Steven. Crazy how much we've agreed tonight. How much he's just said shit that I've been thinking tonight. I am very curious and intrigued to see where he takes this. And going back to the whole, because speaking directly to what you said earlier, your concern about the overwhelming nature of the connection, where he's talking movies, shows, animation, and video games. I am really curious to see how he connects all of it, because there's a way that you can do it that can absolutely overextend really quickly and overload people and put you in a position, and the same position that Steven was in, where he was like, I can't follow all this. It's not really that important. There's a way but there's another way that he could potentially do it. And I want to see how he does it. There are no guarantees that this is going to work. There's none. There's no guarantees this is going to work. This could all fail miserably, and Comcast buys Warner Brothers Discovery in 2 years.
I don't know.
This absolutely.
That's something
I was thinking about if this fails miserably, not just Warner Brothers,
like Reebok.
But if this crashes and burns, I think Warner Brothers got to sell DC. Like at that.
Yeah.
No,
100%.
And
I've always not wrong. They'll sell it. They'll sell. Just look what happened to Marvel. Remember when they sold to that?
Oh, the 90s.
I remember and guess who'll buy it? Guess who has the money to buy
Amazon.
it?
Apple. Amazon and Apple.
Amazon.
Because oh man, I'm normally not a fan of Apple buying stuff, but Apple owning DC.
No, me neither.
Oh my god.
We'll get cinema.
Look what they did.
I want a Batman iPhone, damn it.
Look what they're doing with the Image Comics. What is it? Invincible? Look what they're doing with Invincible. And then
that's Amazon.
That's Amazon.
That's what I'm talking about. Amazon. Yeah. Fuck Apple.
But I've almost every time someone has said like, oh, Disney's gonna buy DC or whatever, I've never been on the DC's gonna get
Disney. Can't afford it.
I thought AT&T might sell the comics off, but not the film rights. But if this crashes and burns,
they need to sell.
I shouldn't be saying this out loud, because then you're gonna get this whole contingent of people.
Because it sounds a little bit like
let's
a
boycott it,
because
make
we've
them
heard
sell
so many
it.
people say this, like sell DC, sell DC.
Well, okay, but
if this doesn't work though, like this is,
they'll have a yard sale.
This is the. Look, what do you do? Like, you're gonna do it again? Like, you're gonna reboot again? If this, like, no, like you're gonna box it up and you're gonna sell it, and they're gonna sit on it for 5 years.
Yeah, and to be fair, Scott, like you're right. We have heard the whole sell DC, but that's the thing. Like, Disney is like the best brand builder on planet Earth. They have convinced so many people that they have the power to buy and sell anything they want. And the reality of the situation is that Tim Cook or Jeff Bezos could buy Disney 5 times over and still have money left. And nobody knows this, though. Nobody realizes this. That's the funny part about it. So when we talk about DC being sold, it's like we're talking about it in the realistic sense as to who actually has the money and the power to buy it. And it is not Disney.
Well, and also, I also want to look at Disney buying Fox, and I'm like, has that really worked out well for them? Like, I'm looking, like, because a lot of those movies I've been catching up on have been, unfortunately, those Fox Searchlight movies, and it's been like, except for Banshees of Inisherin, they're really, it's like
I gotta watch that.
Oh God! Now it's on HBO Max.
I
You
know.
need to jump on that.
I gotta jump on so many before I do my.
Matthew Baloney, who made a name for himself last week with that Puck News stuff, because that's the proprietor of Puck News. He made a comment, I guess, that a listener over at the Hexagon pointed me to, with respect to Disney not focusing on non-IP content for the service. They really have just gone all in on Marvel and Star Wars and have not developed anything outside of those two franchises. And he thinks that it's hurt them. And I agree. I think that they don't have the library. They don't have the I mean, I'm not saying that Marvel and Star Wars aren't successful for them. Obviously they are. But what have they got outside of that? Truthfully, other than maybe now Avatar, but is that a franchise yet? Not as long as it takes Cameron to make these movies.
Alien, and I mean they've got.
Why isn't there?
No, I get what you're saying, Steven, but are they on the level of Marvel? Like as far as their investment in these other franchises, that's what I'm talking about. Like their investment is largely in.
They should have invested in Ridley Scott.
Oh,
but I mean, look at the if you're gonna look at stuff that drives subscriptions. I don't know how much iteratively, like Marvel and DC stuff is what keeps their existing. Like they're not growing subs any with that, but like Alien is something that I have no idea how Predator performed for Hulu,
right.
But yeah, Predator or Prey.
Probably very well. Probably a little bit.
In terms of like sub growth, but like the demographic that you're going to get to grow your is those other unexploited IPs,
unexploited
and that hit unexploited demographics, and so stuff like which I know there's Alien stuff in the works, but that's where you're going to see the bump, and it's not necessarily even because they're more popular than Star Wars, but if you look at the Venn diagram of like Star Wars fans and Disney Plus subscribers, it's a circle. So
it's a circle.
So you're not growing any. No, you're not growing anything, but whereas I'm sure you've got a lot of Alien fans already subscribed, but if you were to have like an Alien show and put it on Disney Plus instead of Hulu, or frankly, if the sub doesn't matter if they own both,
they just need to bring Touchstone back and have like a Touchstone section on like Disney Plus.
I need some of those movies to like be available again, because like I hate doing like my movie search of, can I stream this movie? No, it's a Touchstone movie. It cost me $17.99 to buy it. It's like,
just bring it back. You've got the parental controls on the app already. Just go ahead and bring it back. Do you think that'll be the case?
What? So
yeah,
that's what I was kind of talking about. They would have a yard sale.
So you're thinking it'll be like basically Marvel 30
That's
years
what he
ago.
said. I mean, it'd be like X-Men go here, Spider-Man go here.
Yeah,
that would be bad.
I don't think they'll make that mistake, especially after
okay. I mean,
that'd be awful.
It would be awful. And
well, I don't know. We'll see. I also want. It would also depend on who is looking to buy, because I have this feeling if it's either Bezos or Cook, I feel like they'd want the package, wouldn't they?
Everything, yeah.
They'd want it all, because think of the possibilities as far as being able to control, and because I think that they're looking at Disney and and Marvel Studios, and they're looking at Spider-Man still in Sony's grip.
Yeah,
especially with today's news. Come on now. Haven't done that.
But didn't HBO? Warner Brothers made a deal. They're shopping out like lesser known characters to other streamers, which I like a lot, because there are a lot of characters in the DCU universe that are not going to see the data light on the HBO Max or in the cinemas. So I would love to see those characters, whether they are milestone characters or anything that it's not that they're not going to use. I would love to see them more anywhere else.
And Logan Burns asked a question in the chat. Said, "What would Amazon do with them? What would they thrive there?" Remember, Amazon owns Comixology.
Yeah,
like
they could put it in comics and put it also in streaming.
Like that, you're talking about. Like I can imagine a world like what Scott Snyder did with his Best Jacket print. Like those were all Comixology originals before Dark Horse started publishing like the physical books, but like they were, if you wanted to read all those new books that Scott Snyder and his crew were putting out, you had to have comics. You had to either have a Comixology Unlimited subscription, or you had to be paying Amazon to buy those books. So if we're talking the business aspect of it, you know, right now, Warner Brothers has DC Universe Infinite for you to be able to at least read that entire library in 6 months after it comes out, if you have an Ultra subscription. But imagine if someone like Amazon was able to say, oh no, you have to have Comixology Unlimited if you want to have that, you know, archive of DC Comics. And then all, and because, you know, DC Universe Infinite sometimes does those like original books. Imagine if they're all Comixology originals, which means who's getting the money? It's Amazon. Like when I want to go down the, if I want to go down the rabbit hole of what it could do, it's
staggering.
It's staggering. Like it really is.
No, it is, and I think the core of this is we all understand that there's no guarantee this is going to work, because we're now talking about potential scenarios if it fails miserably and what might end up happening afterwards. So I don't think we're, at least here among us, we're not making the assumption
and that's what's
that this
funny
plan
too,
is going to work.
We're not picking a side of it too. There's people that pick a side of like, how dare you support that, or how dare you do this, and I'm like, I just want to see what happens. Like I'm totally like when I on Wednesday on Film Junkee Live, cheers. I was like going, hey, you know, I hate this, but I'm curious to see what happens. You know, am I fully confident in Gunn? No. Am I thinking that he's going to fall flat on his face? No. Do I think it's going to be set? No. I'm curious to see, you know, and that was one of the things that I wanted to even like bring up too, is like the fact that, okay, we're going to get a Superman in his younger years. Okay, cool. So how young are we going? And
that
then
was so confusing.
Well, because he said, but because there was other, because part of what Gunn is doing, it's weird. Like it's a catch-22, because on the one hand, like he puts stuff out on Twitter, and I love the Twitter PR that he's doing, but it also opens the floodgates for any and everyone to ask him the dumbest fucking questions just out of impatience.
Are you talking to me? Are you talking about
no,
me?
Not you.
Yes,
not
Ben,
you.
we're talking about you.
Yes, we're talking about you, Ben.
Ben,
you want some crazy
Ben, people asked way dumber shit than you did.
No, I've seen that.
Notice he didn't say you didn't. But Ben, notice he didn't say that you didn't ask dumb shit. He just said people asked dumber shit.
I caught that.
I was making sure you caught that.
I'm not drunk yet.
But
you effing stupid.
but it's a case where, like, even when that thread came out, Casey, he was answering, and he's done this a bunch of times where, like, he just picks random people to answer, and so further down
shit. He picks negative shit,
and like, so further down the line, he told I forget what tweet it was, but wasn't he the one that confirmed that he will be working at the Daily Planet?
Yes, it'll be early days. So, like, we'll see him meet Lois Lane. Is basically what he said.
So all the people that are like, we don't want a Smallville movie. Well, clearly it's not a Smallville movie.
Well,
he said he didn't say Lois Lane or Daily Planet. He said that he will already have met the major characters.
No, he said we'll see him meet Lois Lane. He said that in another tweet.
Oh,
yeah. He did.
Okay,
yeah, but
he did say it wasn't an origin film. He reiterated that it wasn't an origin.
Well, I was thinking, because what I was thinking it would be something like the Batman. He's in like year 2, like he's already. That was where my brain. When trying to say,
I've got so many.
Wouldn't get
so many people.
Wouldn't get
so many people respond to that saying that it's gonna be just like the Batman. You know, they're gonna start with year 2. Yes, that's my question. Is it a hard reboot or not? The Batman is a hard reboot.
Okay,
this doesn't seem so sure.
I think it's a retcon. Of Henry Cavill Superman.
Yes, because again, the Flash can do that.
Right, and that's part of it. Casey, is we're still in the gray area. He only gave us one piece of information that the next Superman movie will not star Henry Cavill. That's literally all he's essentially told us as far as big information. As far as the rest of his plan, we still don't know.
And
we
people
still
just
don't know
kept
how those
assuming it's a hard
movies are
reboot.
Until like January, probably, based on his tweets.
I think
Did
he just
Razor's
wanted
freeze?
everyone's Christmas to
Oh,
go
he's back.
well.
What happened?
No, what's
Everybody
going to happen
froze.
at the end of
Everybody
the
okay?
Flash? They're going to reshoot the last thing, and everything's going to be like they're going to come back to normal, and then you're going to see like the back of the Flash. He's all, is everything back? Are we back? And then he's going to turn, and it's going to be Logan Lerman, and then there you go, end
Logan
credit.
Lerman.
Yeah,
Timothy. It's gonna be Timothy.
Everybody's going to change their face. No, but I mean, like, okay, so we have like this early Superman. So like, okay, so what happens with this Batman? If they're not going to use Pattinson, obviously, that was all, they went on, and
he and Reeves made that clear.
They made that clear.
And
So that's gonna
please
be its
keep
own
it
thing.
separate. I want that.
Reeves
I
says,
want that
"Fuck
to be its
your
own thing.
universe."
Okay.
No, Reeves said, "Fuck your universe."
So-
I don't want to be part of this shit.
So what? So are they going to keep like an established Batman already when it comes to this universe? Is it going to be like pretty established, not as, but not in his mid 40s, but maybe his late
He'd have
30s?
to be younger too, wouldn't he?
Yeah,
he can't be Affleck's age.
Yeah,
no,
he's
They're
gotta
not.
be-
They're
There's
not
a
making
reason
that
why-
mistake again.
right.
Well, now, yo,
not a
are you saying
mistake.
Zack made a mistake? Are you
Yeah.
fucking saying
WB.
Zack made a
WB.
mistake?
WB is not making that.
Yeah, come on, it's not a mistake.
No,
Snyder,
it's not a mistake.
No, certainly
From
not.
WB's
No.
perspective, it was.
yeah.
Mm.
Well, it was always the Batman. It was always the Batman problem when it came to
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
So-
I think about, and I'm gonna pull this card again because y'all are sick enough of hearing me say this, but I'm gonna think about
No.
like what John Byrne did in the Man of Steel, where it was when he met Batman in that miniseries, like that 5-6 issue miniseries. Yeah, Batman's a Batman that's almost on his way to already having Jason Todd. Like it's and because that's when they meet. Like it's not unheard of for like when Superman shows up in town. Like I know Batman's been operating for like 10 years. Like he's already been through a Robin at the point that Batman and Superman meet.
That's not a bad idea, though, to already be like.
That's exactly how it's gonna be because more than Superman, Batman does not need another origin.
I was gonna say,
story.
and I don't get any indication that he's interested in telling origin stories with
No,
either of
fuck
those
no,
two
no.
whatsoever.
I think it's gonna be a
Probably not
Spider-Man.
even if they go as far as like doing the whole Wonder Woman thing recast, don't even tell that origin story either. I don't know.
No,
already have all these established. You can have little flashbacks maybe or something.
Yeah.
But we don't need to retell all these stories again and again and again and again. We don't. We just don't. So. I mean, I think the only ones that would need like an origin story is like anybody if they're going to be working up to a Justice League movie. Is like, Martian Manhunter definitely needs.
Martian Manhunter would need one,
and Green Lantern.
That's what was so great about what Snyder was doing was like he had characters that were already like, hey, there's like characters within this universe. So why not?
So thank you for bringing up Green Lantern, Casey, because there was a question I wanted to ask because I thought about this this is a little bit more tinfoil hat, but maybe there's something to this. Because, the whole Green Lantern thing always felt like that Johns was in the way of that.
John Stewart.
Oh, he was definitely, that was definitely.
So is it possible that...
God damn it!
So is it possible... I mean, because first of all, is that logo official? Is that DC
Oh,
Studio?
yeah, I was going to ask you guys.
Is that logo official?
What did you feel about the logo?
Grace said that it was a leak and that some tweets were taken down.
Nobody has asked me to take mine down.
So if it's official, Green Lantern is in that image.
That's Hal Jordan's Green
Lantern.
Lantern.
That's literally like the New 52 poster.
Anthony Dorsey already pointed that out to me. Yes, you're right. But my question is it possible that this approach is a way to get Green Lantern, out from under the roadblock that is Jeff Johns?
I think so. I don't know how he can stop it.
Well, he's clearly been stopping it to this point, like for
I
everything
don't
in the
think there's
previous
anything you
regime.
can do
Well, I don't
about
think he
Green
was-
Lantern.
They
don't
can
think
make a
he was
movie with Green
stopping
Lantern,
it.
don't they?
He was people were stopping it for him. I mean, he's been cozy with he because the story goes Nolan basically had him kept off set for all of their stuff
BVS.
because well, not just BVS but Man of Steel and no one from DC Comics was allowed to interfere with the Dark Knight
Cinema.
stuff. Yeah, cinema was too important, and so like the DC, and so but so now that it's siloed, that on as a studio under Warner Brothers, that's even less. There's even less of a bridge there.
Okay.
I think that Gunn and Safran have the ability to just say no. Whereas, I mean, I could be wrong, but who's even the COO at DC Comics right now? Is that still
Still Jim Lee?
It's still Jim Lee.
Is it still Jim Lee? All right. Okay.
Yeah,
So I don't know if
So basically, you're saying the people that enabled him are essentially gone now.
yeah.
All right. Okay. Then in that case, then.
And also you got Zaslav.
But can
and
they
you got-
make a movie without him?
Yeah,
Like, they own the character, right?
Are they
which
allowed to
character, though?
use the character without his permission?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying? Yeah, as long as DC Comics owns the character.
Yeah, they
Right.
own
Yeah,
it.
then
He
that's
doesn't
fine.
own it.
It's
Well,
just that
it's-
he
it-
created so
it
many
depends on the story,
concepts.
right?
Right, because he created so many concepts that have become synonymous with the Green Lantern mythology. Like I go back to the fact that when he brought Hal Jordan back in Green Lantern Rebirth right before
it's
Infinite
so good.
Crisis,
I like that one. I actually did.
There's so much that we just take for granted as part of Green Lantern mythology that literally whole cloth came from him. That's how he's been able to bargain himself into having such a iron fist on the Green Lantern character, because Green Lantern as a concept has been around since the Golden Age with Alan Scott.
Right.
But so many concepts that we just in modern times associate with Green Lantern came out of Jeff Johns' brain. And like I think that's what that was always the big thing that when we learned all that drama was people were like, well, get rid of Jeff Johns. Like, no, you don't understand how integrated he gets royalties on this shit because literally it didn't exist until he wrote it.
And he can have all the royalties he wants. Just get the fuck out of the way of the movies. That's all I'm saying.
But Ray, another thing
he's also
is
politically
that
connected at the studio though, which I think is the other thing, because simply having there's a lot of other comic writers who have made concepts that are used in the movies who get fucking steamrolled, right? So it's not just the fact that he created it; it's that he created it, which gives him connections, like political leverage at DC Comics, and DC Comics has always had leverage with the productions, other than the ones where Nolan was like, "Get the fuck off my set," and so via that. There was fuckery able to happen. Obviously, Nolan left. He came in. Sujihara came in. Sujihara backed all of that stuff. But now, not only is DC Studios movies siloed, but also I would anticipate Zaslav is far more willing to say "fuck off" than other former CEOs would have been. And I could be wrong about that. Who knows?
I actually think it's different now. I feel like Gunn would probably have more ties with him because, in a way, he probably sees the Green Lantern Corps and stuff like that similar to how he sees Guardians, and that might interest him as a project that he could direct. So if that's on his plate, then he would need Jeff Johns.
You want to talk
there.
about pissing off fans?
No, but
God.
Gunn and Johns would not get along.
Yeah,
I don't think that. No, I don't think they would. I really don't.
But if
know.
he wants to make that Lantern movie,
Silence.
I don't know, but we're not talking about whether or not we're not talking about whether or not Jeff Johns will be like talked to or involved or consulted or whatever. We're talking about whether or not he'll have the ability to interfere.
Right.
No.
And that is what I would say no.
Okay.
If he's invited on set or participates in anything, sure he might do that. But like Gunn is a control freak and like
Gunn,
and also,
he's not
and also
collaborative.
he's the CEO. Like so he's not.
He's not
like
Snyder.
so this scenario, right? Exactly. Like Zach. Like I'm not saying that
Zach
he,
gave
like,
him a
allowed
chance.
it to happen, but like Zach is a collaborator and he allowed those, and also he didn't have the protection. Gunn has the authority that Zach didn't have, and also Gunn is less willing to collaborate in general than Zach is, or
and that's
or
why he's
more-
writing the
yeah.
Superman movie.
And yeah.
there is some talk in the chat about how much Johns and Safran have obviously worked together. Because let's look at the Aquaman movie. That was Jeff Johns' run on Aquaman. Look at the Shazam movie. That was obviously John's reinvention of Shazam.
All produced by Safran. Yeah.
All produced by Safran. So that's a good point because that's all those new 52 versions of,
and that's what concerns me is I just don't want that to be I don't want that to continue to be an impedance.
If what people want is for John's name to not appear in the credits, like that's not happening.
That's impossible.
What people don't want is John's making creative decisions over the heads of the filmmakers. That's not happening.
There, okay. That last one is all I care about. If his name's in the credits, I could give fuck all less about that. I don't care. Like he could, people's names.
He's going to show up
is,
in the special. He's going to show up in the special things
Special
at the
things.
end.
Well, he was in the special things of Zack Snyder's Justice League.
Right, because concepts. Because once again, concepts and ideas.
Right.
You know, guys, I hate to say this, but you know, the whole reason Cyborg's in the Justice League was Jeff Johns' Justice League book in the New 52. Up until then, Cyborg was a Teen Titan.
The Johns thing
God,
is,
I'm wearing a shirt that says Flashpoint.
Speaking of Cyborg, he's not in that lineup in the DC studios.
Well, they replaced him in the in the New 52 version. He's in there on the right. In this one, they swapped Aquaman from the left to the right to cover him up.
Yep, exactly.
I wish
I'm
they
actually
just
looking at it
added
on my wall right now. So
I wish they just added Martian Manhunter or something. It's just why do we need to have Aquaman again there?
I don't know what they're gonna do with if they do anything with Cyborg. I don't know what, because that you want to listen. If we talked before about like the issues with each of the previous cast or what we believe will be the previous cast, because other than Henry Cavill, who we know is previous at this point, but like, how do you handle that? How do you handle that scenario?
Well, I think that's if they are I mean, there's a lot. If they, I don't know if they're smart about it. I don't know if smart is the right way to say it, but
that's just let's draw the line right there, Steve.
The fact that you laughed before you said that.
Yeah, if they're smart about it, I think that what they do is they do like they've got this young Superman thing, and then they do, I don't know what they're gonna do for Batman, but if they keep Gotham and Metropolis and whatever else they do on Earth kind of separate for a while, but then you've got like Green Lantern Corps that you can really dig into and some other stuff like that to build up. You don't need to go Justice League right away. And so you can allow a lot of these threads to develop and continue with team ups and stuff and big crossovers even before you get to the point where, you know, and do more cosmic stuff before you get to the point where the Justice League is like, oh, now we've got to form up. And by that time, you've got enough separation. Like, well, you can't just like go straight into, like, if you go straight into Justice League, you're gonna cause yourself a lot of problems. But if you do some other stuff first and have like a well-running franchise before you're like, now let's bring what's hard is that you can't lack. You have to have Superman and Batman in the stratosphere, but it's gonna be hard to connect them early on enough. You have to. I don't know. It's.
No, you're right. I agree with that. It will take some distance. So you got to put some distance between what just happened.
But like of the ways that you do it, like that's
Could he even? I mean, I know we're talking New 52 is a massive influence on all this, and probably will continue to be on some level, maybe. But like, could he even possibly go like full classic with it and put him back in Teen Titans? Like if he does that at some point. cinematically.
I would think that's more likely, because then what you're going to see is I guess he was a young Cyborg because he was literally in college, but I don't know. There's no world in which, even if it's 10 years from now, there's no world in which you get back to Cyborg without.
Yeah.
Like.
No, it's Kobayashi Maru. It really is, and I think that's like the crux of all of this is it really is Kobayashi Maru. Whatever direction you go in, you're never fractious environment.
Yeah,
I didn't know what fractious meant. That was a word I did not know. I actually looked at. I actually didn't. I mean,
fracture. I mean, fracture.
No. But that's
Scott mad.
But I mean
usually it's your job, Dave.
I made the context
Yeah, it's usually me
connection, but no, the actual like the definition of fractious is even different than I thought. Like fractious is defined as irritable and quarrelsome, as far as like
fractures. Yeah,
right. Well, okay. Fair enough, Scott. I understood the fractures. I'm just saying. So
I also
be a smart ass. That's my
one
job.
part we haven't talked about yet, and I'm reluctant to talk about it, probably for the same reason that Gunn wouldn't tease it.
Animation.
But I'm also fully expecting most of these characters to appear somewhere down the road, including Cavill. But you can't. Like,
I don't even want to think about that now.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Well, that's why he didn't say it, right?
Wait,
Are
say
we
it
going back
again.
to the Kingdom Come
I'm fully
stuff?
expecting almost all of them to appear somewhere down the line.
Oh yeah.
If not all of them together in a crisis or something.
Yeah, right.
Especially Cavill. I mean, like, you know, you got your No
probably
Way
part
Home
of what
or whatever.
The part that Gunn talks about, like the
exactly,
possibilities.
but you're not going to put that in the tweet where you're like, but he's going to show up in a surprise cameo in 5 years.
Yeah.
Like, no,
Well, that's the same thing about also teasing a Kingdom Come. What if they decided to do like either, and then a thing we haven't talked about too is animation. What if they were to do like some kind of animation where it's like a Kingdom Come style? Hey, but let's have the Kingdom Come story in the world of the Snyderverse with like these characters that we're these actors that we're no longer using, with these stories that we didn't go for. Maybe there's like, I mean, that's just one of those things where it's like, all right, how you can't please everybody, but maybe we can somewhat be like, okay, if people want to send off for the Snyderverse Kingdom Come, that's a way to kind of do it.
The line you're walking right there, and I've seen other people walk. It's like I am tired of statements that are going to give people any level of false hope, or like I feel like hope has become like this dangerous.
I knew it. It was in my head. I said I wasn't going to say it.
I'm sorry. You know why?
No, I can't find my car keys. I really can't find my car keys. It's fine.
Because I saw this guy in the back right here. I saw Travis, like, and I'm like, you know, I'm waiting now.
The gold standard is here.
I gotta come here to ruin everyone's night and stuff like that. But no, Steve's 100% right. I'm not trying to be like Scott and not
like
give
this
false
panel
hope,
tonight, guys.
I feel like you will. I think you'll see Cavill again. I think it's gonna be a very similar Andrew Garfield situation where it's 10 years later, and when everyone's fully given up on it.
Absolutely see a No Way Home type scenario. Like yes,
but which suit and which music?
I don't care.
Fuck. Are you waiting till the movie comes out?
It's not going to be John Williams.
I am so tired thinking about having this argument in 10 years. I've never felt more tired than the moment that you said that just now.
But
I gotta go, guys. I'll see you later.
The point is that I'm ready.
No.
He left. He's that mad. He left.
No,
I'm not mad. I'm just tired. That's an exhausting thing to think about.
We're going to be talking about this after talking about Avatar 7.
But the point I think I was making is that I'm just ready for this to be movies that I watch, or maybe don't watch, depending on how they go. But I just want it to be this thing that I'm not just like on the pulse of. You know, I'm kind of looking forward to maybe getting back to some sort of ignorance is bliss a little bit, because while it's been fun getting to know you guys, fuck, it's made watching movies a pain in the ass. You know,
but to that end, I agree with that, Scott. But that's also why, like, one of the things that I really pull out of this is, you know, what was the cost? Like one of the things that I wanted more than anything over the last year and a half or longer was I wanted DC Studios to exist. And as a fan, did I end up paying a high cost for that?
What did it
yes,
cost
I
you?
did. But at the end of the day, what did you say?
What did it cost? The Thanos meme with little Gamora. What did it cost you?
Everything. But at the end of the day, I got DC Studios. DC Studios is real, and that is.
But for how long?
Well,
well, you would hope, even if Gunn and Safran in 4 years, like, hey, we did our thing, we're either they want to move on or they're not happy, whatever it is, you hope that Studios just sticks around and then it goes on to the next guy or gal, whoever it is. You hope it's not, okay, if Safran and Gunn leave, it's over, it's done. Studios just no longer exist, because then it's like, yeah, what was the point of creating a whole studios if it's just based on just these two guys, you know?
Right.
Like, I hope when Feige leaves, that's the same thing. Like, hey, he passes it on to someone else unless they just hard reboot. Like, I don't think it should just be every time the regime changes. And that's my, like, I just laugh when we get this supposed logo. It's like, how many logos have we had in the past 10, 15 years of DC? It's like, can we pick one and just stick with this till I die? You know?
So you think it's a fake logo?
I was like, I was never too, like, when
we've actually had two. Curious Trap. We've had two in the last 10 years.
Yeah. When I saw the logo, like, even like the new logo with the circle and the DC, I was like, all right. I like that old logo that had the DC and the C with the flip look.
I just like that it exists.
Yeah,
on some level.
It's not. So. Yeah, it's not a maker. What year was we had just the 2 letters DC and it had like the blue ribbon around and then the stars? Was that before?
That was the 90s. That was the 90s.
That's still what I see in my head when I think.
Oh wait, no, that's classic. That's
nostalgia, and I think that's what they were trying to accomplish, but more of a minimal sense when they brought the new logo.
But Scott, I do feel that a lot of this that you're talking about that we've had to deal with has been because of how disorganized this entire this whole thing has been for the last 9 to 10 years. And so I see the beginnings of potential organization. I don't know if it's going to work, but we're further along on that trajectory than we have ever fucking been.
That's what I have my faith in. Like, I know that there will be more structure now, and there will be just 2 people deciding everything.
Yeah.
And despite the cost of the movies that everyone was hoping would happen, in order to get there, so many of the and I'm not even the biggest fan of the DC Studios model, but
that
was the best one.
The problem,
this was the one that I grew up with, is right here.
That's the classic.
This is 1977 to 2005. Yeah. That was 2005 to like 2012.
I first saw that at Batman Begins.
Yep.
That was the first time I saw that.
Flap is what came after this one.
That's the best one.
But I like that one that they had with the.
Actually, no. The one after this was the best one.
Yes.
Yeah, that was like a very distinguished, very like subtle. Like it's the D, and then it's like slightly.
The one that Man of Steel has.
I don't like. I don't like.
Here, hold on. I'm working on it.
I actually don't like the.
I'm working on it. Hold on. Well, there we go.
And at the end of the day, it's not a make or break. I think if that logo is the real logo, like I think it's like a fine. Like I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's great. I think it's just it's like I'm with Ray. It's like, okay, good. It's a logo. It exists. It's not like that's not what's gonna be the make or break of this universe.
As long as there's a cool intro.
There does need to be
here.
Yeah,
2012 was the best.
I don't like that one. I personally do not like that.
I still like the
2012 was the most innovative.
It's like a comic book cover.
Yeah.
I get it. I don't really care for it personally.
Look at those 42 and 49 Superman just like in the fucking logo. You know, like that's how like think about that. Just like
Travis, I will say that you're right. The logo isn't going to make or break, but the branding is because that's been another massive problem that DC has had is lack of like uniformity in brand and like trying to, you know, like I really do still believe that one of the things that Gunn and Safran have to focus on with respect to PR, with respect to the success of DC Studios, is they have to put DC at a point where the normies, the general audience, start actually making a distinction between Marvel and DC, because they still aren't. They're still
every
not doing
scene
that
needs
by
to
and
have that
large.
DC watermark.
Right. Well,
Just like a network television, like
Yeah,
it
the
has
should be at
DC
the bottom
in the
all
bottom
the
right
time.
corner.
well, just so that they, you know, on some level, the general audience has to see the line of demarcation, so they just don't think everything is Marvel, because a lot of them think that everything is Marvel right now. They have to separate themselves, and of course, because there are people who think Spider-Man is in the Justice League. I'm not joking.
yeah.
That's real.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
a
yeah.
thing.
If you go to one of those off-brand fucking toy stores, you'll see a fucking thing where it's just like, it's crazy what's in that package. But yeah, no, the logo is
Shrek is in that package.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah,
It
definitely is. Well, when it comes to animation, I mean, is there anything that we're thinking like what's gonna happen with that? I mean, obviously, because when it came to the DCAU, I guess you could say, is, I mean,
The
essentially
gold standard.
Yeah.
Hey,
what was the last?
It was.
There's only
Casey,
one gold
Shut
standard.
your mouth. That
no,
was...
no, Casey, you know that's been another narrative. You know, the DC should just stick to animation.
I don't think they should copy exactly what they were doing, but they were doing good.
I mean, if you want to
Until
talk
the
about
very end.
No, the connected universe. When I say DCAU, I mean specifically, I talk about what Bruce Timm and Paul Dini did. Like
that's your DC gold standard.
That's the DCAU. You know, I don't know why people attach that when my people talk about the DC animated universe. We're talking about Batman the Animated Series through Justice League Unlimited. That's what that is.
The best animation DC has ever had.
Well, because the stories, that was the thing. I mean, if you want to talk about a blueprint, even before Marvel Studios, if you want to talk about an interconnected universe, that did it.
Well, and even, you know, we've talked about this before, Scott, how Batman the Animated Series heavily influenced even what they were doing. Like the Batman and Robin is Heart of Ice, badly adapted. So, but that's, you know, and we when we reviewed Batman Forever, we were talking about the influence. I brought that up. We were talking about the influence that we thought the animated series had on like the production design and like some of the things that they were doing even in that movie with respect to that. So yeah.
I mean, it's why Dave and I do it. It's why Dave and I talk about it every Sunday night. But you know, but even then it changed because man, look at the whiplash you have from Batman the Animated Series to Superman the Animated Series. Those were two completely different shows, but being made by the exact same people.
Right.
God, that must have been a fun time for those guys just to do all that. You know, the success of Batman the Animated Series, and then just to like progress. I mean, obviously, you know, like you were saying, Scott, like the fact that look how different it is. But then at the same time, it's like the fact that they got there from just the idea of doing Batman the Animated Series.
But it's also a situation where they gave Bruce Timm and Eric Radomski and Alan Burnett and Paul Dini the studio DC. They just went, do your thing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's why we joke about the only people who complained was standards and practices. That wasn't the studio. That was literally the people running television. Otherwise they got to do whatever they wanted to do.
And they paced themselves because it was first Batman, then they introduced Robin, and then they brought in Superman, then the Justice League, and everything else just worked out perfectly.
It's funny when you get to Justice League and literally it was, now let's do a 3-parter and literally throw everybody else into the show. Yes, you know, but they did introduce Green Lantern and Superman the Animated Series. Kyle Rayner, but then they brought in Jon Stewart, whole cloth. But you know, that's what happened in that first 3-part arc is that you get Wonder Woman's origin, you get Martian Manhunter's origin, and then Hawkgirl and Green Lantern just show up. They just show up.
So we're all agreeing that Pattinson's going to be the DCU Batman.
Of course.
No.
Right, Travis?
Yeah.
Right, Travis?
Oh, yeah. He's going to be kicking the shed. Dark Seed. I know it's Dark Side. Calm down. He's going to.
That's the way they say it in Canada.
Yeah, that's how. Yeah, that's how they say it in Canada.
Yeah.
Who was it that you were? Who was it that you were? Because you were also one of the shit posters when the
it's never shit post when I'm talking about King Kevin. You know,
are you denying it, Ben? Are you denying
Fuck,
it?
you're right.
But yeah, no, you and the King Kevin shit. I mean, dude, it was 5 minutes after the announcement. It's like, God, shut up.
See, and I honestly, like, legitimately, as much as I like to be a shit disturber, I just, as a gimmick at Geekfers, I just always call him King Kevin. So anytime I'm talking about Kevin Feige, it's King Kevin, stuff like that. The guy's a fucking normal dude. He's made a lot of mistakes. He's made a lot of bad decisions. You ask me, actually.
Especially
I
in
like
Phase 4.
Yeah, no, I'm not with you on that one. There's some questionable, like, Eternals. Yeah, I'm with you. There's some questionable stuff.
Everything on Phase 4.
I'm still a guy
was awesome.
I'm still a guy.
Not everything.
You didn't like No Way Home, Ben?
I still
That's
put
the only
Phase
thing
2
of
at the bottom.
Shang-Chi, and that's it.
Okay.
Shang-Chi and No Way Home. Everything after that's been trash.
Oh, get out of
I
here.
got Doctor Strange.
Doctor Strange is
Madness.
trash. You can
Guardians
love-
Holiday
No,
Special,
it's not
Werewolf by
trash.
Night is fucking awesome.
Whoa. We're talking about cinematic.
Or you're not counting,
No,
wait,
that-
no, you gotta
you just
count
said Phase
those.
4,
You
you
gotta
didn't say the
count
movies.
those.
Yeah.
That's
gotta-
like Phase 4 adjacent. That's
No, it's
No,
it's all
not.
Phase 4.
Like
dude,
that,
this is what
that's
they're
the
doing.
exhausting part. That's
This,
the exhausting part.
that's where
It
the
is.
MCU is. He's because now they've gone from being cinematic television to like and actual television. It's like, what the
Yeah.
fuck? How are we supposed to?
I couldn't care less.
But like,
I
yeah,
don't
and
know.
like, I still put Phase 2 below for me because I got Thor: Dark World in there. I'm not a big Iron Man 3 fan, so there's
That's
like
better
other
than
things in there.
fucking Thor and
Age of
Love and Thunder.
Ultron for me is
See,
like it's
I like
fine.
See, I still like 2 better than 3. 3 is the one where I'm
Thank
like,
Three's where it lost me. So you know.
Yeah, me too.
yeah.
I got Civil
Screw
War
all
in
you.
there. I
Screw
got Infinity
all
War. I
you.
got Endgame. I
I
got Black
love
Panther.
that Shane Black fucking.
Iron Man 3
was
yes.
great.
Iron Man 3 was
3
trash.
yes.
Iron Man
No,
3.
Iron Man 3 was not trash.
Ben,
It was
I thought you were
trash.
supposed to be the
Oh,
Marvel
I
fan
thought you were
here.
talking about Iron
I
Man.
am the Marvel fan here.
Not anymore, Casey. I'm here. I'm here to save everybody. But
You're the gold standard of.
I am the gold standard of
people
Marvel
on here.
fans. You know, got Kevin Spivak. No, Passad's good. They're gonna do their own thing, hopefully, and I'm happy about that. And let them
I'm
do
looking for
that.
the
and
Penguin show. I'm ready for that thing.
I
show.
can't wait for
Yeah.
that. I can't wait for the
that's
Arkham
gonna be-
show, and I'll be
Arkham
excited to
show,
see who they do cast as like a DCU Batman. My interest is just, do they do the whole you're gonna get a Batman movie at the same time and a DCU Batman movie, or are they gonna just have him like kind of just a JL member for a little bit? That's the route I think they're gonna go, is just use him in crossovers, and then when Reeves is kind of done, you get some other stuff. But I really don't know, because Gunn says he's a massive part of the universe, so that would imply a solo film, and that'll be, you know, because people always say like, oh well, you got Joker and that was $1 billion, but there's not an also Joker other movie happening right now, right? Like Leto doesn't have one, Barry Keoghan
Right.
doesn't have one, so it's like, yeah, it can work, but there's not another solo Joker movie. So
Right.
are we gonna get 2025 the Batman and then 2026 the DCU Batman? I'm not really confident on that, to be honest. I feel like you could hold off on, like, if there's like,
Well-
let's say it's a phase 1 slate of DCU stuff, make Batman the last film of that, unless it's like a JL.
Well,
What
but
is-
this
what
is
is that
where it
bat-
also this is where the other part of it comes into play. We were talking earlier about the integration of all of it. It might be, and this is just spitballing. We don't know, but it might be a case where Batman is on television for a bit and not like cinematic, like at the like during the
Which
you
is
know, as
so
far as the
funny
connection
because let's
and
talk
all
about something that like never happens. Like we only seem to get Superman on television, and we only seem to get Batman in the movies. And
Unless it's
like,
old Bruce Wayne. Old Bruce Wayne is fair game to be on TV, like when
Yes.
Conroy played him and
Conroy
Titans and stuff.
and Ian Glenn.
Yeah.
and,
Yeah. Hey, that was great in Titans.
And Michael
you know,
Keaton.
but I'm just saying.
Michael
they-
Keaton, PC.
yes, he did say
Yep.
Michael Keaton. He did say
Yep.
Michael Keaton.
Are we forgetting the Batgirl movie that was supposed to release on HBO Max?
Never forget.
You know, you
Don't
can
forget
release
Batman
that now,
Beyond.
can't you? Can't you release that if you're gonna hit the like if
No,
the
'cause
hard
we gotta get
reboot
the
No,
happens,
tax
if
right
you,
off.
if you write it off, it's
No.
gone.
No, that's true.
because once
Right,
again, let's
yeah.
talk about the fact that I love how people
It can come back.
But they've got
yeah, Steven, talk about how the logistics of that, because
so they just have to pay back the tax credit,
right?
So so here's a lot of the stuff that you're seeing go away. I don't know about Batgirl, but a lot of the stuff you're seeing go away is going to come back because this year, because there's an acquisition, they have extra tax privileges they don't normally have, and they've got to cut a lot of money, and so what they're going to do is just write off a shit ton of stuff to take advantage of tax breaks that they're not going to have available to them any other time. And then after that, they can start bringing it back and paying the paying the fee to get it back for the stuff that they want, not for everything. But like for example,
what will they bring it? Going to show that.
What will they bring it back?
All subjective,
to,
but fuck off.
No, HBO Max or wherever. But something like for example that.
But there's no DCU now.
What are we talking about? Batgirl?
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm not talking about Batgirl. I'm talking about other stuff.
Oh, okay.
Like Westworld's being pulled off and everything else.
Yeah, but like Scoob,
like shopped around to
Scoob 2 is like totally getting released because they're paying to finish it, and it's not just for archival purposes. They're paying to finish it now because then they can write it off this year and get a tax break for it. And then report better earnings or he can get closer to that $3 billion of cuts that he promised.
Steven, do you think that do you think there's anything to this idea that they might that Warner Brothers Discovery might dip into the free ad-supported streaming TV? Because like everybody other than Warner Brothers Discovery and Sony has their own channel. Like Fox has Tubi, and Comcast Universal has Zumo, and Paramount has Pluto TV.
Well, how's that different from the ad-supported? Oh, you mean like a free tier instead of?
Yeah, have you ever seen like Pluto TV and like Tubi, where it's like it's all 100% free libraries of movies and TV. It's just full of ads.
I watched Tubi, almost pretty frequently. That's where Shadow was. If you haven't seen Shadow from 2018 Wushu movie, it's got fucking Ryan Choi in it.
You're the one who got me to watch that shit.
It is so awesome.
So
good.
I watch Pluto because they have not one but now 2 Star Trek channels.
But don't watch the version of Shadow on the version of Shadow that's on Pluto used to be good, but now it's a dub, and it's a bad dub. Check the version out on
I wouldn't
Amazon
watch a
Prime.
Dub anyway.
It's whatever Amazon Prime's Freevee or whatever it's called.
Freevee, it's Freevee. Yes, it's Freevee.
Yeah. Check out the version of Shadow on Freevee. That's the subtitled one.
But that's what one of the articles was suggesting, is that a lot of the stuff that's getting pulled off of HBO Max might find its way to a version of that, because HBO Max doesn't. Like I said, HBO Max and Sony are the only studios that don't own their own at this point. Right. The others do.
That's possible, but they're not going to have Shadow from 2018 because that's on Freevee right now and Pluto. But don't watch the version on Pluto.
Right. Does Steven have like some sort of plug, like he's a sponsor? Like every time they click on his link to go watch this, he gets 50 cents on the view.
No, it's just I watched it a few months ago and ended up having it on it's one of those things they had on replay because it was just so beautiful. Like even without subtitles, it was good to watch.
Scott, what was the thing you were going to bring up before Steven talked about?
Well, and then I rewatched Shadow again recently, and so now it's back in my rotation.
So long, I wondered if you were going to bring up the whole stock price thing.
Well, the stock price thing I was looking at because that's what I loved about Pud 33 bringing it up, because once again, Pud 333 is
what's his name?
I'm not going to tell. I know his name, and he doesn't.
Fellow Canadian. He lives only 4 hours away from me.
He's a fellow Canadian, but I'm not going to. What's the term? I'm not going to dox him.
No.
I know his real name.
No,
that's a $10 super chat.
Elon's going to fucking.
But he did. He posted some. I mean, some rationality and logic in the middle of everybody
he's
thinking
in finance, right. But the point that
did he say that making immediate judgments off the stock price is dumb?
He said he really wants trunks on the Superman suit. That's what he said.
Pud was commenting on the fact that the reason the stock price is plummeting is because of the restructuring. Like, it's costing them more to do all this. They're having to cut more, so people are like,
you mean because they dropped Cavill? That's not why the stock dropped. People were like,
no.
they got their notification. They're like, I'm pulling my stock out. I like Henry.
So
I'm investing in Amazon. I'm a Warhammer fan.
So fucking stupid.
And if they restored the Snyderverse, it would go through the roof.
Oh yeah. They'd be
Oh,
beating
right. Oh,
everybody.
yeah.
Apple would be scared if they restore the Snyder.
Right. Yeah. No, it's
what I wanted to say something was that super chat that you brought up, Dave, about them forcing Gunn to say something and things like that. I don't think it's exactly like, okay, you have to get out there that Henry's not doing anything, but I think it's like what we talked about last week, where if they start to put these things in production, and let's say they want to make the Superman movie in 2024, 2025, the more they do production and sets and pre-production, and there's no announcement that Henry Cavill's not in the movie, all of us would quickly figure out that, okay, he's not in the movie. It's a fucking reboot. So it's just better to get it done with now. So that's where people go like, why are they doing it now? Like, you're shitting on all your movies next year and stuff. It's like, it would have came out anyways, so why not have it be from Gunn's mouth saying, hey, we're doing this.
Don't make the same mistakes your previous regimes made by saying nothing and letting everybody twist in the wind.
Oh, and also remember, this is a culmination of a $7 Gunn Safran face-off.
Right.
And Henry was the linchpin of that.
Oh, I didn't even think about that.
Right?
Oh, that's true.
Gunn
That
is like,
true.
yeah, eat this steroid breath.
Yeah. So this isn't. Well,
That's what he said in the Zoom call.
Yeah. So this is basically the last chess move of that game. Is and
take your Zoa and shove it.
To an extent,
he primed it for like 2 tweets and then put his name at the end.
Yeah, but like to an extent, I'm sure it's mutual. But they all like you said, the Deadline article, the $7 goes straight to Deadline for everything, and
whatever
Henry
Gunn was
posted,
saying was all noise.
So Gunn, Deadline, and Cavill all posted at the exact same time. That is. Yeah, because if Gunn didn't tweet something, he was going to be behind. Like, they all knew that it was coming. That's why they all did it at the same time. That's why he.
Yeah.
So there was no way to end that face-off without news.
It was a Mexican standoff, is what you had. You had all. They were all three.
You had to
standing
follow
there.
of Reservoir Dogs.
And Cavill's
little Henry Cavill's in their hands.
Henry Cavill is Mr. Orange.
And Cavill's the one that loses. He's
Funny how a similar scene is in the Black Adam movie.
Oh no! Right, because when he sees
in the Avatar movie too.
You had to say that. You had to say
he
that.
lost.
They have one in the Avatar movie
You
too.
lost. I forgot about that line. You lost.
Yeah, there is a Mexican standoff in the Avatar movie, which is a really good one too.
Really good.
You're like, wait, how is that? What? And then all of a sudden you go,
Dude.
oh. Yeah, it was really good.
Yeah.
She was fucking mad.
Yeah.
I love Natiri.
Okay, no.
Hey, I haven't seen it.
I love Natiri.
Are you seeing it, Scott? You haven't even seen the first one.
Apparently, I don't have to see the first one. That's what they're telling me.
Scott, when in 2009, when every single person around you were talking about 3D technology, the glasses, it's amazing and everything for like a month.
Either, so I won't.
What were you doing?
Getting married.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's fair.
Casey, I'll also take this opportunity to remind everyone that of all people to be calling anybody else out for seeing movies, you're the last one to be doing so.
I know, but it was.
You haven't seen half of the stack that we've seen.
It was such a phenomenon that everyone and their mothers went. Like everyone went.
I'll tell you what I was doing. I was finishing grad school, starting a new job, and getting married.
There you go.
He was like,
I was going
3D,
through a divorce.
I don't care.
I was going through a divorce and still found.
How old were you in 2009, Casey?
I was 48.
Old enough to go to the theater and see it.
No, that's not an answer. How old were you in 2009?
He couldn't even buy a ticket.
Yeah. PG-13. No, little Casey. You need your parents with you.
His mom took him to see it 4 times.
Oh, man.
Oh, I love it when Casey's here. It's so much fun. He tries to give shit, and then he just isn't cared.
But no, I think since we're on this topic, and Scott, it'd be like seeing Terminator 2 without seeing Terminator 1.
Which you can do. You can honestly
you absolutely do.
You absolutely
I did that.
Okay. This is where James can't.
I'd say thing.
Or Aliens without seeing Aliens.
You can see
Or
Aliens
Rocky.
without
I
seeing
saw
the
Rocky
first
4
I absolutely
before I
saw
anything
Aliens
else.
before seeing the first one too. Yep. I did
Yeah,
not
I saw
watch the
Aliens
first one.
before I saw
Or
Rocky
Ant-Man and the
4.
Wasp: Quantumania. You don't need to see
Oh,
shit
fuck
before
you.
that.
Such a dick.
God damn it.
Just walk into that shit blind, and you'll be like, "Oh, this is fine. This is all
Watch the
normal."
Legacy trailer, and you're
But
good
the
to
only
go.
thing
This
different,
is all just
Steven-
regular movie stuff.
Legacy trailer.
And Steven, the
Like,
only thing that's
it's really
different about
catching me
everything
up.
you just said is the fact
We'll
that
get
I
a
actually
Henry Cavill
prefer-
legacy trailer next.
Yeah.
I actually prefer the first Alien to Aliens. That's just my personal preference.
I agree. I'm
But
with you,
if-
Scott.
But if you hadn't seen it though, and you watched Aliens, you wouldn't be like,
Oh, you're perfectly fine. Like you know
Yeah.
everything you need to know
Oh, yeah.
when you watch Aliens.
That's
Yeah,
why.
and so-
That's where Cameron shines.
so yeah. So that's what. Well, because he's simple stories, basic archetypes. Like he's not reinventing the wheel. He's just doing it fucking better than anybody else ever. His wheels got fucking glow sticks and LEDs and sparklers.
Okay,
Spinners.
but come on, we're forgetting the bigger news. The news even bigger than fucking Avatar: Way of the Water that I tagged all three of you in. You, Steven, Scott, and Dave.
Uh-oh.
4K
me and KC,
fucking
right?
Abyss.
Yeah.
I know.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
down.
Why-
We
why-
talked
why
about this
Travis
earlier.
and
I'm
I were just
down.
painted here.
Yeah.
It's such a
Okay,
relief
see, and
because I
Travis
was
and I,
with this coming out, I was like, man, I really might cave and
Pure
just
racial
watch.
move.
We have yeah, okay.
I know.
Travis.
As much as you freaking,
Yes.
as much as
I can
you
be
were
the only
looking-
token. Is that what it is, Travis? No. No, no.
Wait, yeah, now I just
I
gotta
don't-
wait until what March, and I'll finally see.
I know.
the Abyss. So,
As
like,
much as much as you lick James Cameron's taint, man, you haven't watched The Abyss.
I have tried.
Yeah,
I
that's
have.
all.
I have been. I literally started it, and it was 5 minutes into it, and I was like, this is not the right format. And I went and I went down a rabbit hole of searching the format, and I was like, "What the fuck?
Well,
I'm not
Steven,
watching
And he
that."
started Shadow
Also-
up again. and it was
also-
over.
Fucking wait.
Yeah.
And also, Steven, you have to watch the director's cut because
Yes, you do.
Yes.
yeah,
Yeah,
the
I know.
director's
So
cut,
so I'm gonna.
I don't
see
know
it
the
in
difference, but I
4K in
saw the
March.
director's cut.
4K director's cut. You have to see it because there's a whole freaking like
There's a whole
subplot
subplot.
Yeah,
in
There's-
the
yeah,
final
yeah.
act that it like got totally erased from the theatrical. It was
Yeah.
like, what?
I
When you watch
cannot
that
fucking
theatrical, you
wait.
go, why was this?
Did you guys see
Not-
the report that James Cameron
About 9
turned in
hours?
a 9-hour cut
Yeah.
for Avatar 3 and wants to do the
I don't
VFX and the whole
believe
thing?
it.
I don't think so.
I don't.
either.
I don't.
It's-
I don't
it's-
I
believe.
wouldn't put it
I
past
believe
him.
it's being exaggerated. I don't think he wants to have it all done, but I think he wants to do. I think what that means is that he wants to do like a rough job so that he can do a better job editing it because he has something more visual to work with instead of making an assembly. Because right now he does the editing with mocap. And he gets the shots and the angles and everything, but the VFX then are done based on what they select for the edit. And so I think what he means is like, can we do like a previs edit of all this, and then I'll edit that down from 9 hours down to the theatrical cut, and then you render the rest of it.
Let me ask you
I
something,
think.
Steven. Let me ask you something because I just saw the movie, and I'm not gonna give anything away. But there's one in the third act. There's one section where we see certain people and other people going towards fight certain, you know who at the end, and then all of a sudden you see these people just disappear throughout the movie, for the rest of the movie until the end. Like, don't you feel like there's something there that was missing that we didn't get?
That's
I don't know what the
sequel.
fuck you're talking about.
Okay. Well. All right. So because I'm
I
not
know, I
trying to
was
give
kinda,
anything.
like scratching my
I'm
head
not-
too hard.
Steven
I'm
was
not trying to
paying
give anything
attention to
away.
the
Okay.
water.
Remember when they're in the
Yeah,
water?
look at that
I'm
fucking
not gonna give anything away. But remember when the Sully was in the water and he was with the people that he went to stay with, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. So they showed up at that point, but then after that we didn't see them again.
They'll show up in the
Post-credit.
next movie.
Was there a post credit?
Are you fucking kidding me, bro? No, there
no
was like
post-credit?
they were going at each other. Like this is not going to spoil anything.
I'm
But they were
telling
going
you.
at each other. But there was nothing that we saw from them again.
Steven was looking at the water. That's
Yeah, he was
He
looking
still
at the
is?
water and the lighting.
I'm
There was no
See-
blue lighting, by the way.
See, I'm trying to think about it too, and I'm like,
I'm
Blue
not
lighting.
sure what you're talking about. The only thing that I saw that
The
I think was
Obi-Wan
clear
one?
sequel setup was related to Sigourney's character.
Isn't that a
which, by the
sequel
way,
thing? It's
wait,
at
yeah,
the end. It's the
Mhm.
third. It's the whole third act.
Uh-huh.
They What's the name of the people where he stayed with? The water people? What's
The
the name?
Navi,
the water people.
the water
The
Navi.
water.
Okay, the
They're
water
definitely not called
Navi.
the water people.
The
The
water
Navi
people.
and the
What do you
water
mean, water
people?
I know.
Well, he stayed
that's
with the
gonna be a
water people.
slur.
Yeah, he was up. Like the water people went to fight the last guy at the end,
Atlanteans?
and all of
Yeah.
a sudden they just disappeared.
I don't know if they disappeared. I think
No,
there was
they were
something
in
that
a bunch
happened
of the
when-
fight, and then
Yeah.
then things
Something
changed,
happened.
and then
Something happened when it came to that. I'm trying to
because they were
remember. but
because
yeah.
well no because
Again, the
fight,
final act is insane.
the fight was more
He's
spread out
amazing.
because you
He's
had
amazing though. But
Right.
it's just like I feel like, wait, where did they go?
I'm in the same
They
place
were-
the whale went. Like
Brendan
We're not
Fraser.
talking about Brendan Fraser. What the hell?
Fuck, that gave me more excited.
Such a movies.
No, but going back to what Steven said with Sigourney Weaver. Remember when people were like, "Why the hell is Sigourney Weaver's character?"
Okay,
playing his
so
daughter?
so they were ABC is shameless. They had a 1 hour Avatar special on that we aired a couple of days ago that totally answered that question for me. I was like, oh, all right.
Yeah,
fine.
I know. See, that's the thing is like
It's like-
people were like, "Why is Sigourney Weaver playing like the daughter?"
Yeah,
and then
I
all of a sudden you
understood
watch
that.
the movie, you go, "Holy shit!" Okay,
and not
that's
only
why.
that, but the fact that she played a believable child
Oh, yeah, she
character
did.
That's what-
alongside actual
Yeah, she's
child
like,
actors.
how old
is
was
she?
She's like
that's what they
amazing.
were. That's what she was talking about, and I didn't like. I was trying not to listen to all of it, but she was talking about like the challenges of being able to do it and like the confidence that Cameron had in her to be able to
No.
do that.
Well, was
Dude,
I was
that's
But her
that's
her
what makes me
character
look
also
forward
was
to the
was
sequel.
sort of suited to that also because
Yeah.
the nature of her arc is like, oh yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense. But
It does.
even so, she's still it doesn't. Anyone who doesn't know who's playing the character would never guess that it's a 70-year-old playing a
yeah, a
16-year-old.
young child.
Yeah.
What I love the most about the, especially the CGI, is like the children. The children have their father's features, which
Yeah.
is really fucking hard to do.
Well, that's what I was talking
yeah.
about with how
Look,
the
the kid,
technology
look,
enabled a
son.
better storytelling.
I was like, what the fuck
or,
is this?
Or like for example, they make a big deal out of the water and everything. That's all really good. But the second the movie opened, I was like, wow. One of the biggest VFX improvements here is how casually they've just got like a bunch of Navi children. Because you want to talk about Uncanny Valley and CGI, throw a bunch
you
of
didn't get
alien
that.
children onto the screen.
Yeah.
You're like,
Well,
like you've got the babies swimming in the water, and I was like, holy
Dude.
shit!
There's like a part where the baby like it goes up for like a glass of water or for
Yeah.
air. I mean, and it was
Yeah.
like, what the fuck? Did they
They
really
filmed
put
that with
baby
a
in the
real
water?
mocap baby.
I know. It's like, did they?
Well, I mean, to be real, to be honest with you, babies when they're about that age will do that naturally.
They will do that. They will swim.
You
They
just
will
throw,
hold their
throw
breath
them in a
under
pool.
water.
And
Yeah.
Oh, is that what you did, Steven?
No, I've seen
You
it.
have to before you leave the hospital.
Did you throw your kids in the water?
This is all the more reason why Steven needs to watch The Abyss so that he can understand why people would be really nervous about James
yeah.
Cameron and fucking water. Seriously.
Especially Michael Biehn. Oh my god.
Yes.
Just saying. But
I don't know how The Abyss got made, especially the third act.
dude,
During that time,
Oh
the
my
CGI is insane.
James Cameron literally when it comes to, like to the Terminator and on, it's like he just was like, oh yeah, here's an idea.
Well,
I'm gonna make it something just absolutely insane where you're gonna be like, how is this possible? Kind of thing.
The big thing about his career, like understanding how the way he does this stuff, is that he was part of Roger Corman Studios, which is basically just the stable of
Piranha.
like.
Remember
Yeah,
Piranha?
and they were just like chewing up all this low budget stuff. So he got on Piranha. He didn't actually finish that though.
No
he got
pun
fired.
intended.
He got fired from Piranha 2: The Spawning,
Yeah.
because it was basically just like a money laundering thing, and so the
Nice.
the producer would start these movies and hire a no-name director, and then fire the no-name director, and then finish directing it himself. And that was like the way that he got into the director's role, which is now there's a reason it's illegal now for a producer to take over for a director. And so after that, he was like, okay, I'm not going to do anything unless he wanted that level of control. And so he had the Terminator script, and he designed that specifically. He had it as a dream, but then he designed it specifically around how can I make this work with the effects? And he's like, okay, well, time travel. And the time travel allows me to do a futuristic story, but in like the modern world. So he started like basically gave the script all these parameters of what do I need to do for budget in order to make this happen, because he knew they would give him a big budget to direct as a new director, and then he wound up with a script that everybody wanted, but was a bit of a gamble because he said the only way, like, he could have sold it off a million times before that, but he used that to get himself the director's job. And then obviously, the story goes from there. When you look at any of his other movies, though, the conceit of the movie, the way it's structured, and the way the VFX work and everything are all a part of the story. In the same way that Ben and I are saying, like, you can't tell this story, even if it is simplistic or whatever. This story does not work without those VFX, because because the character differentiation and the family differentiation, seeing which characters look more like Jake versus look like other ones, and having the performances shine through. Without this technology, including the high frame rate stuff, even you can't tell this version of the story. And that's not so much saying the story is so great, so much as the marriage of technology and storytelling, and that's where and that you go back to Terminator 2, and you get the villain in that. Like, that villain is conceived around the T-1000 is entirely conceived around how scary of technology that is, and the way his mannerisms are and everything.
What's funny about that too is,
he's a technological monster.
Yeah, you
like,
can't
even beyond a robot.
You can't just swap in another Terminator or a different no, the VFX, what he was doing with that, and the fact that VFX was unfamiliar to people at the time too, adds a level of discomfort to it, because it's an effect that people aren't used to seeing.
Well, and then also the fact that he can copy anything that he touches. So, dear God, was that nightmare fuel for me as a child.
That was nightmare. I mean, yes, you're right, the copying, but for me, it was the fucking blades, like the sharp shit. Like, that was God.
Do you guys know that
it was the parents? It was when he was talking on the phone with the other.
Oh,
boys.
yeah,
that was
yeah.
Yep.
Did you guys know that
Which
he really
ironically
wanted
is a good moment.
T-1000?
Speaking of like budget, was not even you didn't need to do that for that, right? That was not a VFX shot.
Dave, what were you trying to say?
I was trying to say, did you guys realize that the T-1000 was supposed to be in the first one? He wanted to be that in the first one, but the technology wasn't there, so he made it the robot, and then all of a sudden Abyss happened, and then he goes, "Oh yeah, now we can do it." So basically, the Abyss, he was like, the
Abyss was his practice.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah. That's the thing, KC, is James Cameron literally was like, in order for me to get the villain that I wanted originally, I have to make this other movie that's fantastic.
Because he did the documentary before he did what's the name, Titanic, because he wanted to see the experience.
He wanted to make sure that he could do the shots.
I mean, look at all of his movies. They're all even Alita, right? Is R&D for Avatar too. Like, these movies are all
absolutely.
And he even said, like, he wanted to. If it was up to him, he wouldn't do Avatar 3 for another decade. But yeah, all of his movies are R&D for his next movie.
For the next one.
Yeah, so what's True Lies
It works out well though, because the stop motion for the T-800 in the first
Arnold's campaign
movie is freaky.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, by Travis, yes, that's funny. Ben, I love that movie too, but that is so much. Well, I don't know. You'd have to change so much out of that movie to make it today. Just in terms of
especially with the villains.
Oh God, yes.
True Lies is so fucking good though. That was a movie I had it on VHS and watched over and over as a kid. I just that's Arnold too. Like, obviously it happens a lot, but he does not get enough.
I'm sure you watch any Chuck Norris movie. Any Chuck Norris movie, be like, no, that wouldn't fly today.
My parents saw True Lies at the theater because my dad loves. Like I said, Arnold, Sly, Bruce Willis, he loves all three of them. And they saw it at the theater. And then when we got it on VHS, like, they wouldn't tell me whether or not Dana died. They had me in suspense at the end of the movie because I thought they were going to kill her. And, I didn't know until the plane landed. Okay, she lives. It's like, okay. And of course, nowadays you're like, no, they're never going to kill a kid in a movie like that. That's not going to happen.
Are you sure?
Nowadays they do.
But
kids are getting killed left, right, and center. Darren Aronofsky did it in Mother, and everyone's like, "We can kill kids now." And then It Chapter 2 did
Thank you.
And then there's a bunch.
Doctor Sleep.
Yeah, Doctor Sleep. Once Aronofsky did it, everyone's like, "Oh, they're free game."
So it's changed now, but that was 94. It was 1994.
That's funny though, because
that was such a shocking moment to me because I was like, I've seen every gruesome thing on screen, but not
When
that
they were
one.
kids, yeah.
Oh yeah.
And he did it.
Mother.
What's funny
Mother
is
was
that,
one of those.
Is that because you're right that kind of broke the seal on that, and yet I Am Legend they killed the dog, and people are like, no, that's enough dogs.
Oh yeah.
No more.
Well,
No more of that.
and you did. The crazy thing about that scene is you didn't see it. Like the camera was on his
Yeah,
face.
it was on. It was on.
like
Will
it was.
Smith, who carried like his face.
Oh
just-
God, yes.
Did the whole all the work.
You're
went
hearing
to-
the struggle, and he's just like, he's just doing it,
Keep
and oh,
Your, my
God.
wife's
And people
name out your
Oh, for
motherfucking.
fuck's sake! All right.
And people
All right. You
had to go
people
there. You
hate
had to
seeing
go
a
there.
dog die so much that if they see it on screen, it will create a 4-film franchise with a spinoff because they want to see those fuckers get taken down. If you kill the dog, they'll watch anybody just go
And
out.
steal the car.
Yeah,
and steal the car.
and steal the
Don't
car.
steal a man's car. Don't kill a man's dog.
I feel like the dog is the bigger thing because everyone. I
John
know
Wick works only because of that.
Yeah, you could kill a cat. It
of course
wouldn't have a
they
sequel.
chose the most adorable dog, like a little
Right.
beagle.
Oh my God,
A little
Well, and-
beagle.
Well, and it's also the sentiment of why it's not just a dog.
Yes.
It's the last gift that
Yeah,
your
his
wife who
wife
passed away
gave him.
gave you.
for a lot of people, Travis, it is just the dog.
and then they have Reek.
All I'm
they have-
saying that if John
they
Wick
have-
had a cat, he would have gotten a second cat at the beginning of the movie. And
Oh,
that
I
would
know.
be the end
Yeah,
there.
everybody would have said, "Fuck that cat."
And then you have Reek curb stomp it.
Oh God, yeah. Well, and they like the fact that they like when he wakes up, like the dog is there,
Lying
like,
next to him.
with the
And
blood.
you see
like,
the
it's just
trail of blood.
right. It's like
Oh.
so you're just so like the point. It's like my favorite scene in that movie is still I heard you stuck my son. Yes, sir, I did. And may I ask why? Yeah, well, because he stole John Wick's car, sir, and killed his dog. Oh. I turned around. I'm like, what? It's like
kind of makes you wonder about the round table about that. We're like, oh yeah, how could we set this guy off? Just have him kill a dog, and we're gonna make it dramatic as fuck.
No,
where
but the way
people
that
have
they
a hard
sell-
time
yeah.
watching that, you know,
It was already cool, but the way they sold John Wick's background by like you said, the moment he goes "oh" on the phone, and then from there, there's a whole stretch where he's just like
boogeyman, the boogeyman.
Yeah.
Baba Yaga.
It's just like you're on your
You
own,
understand.
son. Yeah, like he gives up on his son of just sorry.
but-
There's nothing I can do
He
for
punches
you.
his stomach. He punches him in the stomach, and he makes him puke.
remember, it's John wasn't exactly the boogeyman. He was the one you sent to kill the
Boogeyman, yes.
And then of course, because you're talking about how the dog went in the car, because he doesn't even get the car back until the beginning of the second movie, and then that's when you get he killed 3 men with a pencil, a fucking pencil.
Who the fuck can do that?
Do that.
Dude, this is why, like, I remember, like, when Norman Reedus is going to be joining the ballerina spinoff, and I remember retweeting that, and then somebody goes, like, man, they're going to squeeze every dollar out of this franchise, and I literally, like, typed in the GIF,
And?
I was like,
I'm still waiting for that Continental. I'm still waiting for that Continental show to come out.
Yes. I'm like, I mean, the fact that they started this whole thing about an ex hitman who lost his wife, who got him a dog, and then the dog gets killed and he gets his car stolen. It's like that's how this whole thing started, and we're going into John Wick 4, and we're gonna have spin-offs now. We're gonna have all. I'm like, fine,
And
Because
that's a
they
movie.
built the mythology. Like by the
Yes.
time you heard about the high table,
yeah,
and like, every movie just introduced new elements. It's just like
I love the
didn't realize
switch.
it was this much
I love the
different.
switchboard operators.
Oh,
yeah.
switchboard
Oh, I love
Switchboard
that.
operators.
I know, because they're so old school, but they're all tatted up.
Yeah.
Yes.
One, I love they got Robin Lord Taylor into the third one. I was like, oh, all right, Penguin, good deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was,
I mean,
it was nice.
God, it's just insane.
And it's just so funny because when that movie was being promoted, I feel like everyone, at least myself, like wrote it off as this is another like Keanu Reeves straight to Blu-ray just actioner, right? Like it didn't look like okay because I feel like at that time too he wasn't. I don't know what he was doing at that moment that was big. I feel like he was definitely on the down.
This was a renaissance. This is another renaissance. For
It's
him.
another-
It is.
He had a couple.
Keanu-sans.
Yeah.
He was. I think
don't
he did
recall
Knock
being a-
Knock.
I don't recall
Knock
being
Knock.
Oh,
aware
that's
of
horrible.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
saw
Oh,
Wick first.
Oh, free pizza! It was free fucking pizza. No, if no one's seen Knock Knock,
dick first.
Knock Knock is awesome.
You gotta watch it with friends though. It is so great. It's him and Ana de Armas, funny enough.
Yeah.
And it's just the plot is just he's home alone watching his house, and two young, very attractive females end up on his doorstep, and a bunch of really bad shit just happens. And it is Keanu Reeves just chewing the scenery, like he's never been cheesier in this movie, and I fucking love it. It's so much fun.
Yeah, if it wasn't for John Wick, there was no Bill and Ted 3. I guarantee you. There
or maybe Matrix Resurrections, to be honest.
No,
yeah. Because they're like, Keanu's big, we can do this.
Yeah, they were right. Yeah, because they needed because Hollywood's like that, right? They need the recent track record. What have you done for me lately? And I'll agree with.
But again, like even though it's like, okay, Bill and Ted, okay, whatever.
Matrix
fine.
3.
But Matrix Resurrections.
I liked Resurrections.
I like
I
Resurrections.
think they actually did.
I thought it was okay.
You know, there was some thought into that where I was like, all right, you know, like when I rewatched it for a third time, I was like, you know what, this one after rewatching like the whole, you know, the trilogy, I went, you know what, not bad.
There's some lore in there, like if you're a fan of the franchise, you're like, oh, okay, all right, that's clever. I liked it, like the whole thing with NPH's character, like what he represents. I was like, oh,
but the thing that
I like that idea.
I really liked it, but the only thing that I lacked is the thing that we loved about the first one and the second one is that we theorized about all the characters, the ghosts, the werewolves, and all that shit. Like we didn't have those kind of conversation about this movie, and I think that's what it was missing from this movie.
Okay, no, I can see
that. And I definitely think it's like the weakest out of sort of like the action goes with these ones too. Like that was missing a little. Yeah, but
Wu Ping, I don't think wasn't like choreographing this one, if I'm not mistaken.
No.
They're all older too, anyway, right? Like it's not like they're in the same.
But
I thought it was a good way that they modernized it too.
Yeah. Yes. But then you look at what Keanu is going to go through in John Wick and how much he's like. He does as much.
I didn't mean him. I meant everybody else.
Yeah,
he's fine.
No, he's still fine.
No, but I know you're saying about the fact that the choreography that they do. I mean, they invented a choreography style which is gun
fu. Yeah.
You know?
Well,
but it's also the fact that but Keanu also like goes to like a marksman, like one of the world's greatest sharpshooters. It's like, no, we're going to do a 3-gun course and you're going to do it again and again and again until that shit is muscle memory. I mean, I was listening to a podcast talking about John Wick 2, how he does like the one-handed like reload check. And it's like, he does it enough to where he doesn't like, I didn't see John Wick 1 in theaters. I only saw John Wick 2 in theaters. It wasn't until Marines, like former Marines were like, no, Keanu knows his shit. And it's funny now because I watched that and then I watched like Terminal List with Chris Pratt. And I'm starting to recognize when you see people handling firearms in media, I'm starting to see it in the way that like my military buddies see it about what's bullshit and what's like real stuff. Because I'm starting to see the similarities of how they're holding themselves. How
I was gonna say, is Terminal like a pass on that too?
Huh?
Is Terminal List like a pass on that too?
Oh no, Terminal List. Everybody, the writing staff, the directing staff, and even actors in Terminal List are former special forces.
Yeah,
like they have veterans writing the episodes.
And what network is that?
Amazon.
What do you know?
Amazon.
It's on the watch list. I'll get to that one at some point.
No, but I mean, like when you hear that stuff about Keanu, and then he goes, "Oh yeah," and then he donated 80% of his paycheck, and he takes the bus. You know, it's like this fucking guy.
Well, I like you talk about the podcast. I love watching the video of him and like Halle Berry training.
The dogs.
Well, I mean the dogs, but also like the gun training that she did.
Yeah. Like the training that he did for the Matrix is amazing too.
He had a broken neck for that first one when he was training too.
Right.
Yeah,
No, that was
there's the videos of him training, and he's wearing a fucking neck cast.
While
he's
cast, and he's
training.
still
It's
like with a stick. Like, what the?
You would
fuck,
have thought
bro?
as an actor, like, you know what, I'm gonna pass on this one, this go around, because like he didn't like, not that he didn't need Matrix, but he still like had some stuff going around that time. It wasn't like he was a complete nobody, so he could have turned it down and not done a bunch of stunts while he had a broken neck. But you know, that's Keanu. He just said,
He's
"Fuck it."
part of it. I mean, it's funny too because when you watch that first Matrix, it was something fresh, something new. But you know, you watch it. I mean, it's one of the all-time greatest like sci-fi movies ever.
Oh, yeah.
But sometimes, you know, I mean, you know, I've brought this up before. I think there's even when Resurrections was coming out, we kind of talked about this. But let's face it, there's twice where like when he does a backflip off something, you see him pushing off the cables with his hands, and it's like, but then you go to Matrix Reloaded, and the wire work is just like, what the fuck are you Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon shit? Like, what the hell is going on right now? Like,
there's
like,
a good move that people need to talk.
Yeah, that's also
about.
a great fucking movie.
Well, but
also
that,
watch Hero with Jet Li also.
And that was one of the things I was also going to say about John Wick. It's kind of the same, like, you know how like wire work like changed and like kind of evolved out of like Crouching Tiger and the Matrix and stuff like that in the early 2000s. It's also like with John Wick, you're seeing action evolve.
Yeah, you're not,
and you're seeing more of these stuntmen turned directors that are like, okay, we're gonna do this shit right finally for once.
Extraction had good.
Extraction
action.
was
even Extraction. Yeah, you watch that, it's like Jesus Christ. I mean, yeah,
and also like I need to go back and rewatch Atomic Blonde. I'm not the biggest fan of Atomic Blonde, but that stairwell
stairway sequence is
amazing.
I haven't watched that movie.
It's a movie that did not,
because you're sexist. I get it.
Yeah, hey women.
John Wick with a female? No, I can't.
No, it was worth watching.
I want my heroes to be
and
men.
Sophia Patella
and Sophia.
Yes.
But I think the story wasn't as engaging. But you watch it like, but if you watch anything, you watch it for that stairwell fight. Like that's
stairwell fights.
Are you sure, Scott?
Yes, I'm sure. Casey.
this misogynist over here.
Somebody knows you well.
No. Oh, I mean, there is a nice little, you know.
I was talking about the other scene, Scott.
Yeah, there's another scene.
Yes, Casey, that's you being your misogynistic self. I understand.
I haven't seen the movie. I don't know what you're talking about.
He's just watched one specific scene.
There's a nice scene between Charlize.
So is it like
between Charlize Theron and who else?
It's like you've never seen
Sophia
just watched one scene.
Now I'm gonna watch it. Now I know why Scott loves it.
You just grabbed your attention. Ben. Yeah, there's a nice.
You're gonna see a tweet from Ben tomorrow. Now watching Atomic Blonde.
Now I understand why Scott loves this movie.
It's a staircase scene.
Staircase.
I actually, because like I said, I don't actually love the movie. That's the crazy thing. But I can still look at the action and go, but David Leitch, directed this, and
also
like, that's good stuff.
It helps that it has like likable actors, like McAvoy's in there, and Charlize. Even Charlize in bad movies.
John Goodman is really fun in that movie.
Yeah,
I love John Goodman on everything.
That helps a lot too.
It's a decent movie. And then you got the movies that are just like straight over the top, like your Hobbs and Shaw, and those kind of fucking. I mean, it's funny because going back to True Lies, going back to James Cameron, it's like that movie is over the top. I mean, True Lies is an action comedy. It's an action comedy, but for some reason, it was just right for the time.
It was perfect.
And James
like
Cameron
the last action hero.
He licks his finger and goes, okay. And then at the time, it was like the most expensive R-rated movie ever after the Terminator 2. I mean, it's like he was like given the budget.
It was how much? It was the fucking Harriers cost.
It was the first
million.
It was the first movie ever to cost over $100 million.
Oh, 100 million. I thought it was 200 million.
No, but
Titanic was 200 million.
But I mean, like the jump jets alone, like how much did that cost?
So
in the movie?
T2 was the most expensive.
Top of the building.
Right.
T2 was the most expensive R-rated movie ever made, and it maybe movie ever made, period. But it was like 94 million. True Lies was the most expensive movie ever made. First one over
R-rated
$100 million, or just in general.
But it was R-rated.
That as well. And then Titanic, was the first movie over 200 million. And then I don't know if Avatar broke a record with the budget, but it was obviously ridiculously expensive. And then we had news about.
And then this one's like, and then The Way of the Water is like over 400 million apparently.
I thought it was 3 something.
It's 3 something. It's actually funny because that movie and Fast and Furious both had.
Oh, never mind. It's not that much. Yeah. Jesus Christ! So only 300.
It's just 300 and change.
At all.
But
what was I talking about? 373.
But that's the other thing.
Adjusted for inflation, that's not really more than Titanic was.
God damn it, Biden.
But that is right. Okay, but that is like another testament to like Cameron as a filmmaker, because how many filmmakers are you going to give that money to?
Yeah, only ones that get him into the top 10 highest grossing movies of all time. Right, whenever he does it. Like,
okay, do you guys think that will happen again with this movie?
Like top 10?
No,
I need to know the number of what 10 is.
The reason I don't is not because I'm not betting against Cameron. I'm not betting against the movie. So don't say that, Steven. I'm not doing that. I'm saying I don't think
it's already doing great though.
I think the landscape. I want to see I want to see what the legs are in today's landscape. Because I know what you could do 20 years ago, and I know what you do.
Where's the fun in that, Ray?
Yeah, because remember when the first Avatar came out? Same year that the first Iron Man came out. So that was
nope.
After.
Year later.
It was
a year later.
A year later.
Yeah. So the 10th film is Furious 7 with 1.5 million. So it would have to break 1.5 to get in the top 10.
So over the Furious franchise.
Yeah, Furious, and then easy, right after is Lion King. It's like 515.
And I'm not saying it can't do that, because obviously look what Top Gun Maverick did. If it has
1.5 is easy.
If it has the types of legs as Top Gun,
I think it'll make $1 billion.
It's making $1 billion for sure. I don't know about top 10. Top 20 for sure. $1 billion. That's my
I think
prediction.
I expected in probably in the top 10, but it's hard to know with like. While I've been the one this whole time saying like it's gonna be awesome, predicting legs on something like this is it's a crapshoot. Like how are you? Like there's no math. There's no James Cameron math.
There's no metrics.
Other than more.
But that theaters will be playing this like forever.
Yeah, well, it's going to be
the blockbuster playing throughout the season, because there's no other we're going into award season.
Right. Legs. Yeah. It's would open stronger than Top Gun Maverick, and it's going to have as good, if not better, legs. Mm-hmm. So where does that put it? I don't know what the numbers put that at, but it's
Top Gun's 11 right now at 1.4.
The thing about movies like this is that people don't like how much. Where did Top Gun end up?
It's at 1.4 million, 11th spot.
And that's after 7 months.
What was the budget for that movie?
Months?
Like 200 million.
Not Avatar's budget, I don't think.
No, obviously.
It was probably like 200, and then Scientology supplied the other 4. Maybe, I don't know. Fuck.
That was such a good movie, though. I finally saw it in the theater.
You finally saw it?
Yeah. It's still playing.
Why'd you shut up? Ben, reported budget for Top Gun Maverick is $170 million.
Okay.
That's cheaper than Black Adam.
Oh. Taking shots now.
Oh, no. You have to.
At this point, dude, I mean, again, I like the movie more than most, but still, at this point, come on.
The movie's dead, so it might as well be.
By the way, Mission Impossible 7 budget, $290 million.
Jesus.
Oh, shit.
Hang on, but
the COVID costs,
fair.
The COVID, yeah.
But
because how long were they shut down?
I heard from a very reliable source that Black Adam is more profitable than.
Oh yeah.
Top Gun, though.
Well, he made $50 million because that's what you do.
DJ?
You invest $200 million to get a 50.
Yeah.
Did it secretly play in China?
That is the other thing is Avatar is playing in China, where on re-releases it made fucking bank on its
how did they swing that? How did they get a Chinese release?
I don't know.
Because
apparently
everybody wants to see the Navi.
Because everyone is blue.
No, because it's a huge fucking deal over there. Like these other movies are like you can
There's
get
no
away
blacks
with
and
not
no
getting it
gays
there,
now.
but, like,
That's
there's
what
enough
it is.
Everyone is just blue.
Say it with chest.
I did. Okay, is he wrong?
That's
As
not
long
wrong.
as they
Is
don't
he
look
wrong?
like
You're not-
gays.
It's a safe blockbuster in that sense where you're not going to offend anybody. It's not pushing that type of like identity politics and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's tropey, so like it's safe in that retrospect.
Yeah.
See, that's where James Cameron's like, all right, yeah, let's just make everybody blue. And like,
Yep.
good.
Did you
And
guys
nobody's
see?
gonna
I
pay.
told. Did
Different
you guys
shade of
see?
blue.
I told ChatGPT. I said, explain why everyone is
Even
always
though-
freaking out at the DCEU, but do it like you're The Rock right after unfollowing the
saw that.
Instagram accounts for Warner Brothers and Black Adam, which you swear was a super profitable movie. Did you guys see that?
Yes, I saw
No,
that.
I didn't
That's
see
what
it.
did.
Can
I
read it?
love
Can
the ending. Of that.
Can I read the response that it gave me?
Oh, that's right. No, I did see that. Yeah, go ahead.
Said,
Yeah.
yo, it's The Rock. I just unfollowed the Warner Brothers and Black Adam accounts on Instagram, and let me tell you, the DCU drama has me feeling like I just chugged a gallon of caffeine. There are a few reasons why everyone seems to be constantly freaking out about the DCEU. One is that there have been a ton of creative changes and personal shifts within the production of the films. This can lead to an inconsistency in direction and vision for the franchise that can be tough to maintain a cohesive narrative throughout the series. Another reason is that some of the DCU films have faced criticism from audiences and critics, and some of them haven't performed as well as expected at the box office. This can create uncertainty about the future of the franchise and contribute to a sense of chaos. And finally, I think fans of the DCEU have really high expectations for the films. And when these expectations aren't met, it can be frustrating and lead to a feeling of freaking out. But hey, it's not all bad news. The DCEU has also released some really successful and critically acclaimed films like Wonder Woman and Joker.
Harley Quinn.
So let's try to keep things in perspective and hope for the best moving forward. All right, that's all I've got. Stay strong, DCEU fans. And for the record, Black Adam was a super profitable movie. You heard it here first.
You can see him on the red carpet saying that stuff in his blazer
my
that has
God.
no shirt and his
Oh,
chest down and
God.
everything like that.
You gotta
funny.
laugh at it. You gotta laugh at it.
You
now.
gotta
just
laugh.
have to.
You gotta laugh.
That's
at
all we
that.
can do now.
Laugh
You
at
know?
that.
Just
That
laugh.
last one caught me off guard. So
Oh yeah, I remember when like you posted that. You posted on Twitter, and somebody's like, "What's the link? Can you have the link where this is provided?" For people who are like, "What is this from?" You know? It's like,
Oh, jeez.
Oh.
And then I did a follow up. I said, hey, write a statement by Vin Diesel reacting to The Rock claiming Black Adam is profitable. I said, hey everyone, it's Vin Diesel here. I just saw that The Rock claimed Black Adam was a super profitable movie, and I just wanted to set the record straight. As much as I love and respect The Rock, I'm sorry to say that Black Adam has not been released yet, and therefore has not had the opportunity to be profitable. I know there's a lot of excitement and speculation surrounding the film, but let's all try to be mindful about the facts. Thanks for understanding.
Let's be mindful of the facts.
oh man.
Oh my god.
Oh, good God. We still got 2 more Fast and Furious movies coming out. I just
You
realized.
think that's it? You think just 2? No,
I
they're
don't-
saying that they're gonna be prequels where fucking Vin Diesel's gonna be de-aging himself like Mark Hamill. Like
Oh,
it's
God.
not over. 2 more is not over.
That's
Yeah,
all.
you're
That's
gonna
all.
get
That's all Vin
Dom.
Diesel has.
You're gonna
That's
get
all-
the Grand.
that's
You're
why.
gonna get
they still
Gran
have to bring
Torino.
in the apocalypse.
Yeah.
And Transformers, maybe.
Oh man.
Dinosaurs. Yeah, dinosaurs
Oh,
for sure.
Good God. Oh yeah. By the way, 65. Hey.
65 looks
I
so
still need to see the
fucking
trailer.
good.
for that, 'cause that looks like a
Okay,
movie.
you got to watch that trailer,
Oh,
That
Scott.
shit looks good.
That's one of those movies where you just kind of go like, I didn't know I needed this, but I do. Adam Driver in a fucking futuristic, not futuristic movie kind of thing. Fucking crazy little. It's almost like.
do you
the
guys
movie
think
The
that
It's like Jurassic meets Prometheus.
I
That's
need-
That's what I
Yeah.
keep on hearing.
should that
Yeah.
spoiler have been in the trailer or
Okay, Steven.
Yeah.
Steven, see, the way that I thought about it was like The Island, Michael Bay's The Island, and it's like it's one of those things where you like it's not enough for it just to be like, oh yeah, somebody gets secluded to a planet and there's like
The
this.
island was so
you
forgettable.
The movie is called 65, and they talk about it in the trailer how it's like 65.
I get like I
65
was
billion years
sold
in it.
already, but like the second it happened, it's like wow, this is awesome. I need to see this. But there's a moment. depending on how it's revealed in the movie, I'd feel like that would be such an awesome reveal to have.
Yeah,
while
but
you're
I'm sure it's
watching it, 'cause
revealed
kind of
in
a
the
mind
first
fuck.
act.
100%.
Yeah.
But yeah, exactly. But at the same time, the second I was like, oh, I feel like they should have kept this, I could immediately hear all of the like, oh, the twist isn't even that creative. I saw it coming a mile away. Like that would have been the entire discourse surrounding the movie, was whether or not someone saw the twist.
They're not trying to be M. Night Shyamalan. They're not fucking who they
And
is.
I already unfortunately think the movie's not gonna do well. I just don't know if people. I hope it's like a quiet place where it has like a. I think it's gonna bomb. Just I'll put on record. I think. Look at March. March is packed. March and June are fucking packed. And I love. I think Adam Driver is the best actor in the world right now. But I'm so happy to see him versus whatever. I don't want to reveal for Scott. Well, I guess he's heard like Jurassic World stuff, but like I just don't think people are gonna
call it 65 million years. I know.
Okay, Driver versus dinosaurs is fucking awesome. I can't wait. It's one of the most anticipated movies next year.
Right.
But I don't think many people are gonna go pay to see it. I really don't. I think that's a Netflix movie. We will. We will. But when you look at March, there's so much. Like that's when John Wick is out. There's other stuff coming out where I can't remember.
Man.
Scream is out. It's the same week as Scream.
Scream is not as great as people make it out to fucking be.
But it has a following, right, Ben? Like it has a core fan base that will go out and pay and see it.
Look,
this last Scream was the most successful since the first one. So like,
facts.
I want it to do good. I want it to be like Quiet Place where it's a surprise hit. I just worry this same thing. Dungeons & Dragons in March, that's gonna fucking eat it too. Nobody's paying to see that.
I'm just
nobody's gonna watch that shit.
And I'm just
the
looking
only
past.
reason why I watch it is just Chris Pine.
And I'm just looking past that to April 7th because the last trailer and the new clip for Mario Brothers is winning me over.
Oh right, that's
totally winning me over.
That's true.
I can't wait.
I'm
dude,
spending
that
money.
movie's gonna fucking
there are things.
Same Scott.
Like if you watch the clip, if you look at the trailer, there are things in there where like if you were a fan of the franchise, you're like, oh my god, they fucking get it.
The antique store he walks by. I'm like,
my god.
Yeah. No, that movie's gonna make a lot of money. They need a lot of money to pay the voice actor, right, Dave?
I know. I'm so tired of it. I'm so tired of that.
Yeah.
But, hey.
No, it's
Ray, you have to do some homework before that, though. You'll have to watch Sonic 1 and 2.
Oh no!
I don't have to watch
You don't have
Sonic
to
to watch some Mario
Don't
Brothers.
trick him,
movie.
Casey.
on.
The fuck?
Come on, buddy.
I can't let you
Come
just
on.
lie to him now.
You gotta watch it.
Sonic is
No,
cool.
No, see, Travis, I was around when those games came out. I know he's lying.
Yeah. And like I know Ray talks about his list. You don't need to bump Sonic 1 and 2 up above like a lot of the other things you have on that list. Like,
I'm also
fine
you should
movies.
watch them.
Will he be
I'll
mad?
watch them,
Will he be mad after watching it?
As the
Will he be happy?
As the spoiler child as I was as a kid, I
think so.
had a Super Nintendo and a Sega Genesis, but I totally played Mario way more than I played Sonic because I love that fucking plumber. He's just my favorite.
Me too. Like I'm not the biggest Sonic fan or something, but the movies are great.
No, I legitimately think.
And the blueprint for.
I'm not going that.
Mario.
No. There's still not been a great video game movie. There's been fine video game movies. There's not been a great
Stop
one.
lying.
It's not.
Stop
a
lying, Travis.
Are we talking about a wizard?
You gotta realize though that Mario is all CGI. Sonic is partially
True.
CGI.
Which one is the greatest video game movie ever made?
Mortal Kombat. Sorry.
Which one?
The first Mortal Kombat.
Like, see, that's fun, but I can't call it great. Like,
as much as I hate Paul W.S. Anderson with his shit movies that he came out with after, he had Event Horizon, Mortal Kombat, everything else, dog shit. Sorry.
Okay,
you didn't like Pandora?
I'm gonna honestly say
Pandora.
I really enjoyed. Because Ray and I watched it, I really enjoyed Detective Pikachu. Like,
you're right.
It was good,
Yes,
but it wasn't.
Pikachu was good. Yes.
It doesn't have that title of the best video game movie.
I don't
I
think
can't
one
think of
really
one that's
does.
better.
that.
I can't think of one that's better. What's a better one?
What's the
Sonic.
yeah?
Watch it. Sonic.
Mortal
So,
Kombat. Yeah.
Street Fighters doesn't fit in this category.
not the first Street Fighter movie. No.
What?
I love Raul Julia. May he rest in peace.
Van Damme, the great American superhero.
Yeah, the great American fighter. Who has
Cop is a better
crazy
movie
accent.
than that part.
They've
It's
not
all
had
subjective.
their shining one yet. They've not had
No, they haven't.
Superman 78. They've not had a Batman 89. They've not had an Iron Man. They've not had a Dark Knight. They've had like fine to good movies. They've not had that mega hit. And I think Mario could be that. I legitimately think Mario could be the biggest movie next year financially.
It very well could be it. Yes.
Does Tron Legacy count?
What's the name of the movie with Fresh Savage? What's the name of the movie with Fresh Savage?
The Wizard. Yeah.
The Wizard. I think that
was about video games.
It was about video games. And it also introduced Super Mario Brothers 3 before the game came out.
It did.
Yes, it did.
Sky for my time.
Dude, I love that.
I have that sucker on Blu-ray from Shout Factory.
Dude, I love that movie. That fucking asshole. Remember that asshole with the mullet with the fucking the glove?
With the
power glove.
Yeah, power glove.
Which, by the way, if you guys haven't watched it, I once again go back and watch 8-Bit Christmas because the parody of the Power Glove is like the only reason this is funny to me is because I watched The Wizard.
Yeah. The only reason why that movie made sense is because I watched The Wizard. I was like, oh shit, let me watch this.
Because Bo Bridges, Christian Slater, Fred Savage, like there's people in that movie.
Right, you always forget, like, oh yeah, Bo Bridges was his dad, and
Christian Slater was his older brother.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think Travis might
Tomb
be
Raider was nice.
Oh yes,
the Alicia Vikander one.
Yeah, that's the closest we've gone.
The Alicia Vikander. She was supposed to get a sequel. That shit was.
She was.
That
sucked that they did. Yeah.
And Need for Speed.
The film didn't do enough for.
What about
Need for Speed?
Max Payne.
With Mark.
No, it was Need for Speed, yo.
Need for Speed with Aaron Paul.
My new thing. My new thing is Max Payne.
Max
Payne needs to be rebooted with Affleck.
Okay. You go.
Which one?
Stephen, you just
Max
gave me
Max Payne and Hitman both have so much
right
potential.
now. What the fuck?
Yeah, Max Payne have potential.
And weirdly, I don't know actually how people fall on it generally, but Max Payne with Affleck would be amazing, but specifically Max Payne 3 with Affleck would be like
shit.
The greatest
I did not
thing
even
ever.
think about that. Yeah, because I love, me and Steven, we have a love for Max Payne. If anybody's played that game, you should play it.
I haven't played third, but the first two were great.
But my God,
is like way different.
When they made the
kind of
movie
controversial because it's way different, but like
Wahlberg?
I think it's like the third might be my favorite of the three.
See,
when they made it with Wahlberg, I was like,
but we know what when they finally decide to make a Mass Effect feature film, that's when
this is serious coming out. On
Cavill will probably do that.
I just finished.
No, there's a Mass Effect
Cavill's
being made on.
No, it's a rumor that Cavill's trying to, because there was a photo of him with a script, and it was like in the Mass Effect language, and people didn't know if it was just a troll or not, if he was reading something or if it was a tease. But
now with
hey,
Amazon,
don't make Ben angry. Look at his arm; he's turning crazy.
So what did Cavill as Shepard?
Probably,
makes sense.
yeah,
That does make sense.
He's that type.
He is,
yeah.
I'm just
Same thing that I could see that being a series.
My
though, too,
second playthrough.
I thought Amazon was working on.
Shonda's in the middle of. She's halfway through 3 again. Like she started 2 up again. She's played 2 like for the 10th time.
I just finished. I did 1 again, and then I imported the 2. I just beat Shadow Broker, and I'm just polishing up some like getting resources on all the planets and bullshit like that.
I just discovered today that she has this pathological hatred of Arya. She hates Arya so much. She's like, why the fuck can't we punch her in this game? I was like,
there's also Halo.
Oh fuck! Don't.
You don't like it?
I saw one episode. That was enough for me. That was
Halo was a very high budget and very well made show, but it didn't quite capture the game.
Well, it hadn't gotten to the game.
Yes,
and until you get to like that. The season finale.
A lot of people just gave up.
I got to the season finale, and there were some shots in the season finale that I really enjoyed.
Shonda is like a massive Halo. She's a much bigger Halo fan than I am, and she liked it. I don't know if she loved it, but she did like the show.
Same.
You know something? You know what movie? Along with like me wanting my Legend of Zelda movie, you know another thing I would love to get? Metroid.
Metroid should happen.
Shamu.
That hasn't happened.
Okay.
That would be your sci-fi horror. Like, because I'm sorry, I watched Liam, my 9-year-old, kick Metroid Dread's ass, and that game was freaky.
Who is
speaking of?
Okay, so who's your
The
fan
Last of
cast
Us is coming.
Yes,
Last
that's
of
true.
Us, yeah.
But I was going to ask you who would be Samus?
Does it matter because she'd be in the suit the whole time?
Okay, fair
Well,
enough. But
maybe.
Fair point. But I mean, well, yeah, no.
It could be
who
like
knows?
Halo, right? They're like, oh, they're not gonna take the helmet off them in episode
Totally.
2. It's
Yeah,
like
they might not go the dread route.
I would want it to be like a Carl Urban.
You want to do the dread route?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
See, that's where you have to take this stuff. It's like you don't have to take the. Oh man,
But that's why you could
what's
also.
so good
It
about
could be
Dread.
better animated though, because then you can just go get a. Not Dave doesn't want this, but you could just go get a voice, right, for Samus. That's like an established star, and that's why you keep him in the helmet. The whole time.
Animated Metroid feature film would be fucking amazing.
Yeah,
really would.
But the actors don't always want to be seen, so that's gonna be.
Yeah, so that's why you animate it. You don't got to be seen; it's just your voice.
Yeah.
There you go. You know.
I agree.
No, but I'm still, dude. Like Steven still got me on that fucking Ben Affleck Max Payne. I'm like, I either thought that or Josh Brolin. You know, so I was like,
Ooh, Josh Brolin.
I just because Sin City 2, I was like, oh shit. No, I immediately was like, oh my god, fucking Max Payne right there. You know.
Why are there no more movies like that?
Yeah, no more Sin City movies.
Because the second one
or something similar.
No, I think it's the spirit fucked that fucking franchise.
Spirit was
Spirit was bad.
Spirit was really bad.
Well,
the only thing that was good about that was Eva Mendes.
Well, because Casey, Hollywood is a copycat industry, and as soon as one fails really badly, they all give up.
They all give up on everything else.
And then Sin City 2 came out like 8 years later.
There's been some cool, not nearly that style.
Look at
There's
Ava
been
Green in that one.
There's been plenty of
my
stylized
God, Ava
stuff
Green.
though.
Like
the best Catwoman we never got.
Hey, which by
Like?
the way, she's going to be
Shadow?
that lady in that new Threes.
Yo, I love the Shadow. I love that. I love that movie.
Who,
The Shadow.
You going to be in
The
Scott?
Shadow with
The
Alec
new Three
Baldwin.
Musketeers movie.
What? There's
We're
another
having multiple
Three
conversations
Musketeers?
here.
It's fully
Is there
French,
Three
right?
Musketeers movie coming out?
It's a two-part. They're doing a 2-film adaptation with Ava Green as Milady and Vincent Cassel as one of the Musketeers.
Is that why you were tweeting about Vincent Cassel the other night, Travis?
No, because I watched Black Swan, and Black Swan is just
Nothing's ever going to beat the Disney version in 1994. I'm sorry.
The Disney version of 1994 is fun, and I'm not going to lie.
Fantastic.
Dude,
Oliver
Vincent,
Pratt, Kiefer Sutherland, Charlie Sheen, Chris O'Donnell. Come on.
Oh, that's
Vincent Cassel is just always going to be the Night Fox to me because that's the first thing. Because 12 is the first thing I saw him in.
That's
like,
fair.
well, that's.
Yeah.
But no, I mean there's other things about Black Swan that I enjoy.
It's just I always that's true, yes, back then, but I guess I always forget how good he is. Like everyone's great, Mia's great, and Natalie's like that's I think her best performance. But I always forget like what a good fucking prick Cassell is in that movie. Like you just you fucking hate him, but then he's doing the whole like J.K. Simmons Whiplash thing where like he has a method to his madness and it's still kind of working and stuff like that.
Are we talking about the new the Three Musketeers by Paul W.S. Anderson?
No.
With the flying fucking ship. Ugh. I could
really hate Paul W.S. Anderson.
Dude, everything after Mortal Kombat and Event Horizon, I'm like, fuck.
You didn't like his 28 Resident Evil movies?
Oh god.
I did like Pandorum. I did.
Okay,
I like Pandorum.
Pandorum. I didn't like a single movie from him after.
I am okay. Maybe I'll be okay with.
You didn't like Death Race?
No.
You know who's in Pandorum, right? You know that
Wait, Death
freaking
Race.
Feora is
That's
in
where
Pandorum.
Cersei's, right? Cersei's was in Death Race.
Death Race was cool.
No, I thought that was
Cersei's was in there. What's the name? She plays Cersei's in fucking.
Jason Statham was in that, right?
Yeah,
Yes,
Game of
yes.
It's Cersei's from Game of
Okay,
Thrones.
Vincent Cassel is playing Athos.
Oh, Cersei. Yeah.
Yeah,
Lena
I
Headey.
forgot her
Lena
name.
Headey, yeah.
Lena Headey.
Yeah.
Lena,
You know
yes,
what?
correct.
I just watched for the first time that I'd never seen before.
What?
Is
What?
Zathura.
Oh,
Jumanji
yeah.
in space.
The
I love that
spiritual
movie.
successor to
Jumanji in
Jumanji.
space.
Yeah.
That had
Yeah,
a
Jumanji in
young
Space.
Kristen Stewart, right?
Dax
Yeah.
Shepard.
John
Yeah.
Favreau. John
Josh
Favreau
Hutcherson.
She makes a
John
bunch of
Favreau.
jokes that she wants to bang Dax Shepard, and big twist it's her brother. It's like fuck.
Yeah.
It was good. It was surprisingly
About
better than
banging
I
your
thought.
brother, it was a big thing in the 70s and 80s.
Inspired by Star
This is
Wars.
2000s, Sathora. This is
Yeah.
2000s.
That's
And they're
true.
Like, we can get away. They were. it wasn't cool. Like after Game of Thrones, then you can make those jokes. You know, once Game of Thrones, incest's everywhere. It's like the
I think
killing
after
of the
Star
kids.
Wars, you can make
Star
those
Wars
jokes.
started it.
Star Wars did Empire Strikes
Yeah,
Back.
but
Movies
started
in
it,
space.
Yeah, but that was an accidental kiss. Nowadays, it's all like, "Hey, I know you're my
Was it
sister." It's like,
though?
"Well, still, fuck me." You know, it's like, "Okay, I guess so."
No, what do you
like?
George
That's
Lucas.
House of Dragons for
What
8
What
episodes.
movies are you watching?
House of Dragons is
yeah,
every
right.
just like, are you my cousin? Yes, I am. Okay, great. I'll see you in the
Let's
bedroom. Yeah, that's fine. Like it almost gives them more of a reason to do it. You know.
Yeah, they all
And just like remember what was the Anna Kendrick Blake Lively movie?
A Simple Favor.
Same thing.
Oh, that was a good movie.
Yeah, but same thing.
Amazing
There's a
movie.
twist where it's like, oh, okay, like 100% like the Aronofsky scene. Once Game of Thrones happened, there's a spike of movies that have that element as like a twist or something. It's always still negative, but still before I didn't see much incest in movie and TV shows, and now because Game of Thrones, it's
like
true
nothing.
though. People
Yeah.
use
Actually-
it now.
Actually, you
What
know what
about
though?
Old
You know
Boy?
what though? As
Oh boy, oh fuck! Don't give me.
hang on
Game of
though.
Thrones
Hang on
fucking
though. As
I was
I
fucking
look
like
at,
10 when I watched that.
as I look at Dave's shirt, maybe that's where it started.
Oh, Back to the Future.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, if we're
yeah,
going
when
back
he wanted
that
to fuck
far, it
his
started
mom.
long before that.
I mean,
It was
like, yeah.
literally
when you
motherfucker.
realize, like,
Oh my God.
yeah.
You want
Scott,
Original
Scott sitting here
motherfucker.
patiently, like, guys, this is a trope.
because I'm thinking of like Chinatown.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
I still need to see that. I have not seen China.
Oh,
I
what?
haven't seen
Chinatown.
Chinatown either.
oh,
Oh,
man.
Ben.
Yeah, I know.
Man.
I know.
I'm-
Every
like
Jack
every
Nicholson
classic.
movie should be watched once.
Wait
He's
minute,
a national treasure, and when he
wait,
dies, I'm gonna
even
take
man.
off for it.
What was it? What was that one? Man Trouble? Or was it the
100%
gardener or something?
anger
Oh,
management.
Even the bucket list.
Not-
Even the
he
bucket
never
list.
get
Oh, I like
better
the
as
bucket
good-
list.
I like the bucket
enjoyed
list
the
a
bucket
lot.
list.
As good as he
Fine.
gets, he'll never get better than
As
that.
good as it gets was really good.
Yeah.
Good as it gets was
very
really
good.
Shining's
Yeah.
still my Jack
Oh, come on,
Nicholson.
you've seen-
I
go-to.
don't think,
You've
Shi-
seen
I
One
think
Flew Over the
Shining is
Cuckoo's Nest.
overrated.
Shining is overrated.
I
think
can't
so.
get there. I fucking love that.
I'm
That's
sorry,
a yearly
Scott,
watch.
but I think
Ben,
it
go
is.
to
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm looking at the chat. What about the Chinatown sequel? No, do not watch the Two Chicks. Do not watch the Two Chicks. No.
I don't think I ever saw that one.
Doctor
There's a
Sleep
reason.
made The Shining better.
What made The Shining better?
Doctor
Doctor
Sleep.
I would agree with that. I would actually agree with that.
100%.
And I would
That
absolutely
helped.
agree with
That
that.
helped.
Yes.
I don't know. There's
Dr.
something. I
Sleep
mean,
made
the thing
up-
is, when it came to Kubrick, he was just a slow burn, and some
It
people
was
don't like
awesome,
slow
but
burn.
Yeah.
it just didn't have that much horror. And
Yeah, of
I
course.
felt
See that-
like
He
Slow
had
burn.
But it has the family dynamics horror of this family. Like obviously the horror happens later, but it's like this family falling apart. Especially if you
Yeah.
read the book too. Like
And the thing, that's my problem is that I read the book, and so the
Yeah.
movie is just like it. The movie doesn't do it. Shining movie doesn't do it for me because the book is just so creeps the fuck out.
see, and I
Because-
like them both for different reasons. You know, like I honestly too. It has a lot to do with Jack because I think Jack, because I know because some people
Yes.
think he's cheesy, but I love him in that, and probably because I saw it at a young age. But I watch it every year, and I love every single set piece about it. I love if a slow burn's done well, I'll watch a movie for 8. I'll watch that 9-hour James Cameron Shining cut. Like if it's a good slow, and that's where I am with the Shining. Like I never feel the weight or the time or anything like that in it.
the reason I said the second movie made that one better is because when you, in the third act when you go there again
Yes.
to the Oracle,
Yes.
it's so good.
Okay,
Yeah, it's
the-
fantastic.
okay. The fact
Dr.
that like Ewan McGregor and Rebecca Ferguson like did their homework to the point where they're fucking moving the
The
exact
same way.
same
Yes.
way.
Yeah.
And then,
Like,
of course,
oh my God.
Flanagan did the shots the same and everything like that. He was just like, all right, this is where it was like, all right, this is homage in the way that, it was
That
just.
movie is so underrated.
That's
Oh,
for
yeah.
Because,
sure.
because
great.
also
Nobody
I'll go back-
went to see that movie.
No one saw that.
That is the only Mike Flanagan
Terrible
movie I've
title
seen.
though.
I don't think even
I know it's the name
even
of the book.
Flanagan's family members didn't go see that movie.
Like Doctor Sleep, but like I know it's the name of the book, and Doctor Sleep, the title like ties in the book, but it's a terrible fucking name. No one knew what the hell Doctor Sleep was. There was
Yeah.
a sequel to Shining. Nobody knew. Even
That's
the
what-
Yeah, I
trailers
can't
felt
believe that
cagey.
I didn't
still the
know
fact
it
that
was
they took
associated
the
with
ending- They took the ending from the book that Kubrick completely just ignored.
Ignored.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Mike Flanagan was like, oh, you weren't going to use the ending of The Shining?
So we're going to burn this place down.
We'll take it, and we'll burn this place down to the ground.
Yeah.
But that's what I like again, like because I like both versions. I feel like if you like the movie or you like the book, whether you like them both or different versions, that Flanagan was so smart to make that sequel work for both. I feel, that's what was really smart about it. So,
which is why it's like, dude, Amazon, give him that Dark Tower series, and
he's
like,
got it.
That's confirmed. Yeah, that's confirmed.
But no, but it's not. But it's not like Amazon has said it's going to like green light it. But it's like
fair, yeah.
But it's like, oh, do that. I mean, I don't think people realize what an amazing like television / movie experience that's going to be.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
when you've got a franchise that literally takes, I'm going to say franchise because I mean it was like 8 books, but and ties into like numerous Stephen King novels outside of it. But when you take something that's got like King Arthur, Westerns, horror, science fiction, put it in a blender,
Dark Tower.
And go tell a quest story.
You're talking about Dark Tower?
Yes.
And Amazon's the best place because I feel like there's not going to be as much pressure as other networks because I love Flanagan stuff, but there's tons of Flanagan stuff that people don't watch. Like I feel like much of his work he makes and it's like underrated darlings. Like, oh, I've never heard of that. I don't know what that is. It's like I feel like
one?
I feel like Bly Manor is definitely one people don't. Midnight Club's one. I feel like most of his movies, I feel like Film Twitter talks about Gerald's Game and Hush, but no one that I know in like real life knows these movies. I think Haunted Hill House and then Midnight Mass are the two that stuck out as okay. They broke, but the rest of them I feel like are great quality. But that's a good thing about Dark Tower. I can see if it's similar to Netflix. First season doesn't hit, they go, you know what? We're done with this. Amazon, I think, will give it time and let them play with it.
What are your thoughts about him switching to Amazon? Because I thought he had a great relationship with Netflix.
He was gonna have the second season of Midnight Mass, and they didn't renew it. They didn't even renew the recent
Midnight
one.
Club. Yeah.
Midnight Club. Both. Even
Midnight
Mass
season 2.
Yeah, I've never heard anything with that.
I didn't hear that.
They didn't renew that, and then they probably won't renew this one.
And I bet Amazon also waved the Dark Tower flag in his face. Like,
and again, like we were talking about earlier, Amazon has the ability to do that, and it also not only can they spend money on anything, but because they have the ability to do that, the pressure, you're right, is way less.
Yeah,
like they wouldn't like. It was hilarious, all those articles about how Amazon was going to be crippled if Rings of Power didn't succeed. It's like, fuck off. There's no way. There's no. Bezos would have shrugged that off like Luke in Last Jedi had it not succeeded. Seriously, he wouldn't have given a shit. With respect,
tip money for him.
Like there's nothing. So yes, the pressure will be much less. And you're right. They're not going to, because that's the thing. Netflix has got themselves. They backed themselves into a corner where if it's not the hottest thing on earth for that first week, it can't get. That's why, fortunately, for people that loved Wednesday, it did what it did.
Hours,
right?
Because
if it hadn't, there would be that'd be it. It'd be done. They'd have already canceled it at this point.
I'm so glad it's getting a season 2 now.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, me too.
You watch it yet, Dave? You watch it?
I haven't watched it fully, but
I haven't watched it yet either.
The best thing about that show is that it's not just about Wednesday and the Addams Family.
No, it's
like there are a lot of characters that are really good.
And it never goes in the direction that you think that it is. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, it's really good.
I know.
It's not predictable.
Anyways, I think we should finish it off right there. We're going 5 hours right here.
I was going to say, I'm going to have to go.
Yeah, I was about to.
I know. Ben was like, oh, it's 4 o'clock. And I know it's like, and then Steven's like, I'm already done. Steven's just eating his dinner right now. That's all.
Yeah.
What's up, guys?
Yeah, exactly. He's literally eating his dinner right now. And it's probably
spaghetti at
3
this
o'clock
time
in the morning. See?
What are you eating, dude?
I'm hungry.
It looks like it was rice, but I don't know. Like
I thought it looked like
noodles, macaroni.
There is rice in there, yeah.
Okay.
Spaghetti and rice.
There you go. Remember, Steven only sleeps like an hour.
This sounds like the KG
rice.
This sounds like the KG way in every movie when they talk to Hannibal Lecter. They're like, "What's in this?" And he's like, "Good stuff." And then he just like keeps like that's the way Steven was talking. Like, "Oh, rice is in there. Rice is in there." Like, but not a full answer of what the food item is.
Anyways, so this was great. Good conversation tonight. A lot of people joining. This has been it was good to get everybody's take on all the things that are happening when it comes to the movie comic book world and everything like that. And we all love Henry Cavill, and we're all saddened that he's not going to be returning. But hey, you never know, it could happen. It's all changing, but we'll go around the horn. And of course, thank you to Garza. And thank you to Jason, the real rap nerd who showed up earlier. So thank you to those guys. Make sure you subscribe, do all that. But let's go around the horn, and we'll start, of course, with KC.
You can find me at Krypton Cage on all social media. Go subscribe to my YouTube channel. I posted a new video. It has all the footage and pictures that I took this year, and it's just made into a reel, and I posted it.
What?
Nice, very nice.
Yeah.
That's a good plug.
It's only
I like
half
that plug.
Yeah.
I like that plug. No, 'cause everybody else is gonna be like, check out my show and my podcast and like sign up my Patreon, and you're like, hey, I made art this year, and I would like for you guys to check it out, and like I appreciate that. It's like a concise.
Shots fired.
Yeah,
Hey, what
shots
the fuck
fired at
anyway, say
everyone
now.
else.
Yeah, what were we supposed
Shots
to say
fired at
now?
everyone else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was. So yeah. Anyway, you can find my
Podcasts are
podcast.
my-
Anyways,
at
SnyderMinute.com. You can find his
check out our
picture.
Patreon at Snyder Minute. And yeah, check out BVS by the minute, and we're recording some Rings of Power related stuff for to be announced thing related to Rings of Power. So that'll be cool. Oh, and all sorts of Avatar stuff going up over this weekend. I already wrote some, but more Avatar technology and box office, and I'm gonna have fun with this one. So check out ScreenRant.com.
There it is. Scott.
When did I start?
He's-
That's 2 weeks in a row. I'll
He
go.
goes
You find me at Trasby Snail.
Yeah.
If I'm at Trasby Snail, go check out Casey's photos and everything like that. You know, go check that out. You don't need to check out my shit. And I'm excited for in 10 years when we're talking about Man of Tomorrow Home and Cavill's back in, what is it, December 17th of 2032. And that's what we'll be talking about, you know? So there you go. Have a good weekend, everybody.
Yeah. I like it. Ray.
On Twitter at the Flightcast, trying hard not to argue with people that just want to stay lost in the
You're not doing very well at
King
it.
Kevin.
No, I'm not. I'm not doing very well at it at all.
King Kevin.
But the fun part is at theflightcast.com I have my weekly show, and tomorrow I'll just be doing another breakdown of all this stuff and going through the actual stuff that Boris Kit and the others wrote, and talking about how, you know, the mirror universe in which, you know, it apparently now not only was Walter Hamada going to give us Crisis on Infinite Earths, but we were also going to get Brainiac and Man of Steel too. What do you know? Who knew before everything changed? So
We should have kept Hamada.
right, exactly. But yeah, I'll be going over all of that as well, and also unveiling my plan for the list. It's extremely ambitious, and I'm probably going to like not make it through the rest of the year, but I'm gonna die. I'm gonna do it or die trying. So stay tuned for that tomorrow.
Watch Sonic.
It's on the list. I don't know that it's that high. I'll just say that.
It should be.
You should watch it before Mario.
See?
You don't have to. No, Ray. You don't have to watch for Mario. Do not.
I know I don't have to.
I
I know I
understand
don't have to
Mario.
watch it before Mario.
I'm gonna fucking
You
laugh.
have
There's an end
to.
credit scene and Sonic just rolls his ass up and like, you want to fight?
Didn't you see the post-credit scene for Sonic 2?
Mario is
Why are you
better than
lying,
Sonic.
Travis?
Yeah,
Mario
it's
is
setting up
better than
Mario
Sonic.
big time.
All right,
Yeah.
Ben.
You can follow me on all social media, Mr. Everett. You can catch me on every Thursday at 9 o'clock Eastern Time on the Real Anarchy live stream where we discuss all DCU.
Oh, you said E.
Get the
you
E
said
out.
E.
Get the E
Ah,
out.
I
he
say
said
E.
E.
That's
He
it.
said
It's tough, man.
Listen,
I get it.
It's
we had a
tough.
great meeting with the E, and we're very excited for future projects with the E. But that's gonna happen at another time.
It's not gonna happen now. But we're excited for something in the future.
Yeah.
So be on the lookout for that.
Great project.
Yeah, so catch me every Thursday on 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Just come out and hang out, and that's it.
There it is.
That's
All right,
it.
and then you could. Oh wait, Scott. Sorry.
Scott.
Son of a bitch. Of course, you can find me on Twitter at ScottDC27. You can find my podcast, the DC Squadcast, where podcast can be found. We're on Vero, Facebook, YouTube, with the entire network of shows at squadcastmedia.com. And of course, every Sunday night at 9 o'clock Central here on Film Junkee, you can watch Dave and me talking about Batman, the animated series, on Batman the Fanimated stream, where this week's episode we will be discussing The Terrible Trio.
Oh.
Like it. All right, guys, smash that like, thumbs up. It's been fun. Thank you to Garza. Thank you to Jason for joining. And thank you to the panel, Casey, Steven, Scott, Travis, Ray, Ben. This has been a lot of fun. We will talk to you guys later.